I don't know what's been going on with YouTube, but oh, okay, there it goes. Okay, all right, we're live on YouTube. And then let's go ahead and get live on YouTube Shorts, I suppose. All right, there we go. So in, let's see here. Yeah, 6 minutes, we will be seeing the Candace Owens versus Andrew Wilson debate. Let's see here. Let's make sure everything's working. Okay, there we go. Let's see, how's the chat overlay doing on Shorts? Oh, it's not even there. Okay, well, let's fix that. Wait, is it there? Oh, it was just turned up. Why did I turn it off? Okay. How's everyone doing today? I should probably copy this too. How about right behind? Dang it. Never mind. All right, we got about 5 minutes till the debate happens. Okay. Oh, I need to turn on Rumble. There we go. Let's see. Pop out chat. Can you actually do a poll on Rumble? I don't think I've actually ever tried. Pinned messages. Okay, maybe not. All right. Okay, let's pause this. Oh, I need to turn on. Oh, God, that's right. I don't know what is up with YouTube where it is just taking forever and a half for the shit to go live. Okay, I think we are all set up. Let's see here. Anything else we can do? You know what? Let's a little bit of music. A little bit of music while we wait. Yeah, I assume that. Let's pause that. Okay, that's paused. All right. Yeah, right now it says a waiting game. They're going to be live in a little less than 2 minutes. Oh, hey, John. Oh, Andrew Wilson, you don't know who he is? He's probably one of the prominent, I guess you could say, right-wing conservative debaters in the internet sphere. He kind of got really popularized in during the Whatever podcast. And he's fantastically good at debating left-wing nut jobs. I already got short scammers on me. WhatsApp? Man, YouTube went... I know I'm on YouTube Shorts, but man, YouTube went to shit when they introduced Shorts. Oh no, it's fine. If you ever get a chance, yeah, check out some of Andrew Wilson's debates. Okay, what's going on in my chat overlay? It seems to just not be working. No, I mean on Shorts. You know what? Let's go ahead and replace it with the old. There we go. And we can put it in the back. And then it suddenly stopped working when I resized it. Okay. Oh no, it's there. Okay. Well, it should be on any second now. Come on. When's the debate starting? Is it... Okay, we'll get out of this one. Because this one actually says live. And the chat is going nuts over there, at least on the PBD podcast. All right, let's actually get in here. Okay. Oh, I bet she is. I swear to God, like, so if you don't know, John, the guy on the right has been asking, like they've been trying to negotiate this debate for a while, and Candace is so crazy and a grifter that she demanded $300,000, and he put up the money. He gave her the $300,000, and I believe that there is a Gifts and Go, yeah, right here. So he put up the $300,000, and He said, "Hey, if you want to help me replenish some of this money, I'd really appreciate it." So they've raised $69,000. Nice. Because she's a grifter, dude. Like, nothing really more you can say about that. And where am I? There we go. Oh, here we go. I'm going to pop out the chat, and then we can go back to it, and I can show you what people are saying later. Oh, it won't let me. Okay. I guess they're testing stuff out. Now it's just a waiting game. Okay. Well, people are asking in the chat right now whether the debate is canceled and all that, like right here. Let's see. Okay. People are thinking it's canceled. 30K compared to 100K. Actually, that's not a bad thing to look at right now. Let's see. We got 30K. Because remember, this is going to be, I believe, 3 streams at the same time. So let's look at Andrew Wilson's. Oh yeah, everyone is everyone is live watching this debate. Dude, the whatever podcast is watching this. I mean, oh man, a lot of money is going to be made today. You know who wins? I mean, Candace Owens to a certain extent because Andrew gave her $300,000, but everyone reacting to this shit. Let's see, the Crucible. Let's see how many. All right, there we go. How many people are watching his live? 7,000. All right, and what about Candace Owens? $60,000 are watching on her stream. And YD underscore Ozark, I am going to ban you. And you're banned. Yay. If you come into my chat with meaningless bullshit, you get banned. Yay. Yeah, that's about it. You nailed it right on the head. Let's see. What are we looking at here? There we go. All right, good. Well, we're still waiting. I mean, it's one thing for them to be late. Hopefully it's not, too much of a wait. Okay, they got Andrew Wilson's working. So I think they're setting up everyone's live streams. Holy crap, though. I will say one thing. Holy crap. Dude. Andrew Wilson's chat, nothing but gifted memberships on YouTube. Like, they're all just flying in. Holy crap. Wait, sent a UNC alert. Oh, these are... Okay, never mind. Send a gift. Okay. Extra YouTube bullshit that I don't know. Oh, I see. They are still setting up. That's what's going on. Yeah, it can get difficult sometimes. Let's see. Doobie-doobie-doo. Doobie-doo. Let's see. Oh, okay. I'm guessing that was you, Sean. You think Andrew Wilson's going to win, even though you have no idea who he is? I dig it. I dig it. Yeah, I have no idea how they would actually get this stream all together. Because it's 3 separate channels. So they're all to a certain extent benefiting from this. You know what? You know what? While we wait. Okay. Okay. Dude, everyone is watching this, dude. Everyone is watching this. Steven Crowder is watching this. Nate the Lawyer. Tim Pool. Metatron. Oh, I know her. I'm subscribed to her channel on my other channel. Oh, why would you get like a group of people to watch this? That is ridiculous. Okay, they put out a clip on Valuetainment, so let's just watch this real quick while we wait.
Andrew Wilson made a $300,000 offer to Candace Owens to debate him on the topic of Charlie Kirk, overwhelmingly evidence that Tyler Robinson shot and killed Charlie, and her saying no, Tyler Robinson is a patsy. That debate is going to be taking place tomorrow morning, 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. It'll be live streamed the entire time. I want to show you the intro of this. Go for it. Go ahead and play this clip.
And podcaster Charlie Kirk has been shot.
Tyler James Robinson
Is the suspect in custody?
Tyler Robinson is a patsy.
Utah Valley University.
I feel pretty certain about that.
We got him.
He texted his boyfriend and admitted to the crimes.
You're saying these are his texts?
I completely
We can't even
understand.
determine if they're fake or they're
Spellbinder.
real.
Redaction.
I don't think your investigation
Completely
has
understand.
proven a single thing.
There is nothing, not a single shred of this case that they have delivered that has been concrete.
To bring justice.
I don't believe you can tie Erica to anything. I don't believe you have a single credible eyewitness or alternative theory.
You got to connect the bullet. You got to connect the person.
And I'm just as connected to this case as you are, which means not at all.
Dude, I'm watching it.
Tomorrow morning, this will be live. Okay, and we had multiple conversations. There was a lot of, well, you know, she's not doing this, he's not doing this, he's not doing this, he's not doing this. We finally had a Zoom. We got on the call. Tom, you were on that Zoom as well, and it you know, it was very clear on exactly what his position is versus what her position is. They fully agreed on the
Apparently,
same
as far
page.
as I
This
can
is
tell,
my
Tyler-
position. This is yours. Let's have it. Let's sit down.
He wasn't the
I think that's the
trans one.
conversation a lot of people have been waiting to take place. And respectfully, they're both formidable. Both of them know how to debate. Both of them know what to do. Candace has, of course, got a massive following. Andrew Wilson is kind of coming up where he's been around the block debating hundreds.
Oh, yeah.
Not that he knows what he's doing.
They're
So it should be a very, very interesting debate taking place tomorrow.
I think it's going to be a world-class event. I think they're both very capable. I think Candace is going to bring her best. I think she's going to bring her feelings. I think she's going to bring her dreams and her intuition, her motherly intuition. And she might not know, but she might know, you know. And I think he's going to bring facts and evidence and debate tactics, and we'll see what happens.
I think, you know, another thing that I think that stands out, Pat, is the trust that they have for you to be the moderator of this, because they know exactly who you are. They know you're not going to be picking any sides, and I think that trust is freaking amazing. It went from Joe Rogan to somebody else to
so the
Michael
debate
Knowles, but
hasn't started yet?
Yeah, guys,
We're just
it's been
watching
a year.
a clip
it's been almost a year
from-
since Charlie, God rest his soul, was murdered, and I'm very, very interested to
The
hear
PBD
both
podcast.
sides, and it's going to be if you had to guess, Adam, Tom, how many live viewers? If you had to guess, I'm saying over 300,000 people are watching live during the day on a work day. On a work day, people are
I
going
think
to
he was being
I think 300,000.
hyperbolic,
What do you think?
Spellbinder.
So listen, the moderating started on that call. These are both smart people. It was not a screaming match. Pat moderated the positions to get the deal finished.
I love it.
And now he's going to moderate the debate itself. But both these people came across very smart, very deferential, and during the point of putting the call together. And now we're going to see it go live and go see, as they say, hot conflict. So I'm looking forward to it.
What is his relationship with Turning Point?
Everyone's looking forward
He
to
doesn't
it.
work for Turning Point. He's his own guy.
I don't know what his relationship is with Turning Point. I do know.
You know what I think? How many? Something that's just kind of came to my mind. How many days do you think it's going to take the mainstream media to actually catch up with what was said in this debate? 1 day? 3 days? Are they just going to wait for the weekend to be over? 7 days? I have a feeling that's what's going to happen. They're just going to wait on it.
You know, he said we and the TPUSA, and I think he had a visit. I believe they've communicated together, but I don't know his position. I think Andrew is his own man. He is, you know, he goes way back to a show that I think him and Dave Smith used to have, I think, 10 years ago. This guy knows what he's doing. He's they do this for a living. This is their business model. He's always on that whatever takes
Crucible.
podcast. Crucible, yeah. So
what were the guidelines? Meaning there was no personal attacks. You have to. Can you establish any rules, or can you tell us what's basically
That's
been?
actually a really good question.
They're both leaning on me to keep it about the issue for them to go back and forth with. It's a very much of a, being fair and the right proper time and all this other stuff. And so the agreement came to this, by the time we're done with the first position, let's just say it goes 90 minutes to 2 hours. By the time we go through the first position, this may be 3.5 hours to 5 hours.
I hope so.
Just so you know that. This may be 3.5 to 5 hours. So it's going to be a sit down for a while, and we have to talk about bathroom breaks and how to do it, timing, all this stuff. It's going to be it's going to be what the audience wants to see.
Are you going to have live fact checks? Because a lot of it will be feeling.
To be fair for both sides, and by the way, credit goes to Candace. Candace is like, bring your team of 3 to do your own set of fact checking. So while we're there,
I love that.
Candace has her own team. He has his own team.
Yeah.
And if I say, hey, can we fact check that? Both teams can fact check it and put it on the screen, and they can ask their team to pull it up. Yeah, I'm telling you, they're doing it the right way.
Well, it's put up or shut up.
This is the right way to do it. And they're the right people to do it.
But the thing
some
is
would
it
say
gonna land?
Andrew's got more experience with debating, and some would say Candace has more experience with this. But regardless, the fact that both sides are kind of saying, well, the other person has the advantage, this is a good showdown.
And are you revealing the location? I'm not saying the location.
No, I'm not.
No, meaning, but you're going to.
No, you'll just see that's going to be alive. Don't worry about the location. Just keep it in mind. Put it in your calendar. It's going to be great. And the reason why I'm doing it is for me. It's just so you know. I'm not getting paid. This is not like, hey, can you pay me for this? They're not even paying me for my flight. Just so everybody knows this. And I'm doing this because Candace is pregnant.
You can afford it.
And in many cases,
pregnant again?
She is pregnant. And so we're doing this because we're going there. And
Spellbinder
Candace has come here
okay,
many
a little
times.
more
This
thought
is one
and
way of us
maybe a
going there
week or
and
two
hosting this conversation.
for mainstream media to catch up, depending on how many
Put it in your
leftist
calendar. It's going to be wild.
soundbites
It's going to
they
be
can
intense. It's
catch
going to
that
be
align
massive.
with or
And it's going to be
totally
what
against their
many,
agenda.
many people have been waiting for.
I don't know, because
there's a massive
this
audience
isn't,
rooting for Candace, and there's a massive audience rooting for Andrew. And I think it's the right show. So
versus
tomorrow morning, 11
liberal.
a.m.
This
Eastern
is
Standard Time,
conservative
put it in your
versus
calendar.
conservative.
For those of you guys,
I would say
I got
that a
big
lot
plans
of people
for
are
2026 and 2020.
a lot of people are going to be, wondering if like the heart of conservatism is going to be solved in this debate, or if someone's going to win. Either way, if the mainstream media actually picks this up, and if Andrew does very well, I mean, he's been on the rise for years. So I think that if he does well, it would not surprise me if he just skyrockets in subscribers and viewership from here on out. I think even if he doesn't do as well as some of, I think he's going to do very well, but I think he's going to skyrocket either way. Let's see. The Crucibles chat. Let's see. 10,000 concurrent viewers over on YouTube for Andrew Wilson's channel, known as The Crucible. They're all making theories of why it's so late, because we're 20 minutes late. Like I haven't gotten my drink together yet. I mean, I know that we have the layer here. So from what I heard, that they were using Candace Owens' house in order to do this. So it might be her setup that they're adjusting to. I have no idea. But I imagine that this is all just, streaming, figuring out technical stuff bullshit. Well, no, these are still professional podcasters. They know how to, set all this up. But the thing is, remember, this is 3 different channels all at once. And I think some of them actually also do Rumble. So, like, my setup is depending on how you look at it, my setup is a little complicated, but also not. But everyone has their own system. Like, for example, like you'll see a lot of people use StreamYard. Makes it very simple, but some people use StreamYard in addition to OBS at the same time. And hell, I use Meld Studio. So that there could be a ton of issues that are going on. Okay. All right, I'm going to get myself a drink real quick while we wait. We will... Let's see, what will we do? I'll play the basement clip. Oh, no, we'll get the Yes Daddy. No, not Yes Daddy. The Pink. Yeah, Pink. While I get some water. I've been using glass bottles recently. And nobody involved in this think to spend 2 or 3 hours ahead of time to resolve these possible issues and fend off Murphy. Well, remember, as Patrick Bet David said, they were in their studio yesterday. So that means all 3 of them had to fly to a location with their team and set it up in less than 24 hours. And with a podcast as big as this, and then also streaming on 3 separate channels with completely, I assume, 3 completely different setups. So I think it's going to be a little bit more difficult than I think that you're making it. But remember, there can be personal issues. There could be all sorts of issues. But as long as it starts, I'm down. Just give me 1 second, guys. I am going to get some water so I can actually drink something throughout this debate.
truly for three different people. Tyler Robinson shot and killed.
Of course, this happens right when
Your position was he's a patsy. Tyler Robinson is.
Okay, we're gonna start from when they actually started.
Okay, so we're officially.
All right, here we go. I'm gonna 1.25 speeds it so we can actually.
Okay, so we're officially live. Candace, Andrew, good to sit down here with you, talking to you guys about the conversation that I think started with you being on Joe Rogan when you said, "Hey, I'm offering $300,000." And for the audience watching this, you have to know when you see this final product, there's a lot of stuff that happens behind closed doors. There was still communication till midnight. Even some of the stuff this morning, it's like you're trying to sell a company. It's the last 24 hours that the deal doesn't work out. But kudos to the both of you guys that you made it work. The topic of discussion today, how this got prompted is, Andrew, you said there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson shot and killed Charlie Kirk. And Candace, your position was he's a patsy. Tyler Robinson is a patsy. So, of course, we'll talk about a lot of different things, but that's kind of how the whole thing got started. For the audience watching, I think this is truly for three different people. Number one is anybody out there that loves Charlie, respects Charlie, his legacy, what he did. We have a lot of love and admiration for what he did. He changed the lives of many people, young men, young women. You worked with him for many years. You guys were friends. You've said a lot of good things about Charlie, respectful towards him. You guys may have disagreed on something, but you got a lot of respect for him.
Some random white guy.
The second audience is the folks out there, you, that's watching this. And so for you, you've been wanting something like this to take place. And kudos for Andrew for coming out and saying, hey, I want to have this conversation, and for Candace to accept it.
For $300,000.
You have the ability to say, I agree, I disagree, comment to all the stuff that you're doing online. And if you want to see more of these things, any of the three channels, subscribe to them, The Candace Show, The Crucible. I'm sure some of the people from Crucible are watching as well, and the PBD Podcast. The more you subscribe to this, the more we're able to deliver these types of conversations to you. And last but not least, it's about the two of you. My goal is to speak as little as possible. 99% of the time, it'll be you guys speaking, and the audience will be able to see it. If I jump in, just so everybody knows on the back end, both have agreed. In the back, there's three people representing Andrew and three people representing Candace to do fact checking. So at any point, if somebody makes a claim, the other can say, can we fact check this? I can jump in and say fact check this. Even the folks in the back can say fact check this. So it is a very fair conversation that we're having here. And so with that being said, kudos to Michael Knowles. Your name was mentioned a lot. You missed out right now. The last 10 minutes, we talked about you. There's a lot of love and respect here mutually from both parties, all three of them here. And then, of course, the great Joe
My
Rogan
day just started. I woke up and I'm like, oh, crap, I forgot about this.
This format that we have here
Gotta
today.
stream.
So with that being said, Andrew, your claim is overwhelming evidence.
And we have no idea how
Robinson
long this is going to last.
Charlie Kirk, opening statements, opening comments.
Sure. And what I mean by overwhelming is I just find it very convincing. I think that's what most people mean when they say overwhelming evidence. So I have a brief opening statement. On September 10th, 2025, Charlie Kirk was murdered. Many of you already know a lot about the events which occurred after Kirk's death. You remember the ghoulish laughter, celebrations, and madness we saw from leftists all over, from TikTok invasions, debates, posts on social media, destruction of memorials, and things like this. Within weeks of Kirk's death, a cottage industry began to form, peddling various alternative theories on how he died. What special interest may have killed him, what nations were involved, and was our own government one of them? Because this was the first nationwide traumatic event in Gen Z's lifetime, the demand for answers was severe and palpable. The leading theory
That's an
from the
interesting
conspiracy
point.
verse is that Israel worked
Gen Z really-
with the United States government to murder Charlie Kirk.
They didn't really have to deal with
Within a day or
9/11.
two of Kirk's death, Ian Carroll claimed that Israel killed Charlie Kirk. And the conspiracy caught on like wildfire. This theory was built on one misleading piece of evidence. That in his final days, on or around September 8th, Charlie sent a text message reading, "Jewish donors play into all the stereotypes. I cannot and will not be bullied like this, leaving me no choice but to leave the pro-Israel cause." This was sent in the context of a platforming dispute regarding Tucker Carlson. From this scintilla of misleading information, it was speculated that Israel killed Charlie Kirk because he would have successfully opposed the Iranian war. Now, that's a fun theory, and who doesn't like a good, fun conspiracy theory? I like them. But there is no evidence that Israel actually killed Charlie Kirk. And if Candace has some, I'd like her to actually show it to me. I'm open to suggestions, but to date, there hasn't been any. There is, however, tons of evidence that a leftist killed Charlie Kirk, just as Charlie feared they would. I believe Charlie Kirk, and I have the receipts. No, I didn't have a dream where he came to me and told me that the left killed him. No, he didn't come to me in a dream and say, Candace Owens betrayed him. That never happened. In fact, I don't need dreams of any kind because I hold in my possession never before seen messages from Charlie Kirk to his security team on September 9th, 2025. I'm going to share the message with you today, which is the first time this information's ever been publicly revealed.
Oh, what?
On September 9th, Charlie's security team wrote to him, "Yes, law enforcement has been fully supportive and agreed to a security plan and posture. Tomorrow's event will be covered by both my team and the campus PD. If additional support is required, patrol units will be available.
Galactic.
I have 11 on site." Charlie responded with this. "Okay, great. Remind them that they are there for one person's security only, because I'm somewhat worried the left is trying to kill me." That was a message sent September 9th.
The day before.
Whatever could he have meant by that? Well, I think he meant exactly what he said, that he was worried the left was going to try to kill him. Now, we'll discuss this more later on in the debate, and maybe I have more never-before-seen evidence that exposes just how wrong and, in my opinion, idiotic many of these conspiracy theories have been. But that's what happens when you rely on what's called the evidence of the gaps. In other words, they don't have evidence, they seem to just make up evidence. And what did they make up? Well, in my opinion, kind of whatever lined the pockets. And I think it's ghoulish to profit off of the death of a good man. But we came here today to debate, and so let's get to it. The debate topic today is, 1, my belief that there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk, and 2, Candace's belief that there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson was a patsy and didn't kill Charlie Kirk. In sum, the audience is going to decide who has more evidence supporting their theory. My theory is that the state is correct that Tyler Robinson is the killer, at least based on evidence so far, and Candace's theory that Tyler Robinson is not the killer and he's a patsy set up by the feds. To be clear, this is not a question of reasonable doubt.
Pretty much.
If it was reasonable doubt, and that's all it was, and that's all Candace was proffering, I wouldn't even be here having the debate with her. It's fair to have doubts, as the trial has yet to occur, and the state hasn't even begun to try to prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt, but Candace makes a more forceful claim. She claims that there's more evidence that Tyler is not guilty of murder and was set up as a patsy than there is for the state's case, and I just think that that's absurd. And she will not be able to demonstrate that in any way. In fact, she has almost no real evidence at all of her theory, whereas my theory is supported by compelling witness testimony, physical evidence, multiple confessions, all of which are independently compelling, but which are even more convincing as each piece of evidence corroborates the others. You'll notice the term overwhelming was included in both theories. This is because Candace demanded I defend my use of that term, which I think is fair, in describing the evidence against Tyler Robinson. She, on the other hand, only wanted to defend her theory as merely viable. That is, until I showed her clips in which she said she believed the evidence of her theory, that Tyler Robinson's a patsy, was supported by overwhelming evidence. Only then did she agree to defend that position. Regardless, we're both defending the claim that there's overwhelming evidence on our side, so it's worth defining that term. When I say the evidence against Robinson's overwhelming, all I'm saying is that I mean that as of right now, I find it very convincing. I see almost no evidence at all, only speculation on verified claims and suggestions of things that could merely be hypothetically possible. Dreams, vibes, feelings, things like this. Almost done, by the way. I have no problem defending the state's case and welcome Candace bringing up any challenges she would like, but if I'm honest, the reason I was willing to pay the $300,000 for this debate was to finally have a chance for someone to demand Candace be held accountable for the unbelievable theories and claims she's been making. Candace's investigation is indistinguishable
at the very
from
least,
a leftist operation.
We need someone
she
to
couldn't be
at least
doing more
challenge
damage
it
to
to
the
her
right
face.
if she were trying. She uses her considerable platform to relentlessly attack one of the most influential conservative outreach organizations for young people. And she's making a mockery of the online right-wing commentary class. She's harming Republicans in an election year by dividing them. She's attacking the very organization Charlie spent his life building. And she's attacking the people he loved, including his wife. And it cost me $300,000. But today, I hope that she finally answers for some of that.
Oh, he's gotten $69,000 of that back
Candace?
so far.
Get it out of your system.
I did.
Oh,
Okay,
really?
great. Well, I'm not going to waste time with the preamble because I think I just want to get to the substance of the debate, and we'll just speak to the audience. I've obviously had an audience since
of course.
we've been covering this case. People know that there was a personal friendship between me and Charlie, and diminishing the pursuit of something that makes sense regarding what happened on September 10th. By throwing it to, this is just people who are conspiracy theorists. These are people who are just trying to generate clicks. I don't think that people should be satisfied by that. Don't think that people should be satisfied by that. I want people to remember that it's important to think. We've been lied to by the government a great many times over, just the last couple of years. If you just think of the things that we've learned about our government.
She's putting in the conspiracies
and
already.
I do want to say this. What's been the most disturbing element, I think, for everyone is that not only does the narrative not make any sense, which I'm going to demonstrate, I don't need to waste time with the preamble going through the points or trying to insult you or pretending that I've been running a podcast saying it's just dreams and vibes like I'm Miss Cleo. And that's the reason why it's taking so many influencers. It looks like $1 billion industry of influencers to dispute everything Candace says. It's not because I'm on my platform saying I had a dream last night. I don't think I think that diminishes you as an argument. Obviously, we have presented a lot of evidence. You just presented a text message and said, this is evidence. Well, that's how this entire thing began. You're talking about how Israel got into the conversation. It was because immediately after Charlie died, one of the first things we saw was this push to make us all think and remember how much he loved Israel. It's because the prime minister of Israel, who's fighting like a 27 front war, felt that he needed to come do a little mini tour and be strangely to state that I did not kill Charlie Kirk when nobody was having that thought that I can remember. Nobody was going, I wonder if Bibi Netanyahu killed Charlie Kirk.
The government do propaganda.
And then we had a round of influencers
happens.
who lied and said Charlie was not changing on Israel, that he wasn't having any disagreements regarding that topic, that the day he died, he just loved Israel so much. And I demonstrated via a text message, which you just mentioned, and you're now contextualizing and pretending it was just about Tucker Carlson, which is not true. It was a part of a broader shift that Charlie was having over the last, I would say, actually on your show, it began since October 7th, which is when I began asking myself more questions about Israel
so
as well.
far it's cordial
and so,
for now.
Yeah, when all of these things happen in the immediate aftermath, and then I drop a text message after everyone is denying that, Tucker Carlson then comes out and confirms the conversations that he had with Charlie. Megyn Kelly then comes out and confirms the private conversations that she had with Charlie. People then begin to ask a reasonable question, which is, why are we lying about this? If they were forthcoming with that,
and they had
said, hey, yeah, Charlie was starting to ask questions. I think after October 7th, it's reasonable that people are starting to re-examine our relationship with Israel. We wouldn't be here today. But it has been lie after lie after lie, debunk after debunk after debunk.
Yes,
I did share that I had a dream that Charlie was betrayed. It's not a dream anymore. It's a reality. I look at what the organization has become, the people that they are partnering with, the lies that they are telling, the extraordinary people that they're sending out to say that I hadn't speak to Charlie since 2018, and it begins to look like a conspiracy. And just as a historical fact, that entire term was created by the CIA to gaslight people after the assassination of JFK. So it's not exactly one that makes me nervous. Like calling somebody a conspiracy theorist is essentially saying that they demand further answers and they're not accepting the Fed slop. So I'm grateful that you came today. I don't need to, like I said, take cheap shots and
you didn't need the $300,000,
or your strategy. And I'm also grateful that you shared that you had that text message today, because everybody watching knows that I have been demanding not a debate, just an open conversation with Turning Point USA. They should be here. It shouldn't be you in that chair. It should be the person that took Charlie's place, maybe Erica Kirk, maybe Andrew Colbert. He's the spokesperson.
Wow.
And rather than doing that, they send us another influencer. So let's see how it goes.
Just out of curiosity, are you, between 0 to 100, what is the likelihood that you think Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk and killed him?
Based on the evidence right now, I don't know, I'd say 75, 85%.
Candace?
0%?
0%.
Wow.
I'm at 0.
So
with what we've seen in terms of the evidence, I'm at 0%.
So not only,
Zero?
that maybe somebody was behind him as a patsy
Open for the
influencing him.
debate.
You're not even
but
saying that he didn't even
she's
shoot Charlie
essentially
Kirk.
saying
Right.
right
If you said,
the
was he
get-go
involved that day?
she's
As
not
I have
gonna listen.
consistently said on my platform, I would say yes, he was. I don't know what role he played, but as the shooter, 0%.
Do you have any evidence for it?
For what? My percentage?
The fact that he didn't shoot and kill Charlie Kirk.
Yes, which I'm hoping we're going to get to all of the evidence that he feels that he has. I mean, I'm not even convinced that Charlie was shot from the rooftop on Losi that day, based on the evidence that has been.
Do you think he was shot?
I do not think that Charlie was shot from a 30-06 from Losi.
Yeah, but just shot at all.
I don't know. I think that a projectile hit Charlie, and I'm open to other people's presentations, but I have not seen any compelling evidence that Charlie was shot by a 30-06.
Can we see maybe if we're going to have an olive branch to each other, if maybe we can establish what we consider the facts of the case to be first?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So you're not sure if he was actually shot. You're open to alternative theories.
He was definitely hit with a projectile of some description. If we're talking about was he shot from a gun, a 30-06, I would say definitively no.
Okay.
It defies common sense to think that he had a Superman neck, and even if he did have a Superman neck, which has been demonstrated, I think actually recently a YouTuber actually set up Valhalla steel cages and shot it, and it went through. So under no circumstance will I.
So at least not a 30-06.
Definitively not. A 30-06 from Losi, 150 feet. No.
But you're not necessarily closing off the avenue that he could have been shot at all?
With maybe a smaller
Caliber? Okay. And then there's some things that I'm going to make concessions on that I do think we need more answers on, and I'm fine with that. And we can get to those things as well. The other thing is in the timeline. One of the things that we dispute, I think, on the timeline is that you think that Robinson drove hours away to a steakhouse in the timeline. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And what's the compelling evidence that you think you have there?
I spoke to the owner of the restaurant, and I have seen the receipt. I know the conversation that I had, and I think it's enough that it will be presented. Obviously, if this goes to trial, but yes, I do believe that he was in Panguitch, which is near his grandparents' home.
Did he give you an unedited copy of that receipt?
I have seen an unedited copy of that receipt. It was not given to me from the owner. But I want to, before we get into all the timeline stuff, I want to address what you think is evidence so we can keep this on par with what your claim is.
Well, I think that that's a piece of evidence that's in dispute. And that's why I'm.
Yeah, but we're trying to get to whether there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson did this.
Yeah,
so whether then starting
if you want to use the first part of that for the internal critique,
we should go over the actual evidence that we feel.
The first reason that I think it's compelling evidence is that Tyler Robinson's rifle was found near the crime scene. So I would consider that to be very good evidence. And also the fact of the matter is that I dispute this claim that a 30-06 could not have made this wound. I think that that's absurd. 150 grain Remington core lock absolutely could shatter when it hits the neck of any human being. When you say that there's some steel neck and it's a smaller caliber, you have to make a counter explanation. Why wouldn't a smaller caliber also go through bone?
It could. I didn't say it can't.
Right, exactly. So if that's the case, then ammunition is going to be the critical key here. And if we have frangible ammunition, which we do in this case, a flex tip round, well, I'm sorry, not a flex tip, a soft point round from a 150 grain Remington core lock, that's just a small jacket that goes around the actual lead piece. This thing could have split apart in air for all we know. But definitely upon impact, and we have the medical examiner who confirms this in a summary, and my team can bring that up, the summarization, which means he would have to be a part of some kind of conspiracy as well.
Okay, so just to start with your point about saying that the gun was found near him, near Losi Center, or I guess off in the woods. That gun, did you watch the testimony? Did you watch the preliminary hearing?
Yeah, we covered it live. Yeah.
Okay, so forgetting what the summary of the medical report was, did you watch the testimony that was given by the Caitlin Oliver, the ATF woman, Samantha Carner, any of those people who went into the science of?
Yes, I recall. You're talking about
the bullet analysis.
Yeah, when they went into the DNA.
Okay, so that's kind of the most relevant part.
Okay.
I'm not denying, I've never denied on my platform or anywhere else that a gun owned by Tyler Robinson was found near the crime scene. Right. That doesn't remove if you think somebody's set up as a patsy, you could take a gun out of this room right now, and you could walk out and plant it in the woods near a crime scene. That's not convincing evidence to me.
I concur with the fact that that's a possibility.
So you I think have said on a platform that you were a gunsmith.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and for how many years?
Many years.
For many years. Mm-hmm. You also said that you were an Army sniper.
I wasn't a sniper in the Army.
Okay.
And I never said that.
Sorry, your wife tweeted that you were an Army sniper.
Yeah, I don't know. Like 15 years ago, she said something.
Does it change 15 years later?
She said that it was colloquial. So
Army sniper is a colloquial term?
Yeah, I was never an Army sniper.
Okay. What did you do in the Army? Did you teach this? Then I corrected it and said you taught rifles in the Army?
No, I didn't teach rifle. No, I taught rifles as a private citizen.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. And I was an NRA instructor for many years alongside my gun shop.
As with your expertise, when she gave testimony on the stand, Samantha Carner, that there was dust and there was debris that was found in the gun barrel.
Yep.
And then when we had the person who, and this was, I believe, Caitlin Oliver, who explained painfully about the DNA, the prints.
Well, let's start with a point at a time.
I'm not done. You said something, so I'm going to finish my thought, right?
You don't want to do a point at a time?
No, well, sure. If you want to respond to, but I want you to respond to 2 points. I want you to start with 2 points.
Okay.
Dust and debris in the gun barrel.
Yeah.
Secondly, the fact that there were 5 sets of prints, 5+ actually by the end of the testimony, 5 sets of prints for which we already had the woman who worked for the FBI forensics testify that above 2 prints, if you're taking a sample, it's no longer a science, right? She testified that when they took the sample of what was on the trigger, they saw 5+ prints. And among those 5+ prints, Tyler Robinson's was the most degraded. Mm-hmm. So I would like you to explain how Tyler Robinson's prints could be the most degraded when she said, actually, you could have DNA on something that you've touched. You could have DNA on something that you've never touched. And to get DNA degradation, they've looked at pieces, items 20, 40 years on that don't have degradation. Yet Tyler Robinson's prints, amongst 5+ other prints, were the most degraded on that weapon.
Yeah. So let's get into all 3 of the claims. First, with debris. When it comes to debris, firing a rifle doesn't always blow the debris out of the barrel.
Okay. You think there could be debris and dust.
Yeah.
He just fired the weapon.
Sure.
Okay.
Not only that, he left it in a forest. Now, I don't know if you agree with me, but if you leave a rifle in a wooded area, it's also possible that debris could get in that way. But I'm not even sure that that's what the case is. I think it's far more likely that you fired the shot, it just didn't blow all the debris out, and it often doesn't. You'll find this if you take Grandpappy's dirty rifle and it's all dusty inside the bore and you go fire it, you'll often look down the bore and there's still dust.
Okay.
Happens all the time.
Okay, and the prints?
Yeah, so the prints, we don't know all of the details on just yet.
We do. It was excruciatingly long testimony on the prints.
We don't, because they haven't gone to trial, so we don't know on the print front. But Tyler Robinson's DNA was on there. You made the claim that Lance Twig's DNA was on there, and it was not.
Well, when she gave the testimony, hold on. First, let's go to your first point, because that's wrong. We can get a fact check on that. What do you mean we don't know until it goes to trial about the degraded prints? She testified, and this is the person who took the prints.
Yes, but the problem is that inside of this particular testimony, you agree with me that there's going to be much more of the DNA analysis in the trial, right?
But you also would agree that her fact is not going to change, that among the prints, his was the most degraded. So I'm asking you to address that. How could that be possible?
Let's give it, let's just grant this for a second as a possibility that his fingerprints were degraded.
It's not a possibility. It's a fact. The person who took it.
I'm just granting it for the sake of argument.
You should grant it because it's a fact that she presented.
So now it's granted. So what?
What do you mean, so what?
Yeah, so what? What does that prove?
It proves that if his prints were the most degraded amongst 5 of them, you're going to have to explain how that's possible if he's the one that recently fired the weapon.
Yeah, so wait a second. You're saying that it's an impossibility that if his fingerprints are the most degraded,
I'm telling you to explain it. You're the gunsmith.
Well,
so
wait a
explain
second.
it.
How would a gunsmith give an analysis on fingerprints or DNA? Do you think that I work in a DNA laboratory
so
with
your
fingerprints?
answer is I don't know. You can just say you don't know.
But
you
I
don't
did.
have to.
But I did.
No, you said so what?
Yeah,
So say, I don't know. I actually don't have an explanation for that,
prove,
Candace.
Though, is my question.
Well, I think that what it would prove is that it is a more viable theory that people who had stronger prints on the gun may have used it more recently.
Did they say who else had fingerprints on the gun?
They named Matt Robinson explicitly.
Okay.
And
But
then
didn't she say that she didn't believe that he was shot by the gun?
Where
So
she
why
was
is she
speaking
even
about
defending
how
the
they got
fingerprint thing?
samples of elimination samples from the home of Amber Robinson, Matt Robinson, and Lance Twiggs. Those were the three names they named.
So are you saying that Twiggs?
Would you like me to finish my statement?
I just want to make sure I'm clarifying.
I'm trying to finish the answer, but it can't be clarified until the answer comes out of my mouth.
Okay,
so
go ahead.
This was a portion of her testimony where she was explaining how they got elimination samples from the home. And she named Matt Robinson, Amber Robinson, and Lance Twiggs as the elimination samples that she was using. And so she explicitly said, some of them, so we can assume 2 out of the 3, were their prints were found on the gun. She explicitly named Matt Robinson as someone who had prints on the gun, and then said there were 5 people that they had taken that sample from. And again, what's also relevant here is the earlier testimony, which came from the FBI forensics analyst, I believe it was on day 2, where she said that when you're using those mixtures and those samples and you get up to 5+, it's really hard to make any sort of a determination. So both of those things are relevant. If you can't explain why his prints are the most degraded and you're saying he is the shooter, it's not really a so what. It's an open-ended question that people have a right to pursue. It's not a conspiracy. It's actually proof of my claim that there is evidence that he was set up as a patsy.
That wouldn't prove anything about him being a patsy.
It said it's evidence to support the claim that he could have been set up as a patsy.
So this is why I said earlier, so what? Because even if it's the case that this doesn't have an explanation for it yet, that doesn't actually give you any evidence in your corner for Tyler Robinson being a patsy.
Okay,
hang on. I didn't cut you off, right? You would need to actually explain how this would demonstrate Tyler Robinson. This is tied into Robinson being a patsy. Are you claiming that these fingerprints were Lance Twiggs or that he had any DNA there?
I'm saying that it could be Matt Robinson. It could be Amber Robinson. That sort of information is going to come out during the trial.
How would that tie into the idea that he's a patsy?
Yes, because if his is the most degraded prints and the information that I shared on my platform is true, that this gun was given to Tyler Robinson as an heirloom. I had conversation with members of the Robinson family, Twiggs family, both of them. You know, like I said, we're not just dreaming. And if we're having those conversations and they told me that that gun was only given to Tyler Robinson because it was a family heirloom. Okay, so it was his grandfather's gun or great-grandfather's gun. I don't remember the difference. I don't remember which one it was. And so he got it because he's the firstborn. So, but he's not much of a shooter, is what I was told. And so he has this because he inherited it, essentially. So if I get something from my grandpa and I put it up on the shelf and I own this, you can see that could be.
How do we get to the patsy part?
You don't let me ever get to the end of the sentence. So how could we get to the patsy part if I can't get to the end of the sentence?
I'll wait patiently till we get to
so
the patsy
that could be a
part.
reasonable explanation as to why there was dust in the barrel, because he doesn't often shoot this weapon and he is indeed a fisher. And it could also be a reasonable explanation for why we have Matt Robinson's prints on this.
Scout?
Obviously, Lance Twiggs, even if he has prints on things, they live together. That doesn't really mean anything. But that could demonstrate that somebody took his weapon and put it somewhere. His prints are the most degraded. Somebody else's prints, there's more presence of somebody else's prints, and that could demonstrate that somebody is taking items from his house and putting it into various places.
But it also could demonstrate nothing. So the problem that you have here is that this is pure conjecture.
No,
this is not evidence that Tyler Robinson is a patsy. It's only evidence that you have conjectured up that, if it's the case that these are the more degraded prints, then therefore that means must be patsy because dad's fingerprints on gun.
I didn't say must be patsy.
Describe how this actually links in to Robinson being a patsy.
Okay, I just described that for you, so I can explain it to you, but I can't understand it for you, so I'm going to move on from that. But to just go back to your point about this is not evidence,
once challenged.
You can't make that claim because the entire basis for why you think that there's evidence for Tyler Robinson being the person that took the shot is based off of a hearing under Utah 1102 rules, meaning that they are doing the exact same thing that I am doing. This is the state. You said you're here to represent the state. Well, did you watch the preliminary hearing?
I didn't say I was here to represent the state.
The state's position position you think is strong and convincing.
What
okay?
I'm here to do is represent my own opinion,
You
which
said
is
in
that
your opening statement,
based on the evidence presented so far by the state
has
that I find it
presented
convincing.
evidence under Utah's 1102 rule.
But this doesn't demonstrate any patsy
No, that's very
behavior.
important because that rule is hearsay. So you can't say at the same time,
Great.
Candace, you're not allowed to. And what that means under the Utah rule, which I'm sure you know, because I'm sure you watched the preliminary hearing and yourself understand what that means, is that the entire hearing was hearsay. It means none of that information that was presented is going to be allowed. The majority of it, the overwhelming majority of it is not going to be allowed at the trial. They're allowed to present when it's just a probative hearing.
I don't think all the evidence that was put in was hearsay.
Okay, you didn't watch this case.
But not only that, no.
This is a huge point. This is
hey,
crazy
we
that you
can
don't
call
know
for
this.
a fact check if
Yes,
all the evidence
we need
was
more than a
put
fact
in.
check. This was every single
The
day.
team is
Utah
saying
rule
They
1102.
want to go there. So they said there's a medical examiner's explanation of the shooting that's in the back. Rob, if you want to pull it up, and then Candace, if anybody from your team wants to pull something up, no problem as well, but they're requesting it. If you guys got it, pull it up so we can show it. And in the interim, is that it?
Yeah. So I'll read this.
Just what are we looking at, just so we know?
Yeah, so this says the bullet, or at least part of it, sequentially perforated the interior left of Mr. Kirk's neck, strap muscles of the left side of the neck. This is a summary, by the way. Left common cartoid on the left internal external jugular veins. The bullet also obliterated the left side C27 vertebrae, transacted the cervical spinal cord. Medical examiner observed a significant portion of Kirk's cervical spinal cord was traumatically absent. Mr. Kirk suffered from other severe injuries, including bilateral, apical, and posterior intercostal hemorrhages, pulmonary, apical hemorrhages, multiple disruptions to the thyroid, et cetera, et cetera. So the summary of the examination is that he was shot.
Okay.
That was what they were pulling that up for.
Okay, and I'm not disputing that he could have been hit with
even
a
says right
projectile.
there, when the bullet
We're
struck.
not disputing that, so I don't know why this was brought up as a fact check. Could you bring up 1102 Utah rule? Because this is an unbelievable point that you're making by saying that I am not allowed to infer off of evidence.
You can infer. I'm trying to follow the inference.
But your entire reason, like you asserted that you believe there's overwhelming evidence on the basis of what we saw in the preliminary hearing. The entire preliminary hearing was hearsay.
Yeah, I'm fine with your inferences.
But no, you just literally said I couldn't do that. Yes, I can.
No, I didn't. I'm just saying from your inference, how do we get to Patsy?
This is how you got to Shooter. The Tyler Robinson did it.
No,
the same way that
I
you
didn't
got to
get
Tyler
to just
Robinson.
Shooter from that.
Yes, you did. You again, this is something important, so we should pull up a fact check about what the 1102 Utah, and under their constitution, for the sake of a preliminary hearing, they do not have to have hard evidence. They don't have to put people on the trial, swear them in. But that's why the entire hearing was basically hearsay. Officer Bagley was
not
saying.
all of it, like I said.
The
more evidence
overwhelming majority. I mean,
dispute.
outside of the one that you don't want to give. Please don't cut me off. Outside of that is what's in dispute. It means that your entire brand of saying you don't have evidence falls apart when the entire preliminary hearing is based off of hearsay. In fact, Lance's testimony before they had about an hour debate, actually maybe it was more than an hour debate before he sat, and they said this is not going to be allowed. You wouldn't even be allowed to do this. We'd be able to cross-examine him. The questions that they're asking Lance are all leading. And what did he say? Well, I'm the magistrate under Utah Constitution, 1102. It is my job to allow all of this so we can see if the state has enough here that we can then move to a trial, which will then, they would not allow this stuff. They would say we get to cross-examine Lance. Lance just can't willy-nilly say.
I'm not disputing.
But the entire substance of your argument is that people can't infer off of evidence. That's what you're saying to me. When you say, Candace, you can't talk about the degraded prince, which is a fact.
Yeah, I'm not
saying
saying
that. And then infer off of that
Didn't say that
Tyler could have been a patsy.
You're just literally making stuff up. So here's what the position is. I'm asking this.
I'm saying that I think you. Let's pull that up. Let's pull that up. I am doing exactly what the state did. I am looking at a piece of evidence, and I am saying.
But you're not showing me how you get there.
Can you describe to the audience what Rule 1102
means? So this, just so everybody who's watching this at home understands what I'm saying, even if he doesn't. What Andrew is arguing is that I don't have the right to extrapolate from a fact like
just making it up, just purely making it up. I'm asking based on
Andrew.
Based on
can
your
I show my evidence? You just showed yours. Reliable hearsay.
You'll get a chance.
Reliable hearsay in criminal preliminary examinations. The entire preliminary hearing that you just saw was on the basis of reliable hearsay. And what that means essentially is the people who are making the statements can just say, Patrick told me that he did this on Monday. Patrick's not here.
What does this have to do with the fingerprints?
They can allow that into the hearing. That's just because it's
Scientific
just
laboratory
meant to be
forensic reports
probative.
and records.
And so it's the state
Medical
saying,
and autopsy
here's what
reports.
we
Oh,
have
okay.
inferred. So you are allowed to take a piece of evidence, and then you are allowed to infer off of that evidence. Okay. Case in point, that's a demonstration that's a demonstration of what I just did. I said the prints were the most degraded off of Tyler Robinson. And from that, what I am inferring is that it's plausible that Tyler Robinson was set up.
That doesn't, that's the point in contention.
That's not a point in contention. That's
the point in contention.
It's not a point in contention.
Oh my God, let him talk,
the point in
Candace.
contention.
It's not the point in contention. I'm telling you, that was what the entire hearing allowed for. So the evidence that he is describing,
we're asking you
that
now.
he is using to argue his case is all based on inference, not fact.
Great.
Inference, not fact. So what they are inferring off of the facts.
So again, we're going to take this, and I'm just going to even grant it because it's irrelevant. I'm asking how you get to the inference that even if you dispute that piece of evidence, that means Patsy. I'm looking for the logical chain for how you get to that inference.
What I am telling you is it's the exact same way that when you tweeted, I think that this evidence is overwhelming. When they say that looks like Tyler Robinson's car, he drives a similar car, okay? They are inferring that that's Tyler Robinson.
Can you walk me through the inference?
Wait, what?
So that I understand.
It's not a fact.
It looks like
it's
Tyler
not a fact.
Robinson's
When you
car.
show a blurry image, which you kept citing that we have
I'm
images.
talking about your inference that the fingerprints, even if they're degraded, equals Patsy. How do you get that inference?
I didn't say it equals Patsy. I think it is enough evidence that it should be explored, which is exactly what this preliminary was in the inverse.
That's not in dispute. What's in dispute is when you said, I'm using this as evidence that he could have been a Patsy. I'm asking, how do you get the inference to Patsy from that?
Because what I am saying is that it shows that somebody else had more DNA presence on that gun than Tyler Robinson did. So it is plausible, which is all they're doing. They're presenting plausibility based off of the facts, okay? It is plausible that somebody just took his gun and put it there. That's it.
Is there equally...
that's how it works.
And is there equally 100 other plausible explanations?
I think that's the reason why most people are exploring when things don't make sense.
Got it.
So yes, at the beginning of that, this is how the court process works.
So
just so we're clear,
if there's 100 other
evidence
plausible
and they're
explanations, then Candace, why is it that we should go with this idea that it was a Patsy?
I'm not saying that we should go with the idea that it was a Patsy. I am saying that there is.
I thought that was the whole defense, your whole claim today.
My whole claim was that there is more evidence that he is set up as a Patsy.
How does that equal evidence of Patsy?
I don't know how many times I can say this. Like I'm saying that I am using the exact same mechanism that you are accepting for some reason in the Utah courtroom.
Yeah.
Right. To say, I'm going to look at the evidence and I'm going to infer an alternative theory. So you just saw the states and you're accepting it. And they have not presented any concrete facts.
That was his point.
You listed on your own Twitter that what you found to be convincing was
why are you so focused
something
on
that
this
looked
one?
like his car pulled into the driveway, a blurry image.
No, I didn't.
The standard white guy coming up the steps that could literally be anyone.
This never happened.
Can we get a fact check on that? Can we pull up his tweet where he goes over the four?
He didn't say that. Me.
When you actually didn't say it's what convinced me, but you said this is the evidence that you found to be overwhelming, and you named, I believe, actually 5 things. I think you said it was his car. You said it was.
Well, there's multitudes of things that I find.
You just
to
said
be
you didn't say
evidence.
it, so we're going to get a fact check on that. You did.
Go ahead.
You said the blurry images coming up the steps.
Andrew
Quite
is
literally,
being
when
so
Officer
patient
Bagley
right now.
testified, they talk about when I'm talking about making inference. This is the most I thought was the most absurd testimony I've ever heard. And pardon me, it was actually David Hull.
See, that's the thing.
They asked him a question. How did you know the guy in the maroon shirt?
I don't think anyone would have minded
was the
if
same
she
as the guy that came up the stairs later that was
so
wearing the American flag black shirt. And he said, they're wearing the same shoes.
Why is that absurd?
That's how you decided these two are the same people. Oh, wow, what a scientific. They're both wearing Converses. Okay. That's an absurd thing to say. That is not evidence that these are the same people if we're both wearing Converses. That was what he said. That's what flew on the stand.
But I still don't understand how that would be absurd. If somebody,
it's an absurd thing.
For instance,
and
if
an
somebody were to
identifying
change their
mark
clothes,
that can lead to evidence to a shooter. Like what?
To try to track that person. If
the
they were changing
idea
their
that on a
clothes.
college campus, 2 people wearing this totally different outfits, but both wearing Converses can't happen is such an absurdity that I don't even need to argue
Not
that.
a lot
I'm just
of
going to
people
let
wear
people
Converses nowadays.
Just concede that point. Obviously, it's an absurd thing to say.
I'm not
I know
sure,
these are the same people because they're both wearing Converse.
Yeah, I'm not sure if in context that's what happened. But even if
you can get a fact check on it.
But even if it is, again,
and it was
if
Hull.
we're utilizing inferences, whenever we're dealing with logic and we're dealing with making a logical inference, We're going to take the entire collaboration of evidence, and then we're going to make inferences from that. You would do that with any type of logical proposition. Otherwise, you could never have a true or false claim.
But you just told me I couldn't.
So
do
when
that.
I never,
That's not what he said.
You're just making stuff up. So anyway, when we're talking about logical inferences, what I'm looking for is the logical inferences that you have that Tyler Robinson's a patsy based on the totality of evidence that you have.
We can keep going through your other evidence, but we should find his tweet where he lists the reasons that he was
She's either
convinced.
not understanding or
I think that's fine.
She doesn't like being challenged.
Do you remember how long ago that was?
The tweet of the 5. Did you delete it or no?
No,
Did
I
you
don't
delete
delete
tweets?
tweets.
Okay, cool. I just look for. He said
Unless I
it was his
misspell.
car. It was his. It was the car, and it was definitely the staircase photos, and it was when the trial was going on.
Okay, she has it. Perfect. If you got Skylar has it. If you want to pull it up so we can see it.
Somebody said, so give me the clear evidence right here. I want you to provide it right here. All I heard from the investigator was, we believe this to be Tyler Robinson. Is belief something you go as a fact? You wrote the car pulling in. That's a totally blurry image. Robinson getting out of it. You have no idea if that's Tyler Robinson. The fact that he is seen 4 other times on camera, the fact being just a standard white boy with brown hair was seen walking up staircase. The DNA on the roof, we should discuss that. And on the screwdriver that he left behind, it's overwhelming, man.
Yeah, but that's not an exhaustive list.
Well, just so we're clear, you did tweet it.
But it's not an exhaustive.
Yeah,
well,
but just
you
5
said
seconds ago, you should concede.
You said I only said this one thing and said that was overwhelming, actually.
That's not what I said.
It is. You could even
Patrick,
pull your
did
own
I
clip.
say that?
Can you fact check if that was said or not? I did not hear her say
So the
this.
thing that's funny here is like we still aren't getting to any of these inferences. So
Why are you pivoting?
So
but just say you were wrong. It's cool to just say I was wrong. I can say it.
I'm not wrong. So back to the tweet aspect here. It was really funny. That's not an exhaustive list of why I find it.
I didn't say it was exhaustive. I just said you said it.
And on top of no, you didn't. You said that I only said this one thing. And then said, based on that, it's over. Well, I didn't. You didn't mention that I mentioned the screwdriver, DNA, all of these other things. You never mentioned any of that. So, no, you're actually incorrect there. But on top of that, moving over to the actual evidence itself.
Are you
Yes, I'm okay. Anyway, back to the
I
evidence
wasn't asking if you're
itself.
okay.
Yes, I'm
Actually, I'm
fine.
glad you're saying that you're
Okay.
okay. I wasn't worried about your health. I'm just saying
back to
that I
this.
just said you tweeted this. You said, no, I didn't. We got a fact check. And now you're like just going to gaslight me and pretend that I
There's
said
no gaslighting.
It wasn't exhaustive. I never said that. I just said you did say this.
Zero gaslighting.
I didn't say you couldn't have said more, but I would like to address what you said in that
this is your time.
tweet.
If this is how you want to spend it interrogating my position, you can do it that way.
I'm just addressing what you asserted on your Twitter was like the hard evidence that convinced you was overwhelming. That's literally your debate
That's not what
claim.
you said. That's not actually, in fact, what happened in that exchange. I was here for it.
So what's your position here?
Yeah, so my position is that based on all of the evidence, which is
I think PBD is going to have to get more
all the
involved.
evidence, to my knowledge, that I am actually not seeing anything that's compelling as an alternative theory. I'm not seeing anything which is convincing me of something otherwise than what the state is presenting as evidence. That's my position. If
Okay.
that's what you're asking me.
Yeah, pretty much.
So just going back to what you did actually tweet, is it fair for me to ask questions about that? That's
Is that the
evidence.
only tweet you're going to ask me about?
Well, we're addressing your claim that the evidence is overwhelming, and this is a tweet where you listed what you felt was overwhelming. I think that's fair,
but not
right? I feel like
sure,
that's fair,
but not exhaustive. Just so you know.
And I never said it was
Okay.
exhaustive,
Go
even though
ahead.
you said I did.
Sure, whatever you want.
But yeah, so going back to that, all of that, as you say to me,
Andrew being
Candace,
Andrew.
why are you addressing and making inferences off of the testimony?
No, I never asked you why. You're making inferences. I asked you how, with the inference you made, you got to the conclusion.
Okay, so I would like to know how you got to the conclusion, and I'm just going to throw it right back at you because for some reason
fair.
you permit yourself to do it, and that's what I'm demonstrating is that you permit yourself to do it, and then you say when I do it, it's a conspiracy, right?
No.
How are you able to infer off of blurry staircase images that is Tyler Robinson?
Yeah, so in that particular case, what you do is you take that evidence, you combine it with other evidence. So it's not just that Tyler Robinson is seen in the staircase.
Why are you calling him Tyler Robinson in the staircase? That's what I want to get to.
Yeah, because, we'll just use this. If you don't agree that that's Tyler Robinson, then you would just have to humor me. I think it is, so I'm using the name.
But why do you think it is? Because you make everybody, you
that's
call them
literally
conspiracy
what I'm trying
theorists.
to explain to you.
Okay.
So if you're asking for my inference why I think it's Tyler Robinson is because Tyler Robinson said in his text messages, you'll be able to see me on security footage at the campus. Said it in his own messages. On top of that, twigs, yes, you can pull them up if you want to fact check that. He did say. On
yeah,
top
I would.
of
I'm
that,
sorry. I actually think I really did miss that. I'm not saying you're wrong. I don't remember him saying you're going to see me in.
I'm paraphrasing,
Can
but
we
it was
pull that
close
up?
to
Yeah,
it.
I don't. I
it,
think
if
that's
by the
not
way,
right.
See, that's the thing. It's like
Twigs
you have text
himself
messages,
said
you
that he
have
had
several
some-
different
that he had some,
camera angles. I mean, it can be blurry, but you can also make an
maybe a
inference
tiny
on
bit
thing
of
and
doubt,
follow
but it
the
sure
evidence
looked
to
like
another.
Tyler Robinson inside of this various surveillance footage that he saw.
So Lance, sorry.
Hang
Go
on.
ahead. You're right.
So there's multiple reasons why it is that I believe that that's Tyler Robinson, not just because of blurry footage.
Did you have a dream? Just kidding.
No, it's because I combined multitudes of evidences.
Okay, so let's address those multitude of evidences. The first one we're working on a fact check on because I do not ever remember him tweeting. That's me in the stair. I mean, or
He didn't tweet
texting.
it.
Texting that's me in the staircase. I think that I
didn't say that. I said I literally didn't. What I said is that he texted over, "You'll be able to see me in footage at UVU," and I'm paraphrasing, but that's what he said.
Yeah, could we get a fact check on that?
You
The
can
second
find it.
thing you said was Lance's testimony, and actually what Lance says is, I'm not 100%.
I agree.
But in terms of what he wears, again, pointing out the absurdity, he wears Converses. He wears sneakers. If his boyfriend is not 100%, I'd like to understand why Andrew Wilson is overwhelmed by it. That's what I'm trying to get to. And lastly, I would like to remind you that Lance's statement would not be permitted. This was a huge part of the preliminary hearing, that they were leading. All the questions that were asked of him were leading, so they would be struck down at the actual trial. And also, I would like to remind you that he got use immunity for that. Use immunity.
I understand.
Which means like
That happens, by the way, all the time in these cases.
and I'm wondering why it particularly happened for Lance and this testimony. And I would also like to point out that something that's remarkable about this, again, leaning to my perspective, that Lance has a lot more, which I have said many times, Lance has a lot more involvement than the feds are letting us know. I think more is going to come out
that either.
because they interviewed him on September 11th. And then for whatever reason, just ahead of what was supposed to be slated as the preliminary hearing, which was initially supposed to be in May, they bring him back to do this interview, which in my opinion should have never been allowed. And I actually agree with the defense that it's a violation of his constitutional rights not to allow them to have cross-examined him. But I understand Utah 1102, do what you do. It's all hearsay. But to allow it in that way for him to just be able to also have use immunity, knowing that he's not going to get in trouble. He could literally get up there and lie about anything, and he's not going to get in trouble because the use immunity was given to him in April, I believe. April 28th is when they gave that testimony to the defense. I think they shot it in like April 20th of 2026. That is not compelling to me for somebody who has use immunity to give a testimony and to say, I'm not really sure, but definitely like he wears jeans and stuff.
That's not what he said.
He did. Actually, you can get a fact check on that.
Yeah, that's
Skyler,
not,
I think
he
you
said
pulled
much
it up
more
if you
than
want
that.
to. So a couple things we have. We have Rule 801, Tyler's messages, that says it's not hearsay. But first, go to what Candace is asking about Skyler. I think you have it. You just text me if you want to pull it up. You said you have the text. If we can put that up on the screen. Thank you.
It was me. Look at the pictures from the surveillance footage. It was me. Okay. I literally said to you, it's not an oof. I said I didn't remember this, and I'm happy to have a fact check on that. Okay. I didn't call for the fact check saying you're wrong. I literally said I don't remember that from the
Well,
text
I'm just
messages.
saying to you, like,
Okay.
I'm trying to be concise for you.
And then also bring the 801 that you just said. What was the other one?
Yep, the 801. Tyler messages saying it's not hearsay, if you have that as well. There you go.
Wait, what are we saying is not hearsay? I thought
Statements
you said
that
the
are not
messages.
hearsay. A statement that meets the following conditions is not hearsay.
It was hearsay. They said it in the trial.
Hang on.
Okay.
Okay. Is consistent with the declarant's testimony and the declarant denies having made the statement or has forgotten, or is consistent with the declarant's testimony and is offered to rebut the express implied charge that the declarant recently fabricated or acted in recent improper influence or motive in testifying. So then, wouldn't that mean that a bunch of this wasn't hearsay?
So the issue with his
I just want to make sure.
Yeah.
Would that mean that a bunch of this wasn't hearsay?
So the opposing party, which down the line, like I said, they talked about this for about an hour and a half, and they discussed how if Lance was in court and he was giving his first party, giving his testimony as the opposing party, whatever, all of this would be fine. They had an issue with how the questions were being asked and that they were not allowed to cross-examine him. So that is why his video testimony would not be accepted in the main trial. And what I said to you is this entire preliminary hearing is under Utah's 1102. So they are allowed to just use hearsay. And
no,
so the
you didn't
judge,
say
when
that.
he
You said most of it was hearsay, actually.
Yeah,
the
it
overwhelming
was.
majority.
Well, I mean, I'm leaning now into my opinion that some scientific aspects, which they kept asserting, like the federal rule 403 or 402, some of those parts were quite
Sounds
scientific.
like you're backtracking quite a bit.
No, I'm not backtracking at all. What do you feel like let me help you. Where do you feel like I'm backtracking? It literally was done under Utah's 1102.
Yeah, nobody disputed that.
Okay.
What the dispute was is whether or not most of it was overwhelmingly hearsay.
Yes,
is that the case?
it was. Yes,
Okay.
that's a fact. I'm not backtracking on that
And
at
what
all.
are the things?
How many times did you, if you watch the preliminary hearing, it's like they constantly, I'm 1102, 1102, 1102, 1102,
That's true.
1102. And the reason for that is because it's allowed. I'm not saying it's illegal. It's allowed at this stage, but I'm just reminding you that when you're going to sit across from someone and your claim is going to be, where is your hard evidence? This is what I heard and I agree with what I'm watching. You are watching the state put on a hearsay preliminary hearing.
Hearsay.
And all of those things are not going to be allowed, right? Even when they got into witness statements and things of that nature. There's a reason why they swear you in and they say, you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth. Did you, write this statement? So it's the overwhelming majority of what you saw was hearsay because other people were representing other people's statements. They were saying they had conversations. We don't know where it came from, all allowed at this stage. Okay. But it's hearsay. So
but even a lot of that stuff may not fall under hearsay under what we just read, right?
But the evidence that you're speaking about, like when you say that we're going off vibes, you don't know Tyler Robinson. Okay. His boyfriend is not 100% it was him.
Neither do you.
So I'm going back to your points that you made that this was overwhelming evidence for you. That doesn't make sense to me.
Well, overwhelming just means
you can't
convincing.
consider another option that there could have been another white guy wearing Converses on campus.
Yeah. Do you agree with me that I said that what overwhelming means to me is that it's just very convincing to me?
Yeah, and I find it to be completely unconvincing.
And that's fair. I understand that
I looked at those blurry photos that they presented and said, your statement on right now is that he's wearing Converses and he also that's just crazy.
But these aren't
to me.
the evidences that I find the most convincing.
Well, you said that in your Twitter.
That's not the only thing I've ever said on my Twitter about this case.
Right, but the question that was asked of you was pretty direct.
Yeah.
Right? What did you find to be...
this is not an exhaustive list of all the things
that I
find
Well, that's not what you said
convincing.
in the tweet. You can tweet longer, too. It's not like we're limited now to 240 characters anymore.
So anything that I tweet and all other tweets that I've ever made are now excluded because I used the word overwhelming in this one.
Well,
even though all of this information I've said so publicly over and over and over again is what informs my position for why I'm convinced on the case. That's bizarre to me.
I feel like this is Andrew versus Andrew. Somebody asked you a question. What are the points that you find to be the most overwhelming? And you answered.
You mean from that day, from that particular day of the hearing that I was responding to?
This is something you find to be more overwhelming? Let me ask you that question.
Yes,
okay.
that's what I was saying.
Okay, go ahead. Go on. What do you find to be more overwhelming?
Yeah.
Can we do this? Do we want to get into it, or do we want to do a quick ad break? Are you guys good to keep going, or
I'm fine to keep going, but we can also.
Would you like to take a quick break?
Doesn't matter to me either way.
If we're going into a different topic, that may be another 30 minutes, 40 minutes. I don't want to stop you guys in the middle of it.
Let's end it on what you find to be more overwhelming.
Yeah. So if for me, it's the confessions, the text messages. All of that is what I consider to be
what most,
from my opinion,
what most reasonable people believe.
Okay,
like,
we should discuss the text
their own
message
eyes.
confessions when we get back, if you'd like to.
Okay,
I think that's a good idea.
Okay,
folks, we're going to take a quick ad break. We will be back in 3.5 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, so it looks like they're all doing their own little ad breaks for themselves here, which I think is actually. Man, I wonder how many sponsorships came in for all of them. Are like, hey, we want to be in on this, and they're like, well, we're doing 3 different streams. They're like, we'll sponsor all of them. Oh man, because that was Candace Owens at the very beginning there. This is. Well, I think it's at the very beginning of this, like. Either way, I don't think that she's looked good through this entire thing. And, bored middle-aged housewives have been believing this nonsense for a while in regards to her. What I'm just glad that's happening in general is that we now have footage of her at least being confronted on this. And what's kind of upsetting about this entire debate, it's a good thing and a bad thing, is that because there's so much contention here that everyone has to get super technical on what's going on. like about who said what, who tweeted what, the evidence. And the thing is, they have to. And sometimes, I guess the issue is that sometimes it derails kind of what they're talking about. I feel like that Candace is getting technical to the point where it's, what's the word? She's focusing more so on things that he didn't say, but things that she's inferencing that he said. So we have to backtrack and, look through, oh, what did he actually say? What did Andrew say? It's like, okay, because he said overwhelming. Like, why are we debating the word overwhelming? So Andrew is just here like, come on. I forget who said it, but I think it was Spellbinder in the chat that said, oh man, Spellbinder, you said something really smart. Let's see here. Let's see. That's first. I forgot what you said. It was on the tip of my tongue. Oh, yeah. That she's kind of like a flat earther. It's like the earth is flat because I can't see the roundness or whatever you said of the earth. So therefore it's flat. Where she keeps going, well, you said overwhelming. So you're completely convinced because it's so. It's like, yeah, it's a general statement, Candace. Like, what are we doing? Overwhelming, like it's an overwhelming case that one can infer that he's saying, like, is overwhelming. It's over 50%, at least from what's being presented, that Tyler Robinson did this. Now, I will give her a little bit of Candace, pun unintended, that the fingerprint degradation thing, I'm interested in the trial and see how much they will get into that, because I don't know anything about fingerprint degradation. Like, does that mean the print degradation? Does that mean how much of the powder is able to show up on it? Is it the oils? Does it matter how hard someone was grabbing the gun? I have my own questions on that. But the thing is, either way, his fingerprints were on it. And I'm wondering if her idea of this is that if someone planted his fingerprints. That's what I'm wondering. If she's thinking that someone, just like in Mission Impossible, they get the tape, they put it over a person's finger, and then they put it on the scanner machine, and then the door opens. I'm wondering if that's what she's implying. I don't know if she's explicitly said that or not, but I do wonder if that's where her head's at. Well, yeah, but the thing is, she's not logically concluding anything. She's just saying it's possible. Well, anything's possible. Anything's possible. And I remember at the very beginning of this where she goes, yeah, the thing is, I've just wanted to have this conversation. Thank you for, revealing, this text message between Charlie and his security team. I just wanted to have a conversation. Well, the thing is, I think a lot of people would have had a conversation with you, except you jumped to the conspiracy theories. So why would anyone at Turning Point USA trust her with information where at least from their position, they feel like anything they do say in regards to the assassination of Charlie Kirk will just be twisted in the most ridiculous way possible. Like, even right now. Well, the thing is, he was wearing Converse. I'm like, yeah, like, it's how you identify people. Like, you look at their clothing. I mean, yes, could the cameras been better? Sure. We see it all the time nowadays. A lot of businesses haven't upgraded their camera system. Okay, cool. All right. There we are. He was wearing Converses, which you don't see a lot of people wearing nowadays. So I find that fairly unique just in general. Like, I think in high school and college, I think I was the only one wearing like old school yellow Converses from a show that I did. I just decided to keep them. Candace will blame Turning Point or Erica either way if they gave her evidence. Yeah, see that. Yeah, that's a lot of the problem with this is that, like, let's just say, hold on, let me think this out for a second. Let's just say that, no, I'm not going to go in that direction. I thought I had a logical argument, and then I realized that I didn't. Like, and I hate to put it this way, but it's what my experience has been, so I'm just going to drop that. Like, remember when Smash JT, where he was like really like whenever there was any updates to the Alyssa Mercante case, like he would be very open, very forthright in regards to, you know, the updates. But then every single time you give an update, like her team would take his words and it's like they frame it in a way that's like it's not what he said. They did the same thing with me. They did on information and belief. Nobody was being paid by Smash JT. No, never happened. Like, what? Why would you infer that? And I had to make an entire video, like, being like, you guys are dumbasses. Why would you do this? It's because they don't care. I mean, granted, it's their job, but in this case, to defend their client. But in this case, she's not a client of anything. I think
we're back.
Is either grifting or outright believes
just an
this.
FYI for those of you that are.
Also, my other point, and here's something that just as a human to Candace Owens, there's this part of me where I'm like, maybe she's just hurting. That's a possibility. Maybe she's just in pain from her friend, and she's still in a stage of grief that she hasn't been able to get over. The human, like looking at her as a human being. That's what I want to believe, but I honestly don't know.
Watching The Crucible, there's 30,000 concurrent there watching. Support Andrew Wilson. That's your fans of his. Click that subscribe button. It helps him grow his business. If you're watching Candace, I think there's 225 to 250,000 concurrent right now. We'd like to see that 300, 400,000 number on there. Click that button as well to subscribe and share it with your friends and family. And if you're watching it on PBD Podcast, do the same there as well. This allows us to have more conversations
Candace
like this. The mainstream
Owens.
media hates the fact that we're having these conversations right now. Just so you know, they want to control it. This is free for all. This is what's best for the audience. That's why we like freedom of speech.
It says there's 198,000 people watching on Candace Owens' channel.
Stuff in about 30 minutes.
Okay, that sounds fair. We're talking about my messages. I use basically three pillars for the totality of the evidence. Okay, so if you want to know exactly what those three pillars are, this is going to be the testimony with the text messages and the confessions. This is going to be the physical evidence, and this is going to be the totality of the summary of the case. Okay, so right now we're focusing on one of these pillars in my defense, which is fine. I understand that I have to defend my claims as well. So when we're talking about the messages themselves, they seem totally valid. I have no idea why they wouldn't be valid. And I have not heard any good explanation for why it is that these messages should even be questioned.
Probably not.
The defense hasn't
I think
questioned them, as
PBD
far
is
as
going to
I'm
have to
aware.
get a little bit more
Nobody
involved.
has actually questioned that these messages came from Robinson to date, except perhaps you and other people who are kind of in that camp. But why should I question these exactly? I'm not sure.
Okay, so first let's just go over legally what the point is of a probative hearing. The defense is not putting on, they're not there to say or to argue or to defend themselves at all. They have to address what is being presented by the state, okay? So they're not here to then say, let me give you an explanation for these text messages.
Agreed.
The relevant portion of what the defense did do was actually before we got to the preliminary hearing. I had mentioned that it was initially supposed to be scheduled for some time in May.
Very welcome.
They asked for an extension. That reading through those filings of why they were requesting an extension and why I actually believe their extension should have been granted, because they did not receive discovery on their text messages. That was one of the reasons. There were many reasons why they wanted to have an extension, but this was crucial, right? So forget just the general sense that these messages feel off. And yes, you are allowed to have an intuition. You are allowed to have a sense and just go, this is very weird. We're being told this kid had like above a 4.0, Tyler Robinson. He wanted to get away. I think the text messages almost run head to head with themselves. Like he wanted to get away with it. So he thought the best thing to do would be to text a full confession of what he did, down to what I didn't even remember, saying, yeah, and that's also me in the surveillance footage. It felt a little too on the nose. People have common sense. You just don't text message. But then we're also supposed to believe that he put a note under because and burn this and get rid of the evidence. But don't worry about that because I'm about to text you a full confession. That it felt off. It felt weird off the bat. The manner in which they were texting, we're told he's like a gamer who's using a Dremel to carve expressions.
Okay, I'll actually pause on this one just real quick. So Lloyd Christmas comes in and says she's a pathological liar and capitalizing on Charlie's death. She's made a massive amount of money doing it and criticizing Israel, but not any Muslim country or group. Well, the thing is, like, yes, she has made a massive amount of money on this. And the thing is, I'm not going to, delve on, because I hate when people, and I'm not accusing you of this, I hate when people go, well, she's a grifter because, she makes money, saying what she believes. That's a completely separate aspect. The question is, does she believe it? But if she doesn't, then that means she's a grifter. That's how I separate a grifter. If you actually believe what you say and you present evidence for that, to support your position, yeah, I don't think I don't know if necessarily she's a grifter in that sense. I think it's like a duopoly here, where she does believe it. But the thing is, remember, at the end of the day, that just like me, I'm a content creator. I look at the numbers all the time. So, and remember, I'm not defending her. I'm just kind of giving you a little bit of explanation of kind of what the mentality is of a content creator, where you're looking at the numbers all the time. And subconsciously, that can influence how you do your shows. Like, I have actually made some adjustments to my shows, not necessarily to my benefit. Well, and it's to my benefit in numbers, but I know that's slightly off kind of the principle I want to do, but it's also a timing issue. And then you say, Chris, I know she's made massive amount of money doing it and criticizing Israel, but not any Muslim country or group. Now, you have a really good point there. The thing is, you can make that argument between Palestine and Israel that both of them have fucked up to a certain degree. Now, I would say Palestine fucked up first. Like, what did you think Israel was going to do here? But also, I understand Israel's position of, well, they built, all their bases in hospitals and schools, so no matter what, we're going to look like the bad guy. Now, then that's a moral cop. That's a, how do you justify, bombing a hospital or, a school, while at the same time, your enemies are in that place. But also at the same time, it's war. And there's going to be casualties. It is a no-win situation regardless. And I think that there's a nuanced point in that, because you can feel bad for the citizens of Palestine and Israel and also understand that it's war. And it's a lot more nuanced conversation than I think people are presenting. Now, I lean more so on the side of Israel, more so, but that doesn't mean I don't understand Palestine's plight and what they're going through. I think their citizens are suffering, even though Israel's more so going for, the bad guys. It's a really, really complicated subject that we're not going to get into. But but the thing is that, I don't know, your chat there really kind of just got me. It hit me in a certain way, so I wanted to address it. Anyway, we'll continue.
Fascist, but then suddenly he's writing like
Also, as a
1,700
Helldivers
novelists.
player, he did actually get the 500K code correct.
Yeah, I'm not a gamer, so we'll say that if we start debating that, you'll be way over my head.
But yes,
but my point being is just that, just first, it's a general sense of why people had a reaction to these messages that seemed like they were written by Jane Austen rather than like a kid who games and writes catch.
But do you see how that's intuition?
That is, I just said that. I said just parking aside the intuition of just something feels wrong here, which you should follow.
That is intuition.
You should actually do that. If you say the COVID vaccine is running out, feels like it's coming out too fast, and there's too many celebrities telling me to do it, I'd like to take a pause. That's good. That is, you are allowed to do that. I believe in intuition.
But hang on. Let me
aside,
respond a little bit here because you've been going for a minute. Let me at least respond to a little bit of this. So the first thing is like when people bring up the COVID vaccine, not trusting the COVID vaccine en masse was the science. That wasn't just intuition. That was the science. There was tons of competing science. Now they tried to suppress it. That's true. But there was tons of competing science for why you shouldn't take a risky mRNA vaccine and mass and things like this.
Kept telling us was
now, when you're talking about intuition,
point,
though, when you say trust your intuition, I'm actually giving a different message. You actually should be very wary about trusting just your intuition. It is true that intuition can be useful, but it has to be tempered with logic, reason, explanatory power, and evidence, not just intuition.
That's why we're parking it aside. Intuition is the first step. Something feels off, right?
Yeah, that's what chat is here for. Like, if my intuition is wrong or I get a bad angle on something, you guys guys jump on my shit, dude, and I appreciate that. You're the ones who keep me honest.
Okay.
That was my first step with COVID. I don't like the way it's being pushed. It shouldn't require a celebrity campaign, by the way. Another element of that is why people don't feel good about the Charlie thing. Why do we have so many influencers saying things? It's over. Why are you guys all using the same adjective? Can you switch it up? I'm overwhelmed. Like, chill. Like, you could say, I found some parts compelling. I think they should go.
Like
I found some parts compelling. Maybe we should,
When has overwhelmed become a buzzword? Like, if you look at the Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard case, even before the trial and all the evidence that was coming up beforehand, it was pretty overwhelming. And people were still curious and leaning on the side of Johnny to a certain extent, but I'm pretty sure a lot of people would have accepted any evidence of Johnny being abusive.
See at the trial, that would be
Don't you think Fed slop's a buzzword for the counter industry?
But everyone on the same day of watching this trial, which was, I would say, not overwhelming at all. Nobody came in medium, right? No one came in like there were some interesting aspects. This was a little suspect, but I do think it's enough to go to trial. They all came in like they were passing away and we're going to die from being overwhelmed.
Well, they're trusting their intuition.
Okay, well, actually, in that scenario, we're looking at the preliminary hearing and have a reaction to it. It wasn't their intuition. But like I said, parking aside, just getting to the substance, parking that aside. Parking aside just your general intuition, sometimes might be text messages. Then we look at the filings, which came from the defense, and they were requesting an extension saying...
Well, the thing is, it's a common phrase, Spellbinder. You see it on TV all the time with lawyers on the news. Like, it's been a common phrase for the last, 30 years. The evidence is overwhelming. It is a common phrase. So the thing is, it's not that people are like, oh, we're going to use this word. It's just a common phrase. And I don't know why people are delving into it. Like, I don't know why she's delving into that. I think that she knows that her position isn't strong, so she has to attack other things.
We have gone to the prosecution and we have requested all of this stuff in discovery. Yes, you are saying that you took Lance's phone, okay, and that you collected his phone on September 11th and that you sent it off or whatever. You took a picture of the text messages and we are being given these text messages to review. Crucially, Kathy Nestor said, I have not even been given access to my client's phone during this hearing. She said, I haven't even given access to my client's phone. She can't tell you, as a part of the discovery request, it's not enough to say to me, Candace, I just got a text message from Candace, and I say, I didn't send that text message. Maybe that's what her client's saying. We don't know because we're not at the trial, right? Maybe he didn't send those messages. Could there be someone who logged into his Discord? Could there be someone who logged in to his Apple? George could be sending text messages right now. We are married. He has every login that I have. And remember, he's up for a death sentence. So if I'm able to sow reasonable doubt with common sense, he may come during the trial and when they actually have to address these points.
You can subpoena the cell phone provider. You can subpoena Discord. We know that from this Mass JT case. What are you talking about?
Say, I did not write those messages. I was here. Lance, my boyfriend, was logged into my phone, logged into my Apple ID and my iCloud sending messages. I know that we have the capability because my husband does it. He has the capability to send messages from my phone. It is not convincing to the public when, for whatever reason, the FBI combined with the SBI, it was not the prosecution's fault. They made that clear during that hearing, would not allow them that discovery request to be able to see where did that message come from. Because you're saying my client was here, right? I want to know if that message actually was generated from his iPhone when he was waiting to retrieve his, rifle, hoping that the pooch doesn't have a bad sniffer, like just weird messages. I want to make sure that, yes, it was actually him. He was holding his phone and his boyfriend didn't just log in to his computer when he was home. Lance was
Okay, that's actually a reasonable question. I'm interested to see what Andres has to say to that.
his boyfriend. That is a crucial fact here. That discovery was not met by the time we got to the preliminary hearing. So I
Please like and
remain
subscribe.
unconvinced by these text messages. Just as you feel convinced by them, I feel unconvinced by them.
Okay. So then the idea here is the reason that you don't think that these are valid text messages, and you don't, right?
It has not been proven that these messages are valid, and they don't sound valid to me. I don't think anyone, even if someone was selling like a, I don't know, pot on the corner, would be smarter than to write a full-fledged confession. He even writes, I thought I would get away with it, and I was hoping never to tell you until old age. And then we're being told that he wanted to commit suicide. And okay, but he just said he wanted to get away with it, but he's not smart enough to, I don't know, maybe not text. It's such a confession like we've never seen. I think this would be like the first time ever somebody has start to finish written an entire.
Thank you very much, Luke.
I'm in the surveillance footage, and I'm here, and I'm wearing
By the
my
way, I'm
Converse,
also not just
here,
doing shorts.
But it was a little ridiculous.
I also have a
It didn't
horizontal.
pass the
I'm on
test.
Kick,
You have
Twitch,
kids,
Rumble.
and you
I'm
love
on
them
all
more
of
than
them.
anything.
I do.
If it was the case that you thought that your kid was innocent, wouldn't you be out telling everybody and their brother that you thought that they were innocent? And also, wouldn't you maybe recant and say, hey, he didn't actually confess to me. He didn't actually, none of this happened the way that the state is presenting it. What would have prevented the parents from testifying?
Well, two things. I can answer that. And if you watch my show, I keep telling you it's not vibes. So right after the shooting happened, Lance Twiggs, the FBI put him into.
Well, wouldn't they be able to get location data? Like, see, the thing is, like, the defense has the right to ask the judge to subpoena the cell phone provider, Discord. Hell, you can subpoena Google for the location data. Like, I don't know. Like, I haven't watched a lot of the pre-trial stuff, so I don't know. But why isn't that question being asked?
A house, safe
Yeah,
house
same
to pay
here.
for.
Same
They
here.
went to the parents as well, to Matt Robinson and Amber, basically said, your life's at risk. There could be somebody who jumps up and wants to avenge Charlie Kirk. And, we're going to watch you. And they went into a federal safe house. What happened next is that they started thinking that the feds were maybe going to, maybe not as honest as they thought. And
how do you know any of that?
You gotta watch the show, right?
Yeah, no, how do you know that?
I had a source within the Robinson family.
You have a source, an anonymous source, of course. So there's no way for us to verify that what you're saying right now is actually even true, is
Find it to be reliable hearsay?
No, I don't find it to be reliable at all.
No, it's not
just a
reliable
source.
at all.
I'm just doing what the
What you're
prosecution
doing is
did.
a cool story.
It's not cool.
Because wait, hold on. If that is the case, then that means we should be able to see that that relative. I believe she said relative or person that knows Robinson. That they should be going to trial. And why isn't the defense contacting Candace Owens? Why isn't that person going to the defense and saying stuff like this? So there's just a lot of holes in this.
You must have hated watching the preliminary hearing.
You're giving us a cool story. You're saying that according to your sources, that the reason
absolutely.
that the parents haven't recanted any of this.
Recanted what? They have no statement from the parents.
Wait,
Yeah, I bet you could Patriot Act the shit out of me, Luke.
want to make sure that if it was the case, it was being reported in mainstream media.
No, she's
that
not
your
divorced.
father came to you and said, "Hey,
she's currently pregnant with like her 5th or 6th or 7th child right now with her husband."
Is this you? What's going on here? And then he and one of his buddies took you in where you turned yourself in. You wouldn't go out and be like, "No, that's not what happened."
That isn't what happened, though. You're just wrong on this.
Okay, maybe I'm paraphrasing. What am I wrong
So
on?
what is your? Sorry, just so I'm clear. Where is your evidence that the parents turned him in?
Well, no, I didn't say that.
You said the mainstream media.
I said with a sheriff friend.
Yes,
but the father did confront him.
The father confronted what?
Tyler Robinson.
And where did you learn this? That the Tyler
Well, I mean, that's
confronted
part
him?
of the official documents. Our fact checkers can pull that up. But yes.
But I'm saying, when you say official documents, do you mean you saw this on CNN or you saw this play out in the hearing?
No, this was one of the things that I went through in fact check pre-debate.
Are you talking about like the charging documents?
I think it was it could have been in the charging documents, but I do, we can pull them up.
No.
And yes, are you disputing this?
Do we have that in the back to pull it up?
I can already tell you what you're talking about, the charging documents, because this is where we had.
I have a feeling that they both should have brought more than 3 fact checkers. I think they should have had like 10 each. Like, guys, this is going to be long, guys. This is going to be long.
To figure out where this story came from, because everyone was operating under the assumption that Matt Robinson turned him in. Until we got to the preliminary hearing and we understood, like I said, even for that, when you are charging someone, you can use hearsay. It's all probative, right? Nothing. So they didn't have statements. It's not like Matt Robinson, even though he was interviewed that night. Amber Robinson was interviewed that night by a Fed, separate rooms. Tyler Robinson was interviewed by a Fed. They did not produce statements saying, my son did this. I believe my son did this. But what happened was they did interviews. But also the crucial person here who you just brought up is Mike Mitchell. Mike Mitchell is the biggest unknown in this entire case. Everyone keeps saying they heard from Mike Mitchell this, they heard from Mike Mitchell that. So when the person wrote up the report that night, and it was Brian Davis who wrote up what became the charging document, he after they transported Tyler Robinson from the Washington Sheriff's County office up to, I think it's Salt Lake City. I think it was 4 a.m. in the morning that they got up there. He then writes the what becomes a charging document. So he's basically.
I guess my question would be, and I'm not taking her side on this. Is I'm guessing this would be either state or local police, but the thing is also at the same time the feds were involved, the FBI. I mean, Kash Patel went in personally, and because it was definitely just a big situation. I mean, people are still human, right? So mistakes can be made, and remember, all these interviews were, right after the fact, and they were just gathering evidence. So that she's saying that there is a document that summarizes everything that happened after the shooting, all the interviews that they had. So I think that's what she's going over. But also at the same time, it's like we have confirmation that that the father did confront Tyler Robinson on this fact. Different agencies, but same database. Yeah, that's true. Okay, that's a good point.
Saying we all spoke to a bunch of people, and here.
Though I will say sometimes I don't know, at least talking to police departments, they've said that they wish that they had more access, local officials.
The information that we got, right? We've not seen that. So it could have come from Mike Mitchell. Mike Mitchell could be saying.
I don't know how this negates the point, though.
Why wouldn't the parents? The point because you don't have a statement from the parents. You are going.
Why wouldn't they just correct the
it's not correcting.
misinformation?
It doesn't negate the point. The point is that we now got the preliminary hearing. If the parents were the ones who said, I'm turning my son in because he's guilty.
I didn't say they turned him in.
I think you're talking about the over. You said it's been the narrative. Everybody's known this. The narrative initially, which I think you agree with, was that, Matt Robinson knew his kid was guilty and turned him into the police station. What actually happened in terms of Sheriff Brooksby, who was present there and gave a press conference, what happened was this Mike Mitchell character essentially peer pressured him. And we can get a fact check on this. We can find Sheriff Brooksby's press conference. And he said, they know it's you and you're going to come in peaceably, or people are going to be banging down your door. He was a undercover cop, which I don't like that. I don't know what he did undercover. It's very hard to find anything about Mike Mitchell, but he worked with them for 20 plus years, the police officers. The reason why Tyler Robinson knew him was because he lived nearby and he was also his Boy Scout leader.
How does this negate that the parents could write this second? And by the way, if you had the evidence.
I'm just saying.
Wait, a former police officer talked to the father who was also a Boy Scout leader trying to get Tyler Robinson to do the right thing. That is a jump in a conspiracy, dude.
Your first point, which is that the parents did this.
Yeah.
We don't know that the parents.
I didn't say that they did ever.
Well, you're quoting the parents as having said. You said that Matt Robinson said that his kid was. You say involved. I don't want to misquote you.
Confronted him about.
Confronted him.
Yes.
And I'm telling you that we have not seen any evidence that is true.
We can fact check that.
Okay.
Because we do have evidence.
And I'm saying it's the charging doc, which could have been derived from a statement Mike Mitchell said.
Two things I have ready in the back. One is the charging doc, and the other one is a video of Kathy Nestor saying she hasn't seen Tyler's phone.
Okay, we can run Kathy to go back, and then just to go backwards to Kathy first in court saying she didn't get her client's phone. Yeah, and then I think we'll go to the. If you're okay with that,
thing not in dispute. These are all things that I'm not even disputing.
Okay, so we don't have to show it.
We never get to the thing that I am disputing.
Well, I was just providing an answer. We were coming back in from a break because you were talking about the text messages, something that you felt was concrete. So it was just my rebuttal to you that it's not concrete because they haven't had a chance to actually answer that, and she didn't even get to see your client's phone. So that's effectively, again, the state saying these messages are real. You don't get the discovery on these messages just yet. She will during trial. They will actually get discovery messages.
Don't you think that would make their case fall apart if it was the case that they weren't able to actually pull the data off the text messages? Do you think the prosecution would go to court with fabricated text messages?
It's called winners and losers. They may not be fabricated, but by the way, as what they are.
Yeah, they may not be fabricated. Do I think that the defense had a right to, their client's phone? Yeah, but I want to see kind of what happened there. It sounds like she even says that the prosecution says that it wasn't defense's fault or anything like that. Like maybe there's a misconception. I don't know if the defense lawyers have gotten the phone yet. So yeah, a lot of this is a little confusing for me.
are saying, like I said, if there was somebody logged into his phone, they may not be fabricated. That's the point.
So let's get to
the
the parents fact check.
So I was saying, right? I believe what you're talking about was derived from the charging doc, which was signed off by Brian Davis. Let's see if that's correct. What are we looking at
Robinson's mother explained that over the last year or so, I'm sorry.
Can you zoom in a little bit?
Is this the charging doc?
I can't see it. Robinson's father reported that when his wife showed him the surveillance image of the suspected shooter in the news, he agreed that it looked like their son. He also believed that the rifle that police suspected the shooter used matched the rifle that was given to his son as a gift. As a result, Robinson's father contacted his son and asked him to send a photo of the rifle, which makes sense with the text messages. Robinson did not respond. However, Robinson's father spoke on the phone with Robinson. Robinson implied he planned to take his own life. Robinson's parents were able to convince him to meet at their home.
Yes. So this is proving my point. This is from the charging document, correct? Yeah. So what I'm saying to you is that 3 people got interviewed on that night. Mike Mitchell got interviewed, Amber Robinson got interviewed, and Matt Robinson got interviewed. Of the 3 of them, only one of them actually wrote a statement, which was referred to in this preliminary trial. He came in, I believe, in March, Mike Mitchell, and he wrote a statement, which I find to be very shady that they decided to bring.
But why aren't the parents disputing that?
Well, first off,
that's the question.
The parents are not going to ever.
Okay, so hold on a second. So the experienced police officer of over 20 years and a Boy Scout whose experience of writing these documents made a statement, and the father and mother were interviewed, and you're criticizing that they didn't make a written statement? Why would they need a written statement? Why would they need to write one? I mean, if they have it recorded already, then they can use it. Then someone else can write that up, and during trial they can bring up the audio. Like, what are you talking about?
Play in court, play to the cameras in court when they have a legal team that is going to be advising them not to speak to the court because your son could go to prison
forever. But they're playing to somebody else who's your source?
I'm not going to address that.
They're playing to someone else who's your source, but won't go publicly tell the media this is not true?
Well, what I did not say to you that. I just said I have a source, so I want to be very clear and take it from somebody who was involved and permanently sued. When I have to take my lawyer's advice, I mean, there's so many things that I want to respond to when people are speaking about.
Yeah, but it's bizarre that they would utilize a source which would get the information to you, but wouldn't just go to the media and be like, actually, that's all wrong.
Yeah, I am telling you that you would never find a lawyer who would advise you to go to the media.
This mother,
especially when your son was up for death.
If I thought that my kid was in any way, shape, or form going to be up, you couldn't shut me up. Or my wife, she would be like, "That's not true. That's ridiculous.
Yeah,
there's no possible that never happened. These people are lying through their teeth. They'd be public whether you like it or not."
Yeah, that's for you and your wife. But when a judge issues a gag order in a case and your son is up for death, and your lawyers could be advising you that if you say anything, you could blow the case, you would have a more responsible consideration.
I see.
And
well, the thing is, if you can have a gag order and still speak to the defense lawyers, like you could have a gag order to not talk about it publicly, but that doesn't mean that you can't talk to the defense or you can't talk to the prosecution. What the fuck are you talking about?
We're speaking opinion here. You're like, well, I wouldn't care. I'd violate it, and I'd violate the judge's orders and see what would happen.
If you have a source, it seems like they're violating it with them.
I'm not speaking to a source, but what I am saying to you is speaking just relevant to what this is. We have not seen any proof that statement that is included in this charging document. I think it is highly likely on the basis of the preliminary hearing that all came from Mike Mitchell, and Mike Mitchell would be a part. He's
based
saying,
on the statements of.
It's him saying the parents told me this.
Yeah, her whole entire thing is, well, the thing is, the mother and the father, they spoke, but Mike Mitchell is the only one who gave a written statement. What? What are you talking about? Why would the mother and father have to make a written statement if they were interviewed by police, and I would assume audio recorded, because then a separate man named Mike Mitchell, who is an experienced police officer or sheriff, for that matter, who has experience writing these statements, did. And the thing is, I think these are 3 separate things that she's trying to combine into one thing. What? Again, why would the mother and father have to do a written statement? Why would... I don't think they would have to do that. Am I out of my mind?
The parents could dispute that. That's going to come down the line, right? They're going to be able to seat the parents. I will say this, putting together context clues, if the state had it on, 100% certainty that Matt Robinson and Amber Robinson said it, a 5-day preliminary hearing would be a good time to say we have enough evidence. And I can tell you why Matt Robinson made this statement, and here is his statement that he signed. That would have been a good time to present that evidence.
That would also be a good time for the defense to say that's just totally fabricated.
No, it's not. It's the wrong time.
Why couldn't they?
That is completely the wrong time.
Why couldn't they?
Because what they're doing is they already said they didn't receive discovery. They literally can't. They literally can't because they can't. They did not receive discovery.
You're saying that they didn't receive that information?
No, they just received the text messages. But in order to...
That's not the text messages.
The probative information.
Yeah, we're talking about the information that we just reviewed. That's not the text messages.
They never presented it. The state never put it on.
Yeah, they didn't. The defense could easily still have presented this. Yeah.
No.
They could have said they're
no.
They're not allowed to. Are you sure?
In a preliminary hearing,
yeah.
the defense is engaging with whatever evidence the state decides to put on. They did not put this on as evidence. Brian Davis was up there.
So they're not allowed to present anything?
They're responding to the state's evidence.
I'm asking, are they allowed to present anything?
They are allowed to say...
Like if there was a conspiracy that they could prove right then and there, would they present that in one of these hearings?
No, it wouldn't be the right time for that.
I disagree. I think that they not only could do it, but they would do it. In fact, when I talked in depth with my attorney, they said that's exactly, if you had actual evidence that there was fabrications by the feds, that's exactly when you would introduce that.
So when in the document that they filed yesterday or a couple of days ago, the appropriate, like what you're doing at this stage of the hearing is the state is saying we have enough evidence that we think this needs to go forth to the trial. Hence the reason that there's this extraordinary, we allow hearsay because it doesn't really need to be perfect. It can be enough that we feel like we can move forward, right? And okay, I disagree with that in general when somebody's rotting in prison, but whatever. The next phase is for them to meet in court and for the defense to essentially present an argument to the state that says...
Okay, hold on. Let's look at this real quick. So this is with Google AI, so keep that with a grain of salt. The gag order disputes the legal restrictions centered on several key elements. Public claims of evidence strength. Under the order, prosecutors are barred from publicly boasting about the weight of their case. In June 2026, 4th District Court Judge Tony Graff found Deputy Utah County Attorney Christopher Ballard in civil contempt in violation of that order. Now, that means that the prosecution, they violated the order. They kind of boasted about, about how strong their case is, and they mentioned things that they shouldn't have. That's more than fine. Inconclusive forensic reports. The gag order covers the public decimation and characterization of sensitive expert evidence. That means they don't want to put that out there. So that means she's essentially saying, I don't know what gag order, I don't know what gag order she's talking about. What gag order? And then internal legal strategy and communication. For all the violations, the scope of the legal battle extended to the defense, demanding that the prosecution hand over all internal communications regarding media outreach dating back. So yeah, so at this point, all the gag order does is refrain people from speaking publicly, not to the actual case. So her source, if her source is correct, then her source should be talking to the defense right now. They should be talking to the prosecution. They should be talking to the judge. They should be talking to police. They should be talking to anybody as long as it's not out in the public so that they can verify information behind the scenes. But so I want to know, what gag order is she talking about?
We find this filing to be defective in and of itself. We don't even have to defend ourselves because you, the state, have enough, you know what the laws are on the books, and this filing is defective, and you should get rid of these charges because they don't make sense based on what you can decide based on a law on the books. So then that's why they then file the dismissal, right? So in the dismissal, what they're doing is they are engaging, and this is what was widely misinterpreted.
Well, yeah, they're engaging as it's a hypothetical. If this is hypothetically true, then
so
X.
They're saying all of these charges.
I'm not disputing any of that.
So that's what you're asking why you're saying. Could they just
what I'm asking specifically is who could shut parents up who are like, no way. There's no possible. This never happened. This is ridiculous. They would be shouting it on CNN. They would be shouting it from the rooftops. They would be losing their minds. And you're like, nope, the gag order would be enough to keep them quiet. Not enough for them to talk to your source, but enough to keep them quiet, I think.
But why not again? I'm not talking about the public or hell. We don't even know if her source is even part of the trial whatsoever. Apparently, I don't know the way she's framing it. I'm assuming that it's outside of that. So I don't know. I am just incredibly confused. Who is under a gag order here? Because as far as I can tell, it's a public thing. That doesn't mean that it can't be engaged within the legal system. Why isn't that not engaged? Why isn't your source engaged in the legal system right now if Tyler Robinson is innocent? Wait, a guy can prove that Tyler Robinson is innocent, but he's not coming forward? What the fuck are we talking about?
That's quite ridiculous. But I'll even concede this whole point to you. Let's just say maybe this was misconstrued. Right? If there's a little bit of reason to doubt it because we're still waiting for the evidence for trial. If that's the case, then why not take the same standard for the evidence that you present? You're just waiting for trial.
Well, you didn't do that.
Wait a
reason
second.
we're here.
Wait a second. I just want to make sure that I got this right. That's your argument to me, right?
My argument to you is what?
Your argument to me is that, hey, wait a second, Andrew. There's not enough here that convinces me, right?
Well, that's actually my rebuttal to you, is that you are saying, why are people engaging in what you term to be conspiracy theories?
No.
I term it to be
Are
thinking.
you
They're just
fucking
thinking
kidding
because
me?
they're recognizing there are a lot of holes in these stories and that this is not strong evidence, right?
Then
This
why
is the
are you
reason they're doing it.
reporting
I'm
the
explaining
most
to you this is
ridiculous
the
thing if
reason
you
that they're
don't
doing
know?
it. I'm addressing what you view to be overwhelming evidence. And by the way, I
Oh
want to be
my God.
clear.
That which convinces me.
But thus far,
And this is just like,
every
that's-
point
that
that you've
doesn't
brought
convince
up,
you.
every point that you've brought up, did you feel like this is beyond a reasonable doubt? I mean, you realize
Remember what I said in my
he's
opening.
going to be.
It's not beyond a reasonable doubt. It's just what I find convincing is what I find overwhelming.
So why are you so upset when people say they don't find it
If
convincing?
that was the limitation of the claims that you made, if it was just, wait a second, there's a little bit of problems. There's some problems in this case that I have questions for that I want answers to. Nobody have a problem, actually. At least of all me. I would be the least likely person to have an issue with you, any of your fans, anybody saying. In fact, I've had tons of Discord calls about this. My position's always been clear. Of course, conspiracies exist. Some of them have way better evidence than others, but I've seen them myself. I know conspiracy. In fact, the federal government has hundreds of thousands of laws about conspiracies. They see them everywhere. We both know this, right? That's never what the problem is. The problem is when you make claims outside of, oh, wait a second. I'm just questioning evidence here. I'm just questioning what the state's case is here. I'm just asking questions. It's when you make claims outside of that, where you claim that there's good evidence or good standards you should believe because, and then it turns out that it's all nonsense or it's wackadoo stuff or it makes no sense. And when we have a chance to cross-examine your evidence that you've presented, I'm going to show a lot of that. A lot of this can...
Well, the thing is, like, either way, like, the number one thing is defense lawyers would do is go, your job is to shut up and only talk to us. That's Tyler's only job right now.
Conjecture that's based on literally nothing, that leads from no inferences whatsoever. Like, you couldn't even infer it logically. That's the problem. The problem has never been whether or not you just said, you know, there's not enough in this case so far until we get to the trial. I remain unconvinced. I'm sure there's tons of people who remain unconvinced yet until we get to the trial.
That's a reasonable take.
I think it's fine. There's people who are convinced too. That's never been my problem. My problem is the claims which are external to that.
Okay. I'm not sure I really care if you have a problem with what I think in my own spare time. I don't understand this lecture that I just gave. But beyond that, what I'm saying is that the state is allowed to use. This is what my problem is. You guys are not like, yeah, you guys think while it's illegal. You can. You are allowed to do that. So, but anyway, going back to you saying I wouldn't have a problem. I think I just demonstrated pretty thoroughly that what you claim that you have a problem with is exactly what the state is engaged in at this stage. So it just doesn't make sense.
That's not the case. In fact,
so if people look and they say, I'm looking at the gun and I see and I'm inferring this, and someone else says, I'm looking at the gun evidence and I'm inferring that, they're both doing the exact same thing.
They're not.
You're just saying, I want to do it for the state.
That's propositionally false.
That is not propositionally false.
I'll explain exactly how. It is the case that every proposition is going to have a true or false conclusion, period. That's just logic, right? It's the law of excluded middle. All propositions are going to be true or they're going to be false. When we get into when we're making inferences based on propositions. We can actually come to true conclusions with false premises inside of a proposition. In fact, what we're talking about here is not whether or not you feel that you're convinced by this evidence.
But you felt like you were convinced.
Right? Sure. But here's the thing. When you ask me my reason, Andrew, why are you convinced by this? I can give you my reasons why I'm convinced by it, why it seems reasonable and rational to me to be convinced. You could even say, but Andrew, I'm just not convinced by it. If that was the limitation of your claims, we wouldn't even be having this conversation. That's why I wanted to have the conversation, in fact, was so that we can move into your actual claims that you've made, which transcend the idea of I'm just asking questions.
Before we get into that, your team has one thing they want to show before you go into that.
Great point.
If you want to pull that up, this is the prosecution filing showing defense had full discovery by April 1st.
Oof.
They did not. That's not true.
Wait a second.
Yeah.
To date, the state's prosecutors have disclosed all evidence that is presently and reasonably available to them as required under Rule 16, Utah R criminal, to be more precise, as of April 1st.
Yeah, that was not 100%. That's why they're caging that by saying what's reasonable. There was entire, and we can pull this up, like we should now play the Kathy Nestor clip because that's from there. So, and they were basically saying you don't need it at this stage, meaning it's not reasonable that you're asking for this when we're going into a hearing that's just going to be based on hearsay and stuff, things of that nature. But of course, by the time the trial comes, you're going to get all the discovery documents.
Show cause.
Yes.
Yeah.
So that's what they're saying.
Yeah, I understand.
Okay, so that's
I'm even fine with it.
Yeah, we all know. And then, by the way, just now that the hearing is over, and you can also fact check this, they now at the end of the preliminary hearing dropped like an insane amount of the discovery stuff they gave to them like the week after. You guys can give me the exact amount. I don't want to say because I don't know my I don't remember how much it was. It was an absurd amount of stuff that they gave to them right after the preliminary hearing that they had been asking for. Because that was one of the things that I kept saying on my show is as we were watching that preliminary of the preliminary, why not just give them the stuff now so they can engage in these arguments? Because I feel like you, it's like, I want to hear what they have to say about the text messages. Why can't you just give them what they're asking for so that they can actually engage you? And it didn't happen. So, but the judge ruled that it wasn't necessary at this stage. And that was the whole point of that
Because it's
preliminary
a show
to the preliminary. Yeah.
Would you like to play the Kathy video?
Well, he's saying he's not disagreeing, so I don't think we need
There's
to.
no point here.
There's no
Okay.
disagreement
All right,
that she said that.
Yeah.
So so I guess the disagreements
also-
now would move into
I,
the evidences that you have stated on the record, which transcend elements of reason.
Why are we
in regards
having
to this
a
case.
transcendental conversation now? Because I mean,
Because
first,
they're all
because
related to this
your
case.
entire thing was about looking at the evidence, which never made sense to me. Again, because all of the evidence that you felt to be overwhelming was hearsay. That was bizarre to me.
You told me that I could take as much time as I
No,
wanted
you
to
can.
question you on
No,
these
but
things.
I'm just asking you just to lay the groundwork of what you're saying is
Because you've
problematic.
made
That
many,
you
many
decide that it trips
claims.
into
I'll
something
explain.
else, and I do still want to hold you for going through because we've discussed the gun, we've discussed your.
And you can hold me to those things, but I would like to get into the
and we
things
should
that you've
discuss
said.
the screwdriver as
So
well.
and I'll explain exactly what the groundwork is. When you make claims which pass the idea of I'm just asking questions because the state's evidence is not convincing, I think you have to answer for those claims because they are in regards to this case. You're saying, I have a claim. It is in regards to the assassination of Charlie Kirk, which is what we're talking about, not just the case of Charlie Kirk, his assassination. You should have to answer for the claims that you've made in regards to the assassination itself. You should, agreed. So if that's the case, then I would like to finally dive into some of that evidence and dive into it.
Well, just to be clear, and I'm happy to have you talk about, like I said publicly,
It's been an
you wanna
hour and
engage
a
in
half,
conspiracies, but I said I
and
want
we
to make
still
sure that we
really
get the
haven't
substance of
gotten
our
to her
debate.
stuff.
The substance of our
This is
debate
part- this is the major
is me
substance.
demonstrating that all of the quote unquote evidence that you feel that you have, which demonstrates that Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk.
You don't find convincing. I get it.
It's been invalidated by the testimony that we saw, and in your answer for when
Well,
I
you haven't
explained to you that he had
invalidated
the
it.
most degraded prints was I don't know. Okay, well there lies my ability to process that.
It's just fine for you to not be convinced up to this point. All of your viewers, everybody watching, nobody's
you're conceding
nobody's giving
on
you
that.
dispute that if all your claims ever were just up to now, the evidence that the state's given, I'm just kind of not convinced. That is not what's been happening. What's actually been happening is that you've made tons of claims in regards to this case.
That's what.
And in regards
That's
to
the
Kirk
meat and
assassination,
potatoes
which
we
are
want to
far
get
above
into.
and beyond. I just doubt the state's theory.
Okay, yeah, I mean, sure.
those are
I
the
do
things
doubt.
that
I do doubt the state's theory. I also am
get
welcome
it.
to say what I think. If you want to move
But
into
you didn't
opinions,
stop
if you want
there,
to talk about Erica
Candace.
Kirk, if you want to talk about Turning Point USA,
I'd like to talk about all
and
of
get
it.
into it, I'm
Yeah.
totally happy to do that. But I just want to
You
say
think
that, like,
you've said
I
that
do not
Erica
feel,
Kirk and
because I said what's important to me
TPUSA
is that we
are
exhaust
possibly
this topic
part of the
first
assassination
of
with
our
Charlie
actual
Kirk.
debate
So what are we
claims. I do
talking
not
about?
feel that you sufficiently have argued that the evidence is overwhelming.
No
Sorry,
worries,
question
some
for you.
random white
Ryan,
guy. You
I'm
have a great
sorry
day, man.
You feel that way.
Candace, one question. What evidence do you need to see for you to say Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk?
That's a great question. So I actually expected in this preliminary hearing, actually, the inverse of what he was saying is true, right? So this is now the time the state is putting
The
on evidence. That's
inverse.
the purpose of this hearing, right? The state is using hearsay, but they're also putting on their evidence. So I was just expecting some sort of a slam dunk. Like, we got him on camera taking the shot. At least we have him clear on camera. You're telling me this guy drove 13 hours all around. Like, we can definitely show you a picture that it's going to be beyond a reasonable doubt before we even get to the trial. People are going to see and go, oh crap, like it was really Tyler Robinson. I was expecting to at least see evidence.
Yeah, this is me.
That, because I had reported early on that the source was saying that Tyler did not step foot on campus that day. It is my perspective that he had something to do with something. I do believe he was disposing clothes at this stage, at this phase. I do believe he was disposing clothes. He was involved somehow. I find Lance to be more suspicious, if I'm being honest with you. And also, like I said, the use immunity that was given to Lance by the feds, the fact that the feds didn't ask him any questions, the fact that I spoke with Lance Twiggs' family, and they were like, it's very weird that the feds are not asking him more questions. He's exactly the person that I would imagine to be involved in some stuff. Allegedly, I'll say allegedly. But when we
Well, maybe the feds didn't do it because the officers did. Like, there's a lot of reasonable explanations for this. I would say, yeah, kind of weird that why the feds didn't talk to him if her claim is true. Again, I have not seen all the documents or all the research that both of these individuals have done, but you have to ask yourself what is reasonable of what happened.
got to the preliminary hearing, there was not a single piece of evidence that I felt was slam dunk. I was waiting for that, a photo. I mean, anything would have made me go, all right, I think this could be the guy. If they had handed over the discovery on the text messages, since that was their big, ta-da, we've got the text messages, that would be the first thing that I would hand over. But actually, who was holding them up, like I said, it wasn't the prosecution. They're right to say we were handing things over, and we heard the defense argue on behalf of the prosecution saying it's not them and it's not the FBI, it's the FBI that's holding on to things. Because the FBI took everything. The FBI took the gun. The FBI took initially the screwdriver. And then when I heard testimony about the things that they found that were suspicious, example being the backpack, that's something that really bothers me, that they say they traced the shooter, they traced the route that he went on, and then there was an abandoned, we know it looks like he's wearing some sort of a backpack. We know that there was an abandoned backpack found at the bus stop in front of a library, and they felt that this should be taken into evidence. They took it. The FBI, this was the testimony of Amanda Baker, I believe her last name is, but you might want to fact check that because I think I'm blending last names. She was the forensics for the FBI. And then she says she gets a call on the 13th and they stop testing on this backpack because they find that the backpack actually belongs to somebody on Charlie's team. But if you know the map of the layout of the campus, you're going, well, what the hell are they doing all the way up? This is nowhere near anywhere. And by the way, that's not an acceptable answer for why you just gave it back. That's like, why would you give it back? You're acting like no one's ever been killed by somebody on their team before, right? So I found that to be very strange that it was on the exact route that the alleged gunman ran, and that their excuse was, we just gave it back because we heard that this belonged to somebody on Charlie's team. So that to me is, this is why the investigation itself feels underwhelming. When you learn, and this is,
I don't know anything about
to me, that some of the artifacts that Charlie was wearing
so I
were
have no
immediately
commentary
returned
on it.
to Erica. That's absurd. That is absurd. Everything should be in evidence. When you learn that the car that they carried Charlie in to go to the hospital, they had immediately towed, cleaned, and back up for resale, that's absurd. That should be sitting in evidence. And any police officer that you speak to will say, or person that's been involved in a crime will say, I didn't get my stuff back for years. It had nothing to do with anything. It was just around. And they kept it into evidence until the trial was over, and it has to be approved. I think somebody said by the attorney general has to sign off on giving you those objects back. And we were told this is all fine. And we see, this is just one example, Erica holding the crucifix. That should be in evidence. Irrespective of if you feel bad for her, I think she should have have it and it's sweet. That should be in evidence. Immediately paving over the crime scene. This is like the craziest thing ever. It's like defies common sense. You immediately, and when you heard the guy who did it actually go up on a podcast and explain, I got the call. They said it was a paver emergency. I've never in my entire career heard of a paver emergency. They had already had someone come up and dig up the dirt. So by the time he got there on Sunday, the dirt had already been dug up for him to lay down pavers. That is what people are looking at and going, this is weird. There needs to be answers for why this was done. And he tells us.
Yeah, but you said on the Sean Ryan show that there's a conspiracy that someone wrote satanic symbols underneath the pavement. See, the thing is, these are fine things to question, and I hope that Andrew gets into this and we find out a little bit more, because I'm kind of learning as I go. I only know like 20% of this case, really. But the thing is, when you start with something reasonable and then go all the way to satanic symbols underneath the pavement of where Charlie was shot, like then you go, okay, what?
The call came from the feds and the governor's office. UVUs washed their hands of it. And what he's saying sounds true, because we heard during the testimony, one person described the regions of who was in control of everything. Mm-hmm. The feds were in control of the courtyard. So in order for anybody to have paved anything, that was federal territory.
Oh yeah. Like look at her interview on the Sean Ryan show. Sean Ryan just basically let her spew anything and everything.
To speak, I'm maybe not using that in the best cop term, but the feds were in control of the courtyard. So these are things that I think should be answered for. Why are we doing things differently than you would in any other criminal scenario of keeping the evidence until we know more, until we're confident, the various decoys, I did it. It just doesn't look right.
Okay, so go back to the question. So what would you need to see for you to say?
Something, if they had, I was expecting, here we have him, he took the shot, here it is. And then I'd be like, great, a clear image of him on the staircase where I'm like, that's definitively Tyler Robinson and he was on campus. We got nothing. We got literally nothing but hearsay of people saying.
But you basically get no case.
What?
You basically no case off planet Earth. You get the,
sure.
Oh, we got a picture. Here's him with the murder weapon.
Right.
Here's him taking the shot.
Most of this doesn't take place on a college campus that has surveillance everywhere.
Yeah.
One clear image of his.
But I don't understand when you're
his
asked,
car plates.
If you're asked the question, what would it take to convince? It'd be the same question be asked to me. Andrew, what would it take to convince you that the oppositional is true, right? That he's a patsy or something like that. Just good, clear, concise evidence that's been presented, right? And is being presented that I could go through and link all together to see if there's actually some clear picture of there being a patsy. That's what it would take for me.
Okay.
Just a
I don't disagree with that. We haven't heard the defense
just
respond.
a good evidentiary standard.
Then why are you making those
claims? So just to qualify this, so there is a possibility in the next few months that you may come out and say, guys, it's done. Tyler killed him. Yeah. So you're saying yesterday.
Yeah.
I think it's very important for the audience here.
Without question.
For you, is there anything that you could see for you to say, yeah, this guy was a patsy?
Of course, I'm going to always follow evidence.
Perfect.
So my whole thing is just this. It's really important to me. I don't mind people being truth seekers and justice searchers, and the internet has helped solve tons of crimes. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about that, right? However, there's also people who, they not only don't solve crimes, but they just come up with conjecture and they what's called flooding the zone. You flood the zone with tons and tons of conspiracy-based ideas and they go nowhere, right? And in fact, they actually take away from legitimate investigation. Now, I'm not even saying anybody here is purposely flooding the zone. That's not even the claim. All I'm saying is that the claims made absent, this is just me not being convinced by the state's evidence. Those become claims, and claims have to be defended. Just like mine have to be defended, yours have to be defended. And that's what we're going to get to now, yeah?
You want to get into it? Would you guys like to take an ad break?
We'll take an ad
break.
And then we'll talk Erica Kirk and TPUSA.
And the conspiracies that have been conjectured by Candace Owens in regards to this case in Charlie Kirk assassination.
Folks, we'll take a 3.5 minute break and we'll be back soon.
Okay.
All right, guys,
I am a little behind, so I'm going to go ahead and fast forward this a lot. Okay, we'll go 3x speed there. Even though I kind of wanted to take a break and show off my Chrome extension. We'll do it on the next break. Actually, I need to check something real quick because I wanted to promote my Chrome extension It's completely free and for live streamers. Okay, let's see. Is this updated yet? No. Oh, it's probably because I changed the name. Yeah. It's probably because I changed the name to my my Chrome extension, so it takes Chrome web browser like an extra like 2 days in order to verify my my Chrome extension. Usually, like what? Because usually once you get it updated, it just updates within an hour or two. But I think because I did the name change, it's double checking everything. All right, let's see. The 5 distinct levels of communication women have at one time. It actually kind of goes with the God, I wish I remembered the podcaster's name, but she interviewed a hormonal doctor and said that technically, like, women are 4 different people a month because of their hormone cycle. But let's see here. I'll copy that and see if I can get that short story. Let's see here. So, by the way, real quick, guys, this is actually my new Chrome extension. For right now, it's called Story Tabs. I think probably tomorrow, or the next day, it's going to be renamed to Stream Tabs. But it's essentially a tab organizer. I think it's at least the best one that I've seen. So you can organize your tabs, sessions. You can even share group tabs and group sessions with other users. It's completely free. Check it out. Give it a shot. Let's see here. Give me a minute. I'll have details. The constant reading of other person's body. Well, yeah, there's a lot of things that, internally, just in general. Like one thing that, I forget. Alison Armstrong. I remember, like, she was asking her husband. She's like, "Wait, you don't play back the conversations in your head of what of who you talked to that day?" And her husband's like, "No, why would I do that? Why would I go through every single conversation that I had that day?" So that's one thing that is going through women's minds as well. They're having, thoughts about the conversations that they had that day. It's one of the reasons why, like, when you get home and or your wife gets home and she talks about how, like, who did this, who said what, and the guy just does not care. like why is this important? Because that women find that important. It's part of the survival strategy. You're on Xanax. You're on the Zennies. I've never been on any sort of like mental medication. I mean, I tried, let's say I've done like weed like 10 times in my life. Had Molly once. That was interesting. But I've never had like a prescription like drug for my brain before. On Zen? Zen web browser. I've never heard of that. Hold on. Does Zen do Chrome extensions? Zen does not support Chrome extensions directly because Zen is built on the Mozilla Firefox engine. Oh, well, good for you. I just made the Firefox version, so I haven't submitted it yet, but it is going to be on Firefox, which apparently is based on which Zen browser is based on. So it should work with Firefox add-ons. Should work with it soon, just not today. Yeah, I've never heard of it either. What makes Zen browser different? Combining powerful privacy and Gecko engine of Firefox with sleek minimalist vertical tab interface inspired by Arc. It features customizable workspaces, split screen views, auto hiding, compact modes, and community driven themes. So okay, so it sounds like it's similar to Opera, but Opera is actually a pretty busy browser. But some of the features are similar, but Zen is with a more minimalistic approach and runs on Chromium engine. Okay. Does someone still use Onion? Oh, wow. I haven't heard of that web browser in forever. Let's see. I use two. I use Opera GX and I use Google Chrome primarily. The only reason I use Opera GX or honestly, it could have been any browser. Okay, here we go.
To the other issues you want to talk about, is it fair to say you're good defending your position of the overwhelming evidence?
Yeah.
Okay, beautiful. You take the lead. Go for it.
Yeah, so I have a bunch of questions for you, and I want to make it super painless, right? So no traps, no gotchas. I'm just going to ask them direct, and I think that as long as they're not loaded, if they're loaded, you should not respond yes or no, but as long as they're not loaded, if I just directly ask them, I'm hoping that you'll just give me a direct answer. So here's the questions that I have.
Wait, before we get into that, I would like to just reply to that. Mm-hmm. So just to be clear, we agreed to debate our claims, and then I agreed publicly that I have no issues having a conversation with you about other things that I've discussed that were outside of the court hearing and things like other evidence that's come across our lap and things that we've been speaking about. But I just do want to make it clear to viewers that for whatever reason you think that you have a right to sort of depose me.
I'm not deposing you. I just want to ask you some questions.
You literally said that I want to be able to question you.
This is a meta conversation.
Right, but okay, so now we're transcending.
This isn't
court. To use a word that you're saying.
Oh my God.
But this is what you're doing, right?
Okay.
So this part to me feels like a bit of
am I allowed to ask the questions?
I've already said you can ask questions, but I made it very clear to you.
Yeah.
She doesn't like the premise.
And with you in conversation that we should be speaking. This isn't
I know,
like
but
you get
I wanna,
to sit.
I want to ask you
if you want to depose me, you should join Brigitte Macron's defense team. But you're like, I'm just going to ask questions. Can you answer it? Blah, blah, blah. It's like, I don't know what you're going to ask. And I'm going to answer as I see fit because I'm not.
I get it.
Yeah. Okay.
I get it.
Just so we're clear.
Usually in the debate, if something's not loaded, I'm just direct with it.
Because you kept saying I'm Joe Rogan. They had no evidence. They have no evidence. And now you're like, let's move away from the evidence. Let's talk about transcendentals.
Yeah. Okay. Anyway, so direct question, super easy. Was Lance Twiggs DNA on the rifle as far as you know?
We can't say that for certainty.
As far as you know.
I already answered that in the first part. We can't say that for certainty. I told you the context of which they spoke about those things.
So no, as far as you know.
We can't say that for certainty until we know what other the 5 sets of prints were on.
So that would be no as far as you know.
We can't say that for certainty.
You can
as far as you know right now in the present.
We can't say that for certainty. I
actually can't say that for certainty.
if your energy here is going to be like you're my dad and you can tell me how to speak or what I'm supposed to say, you're just going to come up against the wall. I'm familiar with this debate strategy.
But I am just
yes or no. We're not debating anymore. We're having a conversation. So I already addressed that in the first half.
The thing is, like, you can still say the answer is no, but you're open to what comes into the trial. You can say two things at once. You can say no. As of now, I don't truly know. I don't have certainty. But there are things that make me question it. It's still the same answer. No is still the same answer.
Off of this about why.
No, we're still definitely debating. This is still.
No, it's not a debate. This is you saying I want to probe things that sit outside of the evidence. I actually already addressed this. You asked me. You're not going to go like where you're sitting and I'm on trial. I'm not on trial.
Okay, great.
So
let's
you
talk
can
about
have a conversation.
let's
as
talk
we
about the
agreed
French.
to.
Let's talk about the Foreign Legion.
Sure.
Was the Foreign Legion, do you believe, trying to kill you?
Yes, that's why I reported it to the correct officials in government. That's what I was told, and I handed over that information to Tulsi Gabbard's office.
What's your best piece of evidence for that?
Well, it was
positive evidence.
It was told to me by somebody who is high up in the French government. I passed off that information to Tulsi Gabbard's office. I also passed it off to Trump's office, Donald Trump's office. And that's all I can tell you. I wouldn't be able to probe any evidence because I don't have the power to do that. I'm not the federal government.
I can't really criticize her for that.
This other piece of what you do, which is when people say, I was told this, and this is the evidence that I have, and I'm willing to have that conversation and write the email to the correct government body that deals with this. Like, I can't hack into Emmanuel Macron's bank accounts and say whether or not the information.
I agree.
But then you go, well, where's your evidence? It's like, well, my evidence is that I reported it. I did the right thing that you're going to do. So if somebody calls and says, hey, Andrew, there's a viable death threat against you, and that person definitively has the rank to be able to tell you this, and you say, well, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to report that to the feds. And I go, what's your evidence? It's like, well, I got the information, and I gave the information that I got from who I got it to the right body of people. And that's what I did.
Got it. I just want to make sure.
So
I'm not trying to trap you. I just want to make sure I got it clear.
And that's why I want to know what you're doing now, because this has always been the thing. It's like, we actually can't win on the overwhelming claim.
Spies,
so we're just going to go and bring up everything that I think can try to embarrass her. I reported exactly
I'm not
as I
trying to
received
embarrass
it.
you. I just want to make sure that I get your positions clear.
I have not said, yeah, go ahead.
Now, you have stated multiple times that you believe that Israel's involved in the death of Charlie Kirk.
Can you give me...
Yes, we can pull up the clip. I'm sorry. I'm just saying.
Can I finish the sentence?
Go ahead.
Can you give me the context for what...
Can I finish the sentence? I'm sorry. How many times have you interrupted Andrew at this point? Like, they've interrupted each other, but oh my God, has Andrew been severely more respectful than she has with time?
Are you talking about, like, when I say, generally speaking, why people think that Israel's involved? Okay. Where's your question?
Yeah. Do you have any positive evidence whatsoever that Israel killed Charlie Kirk?
Well, I couldn't say Israel was on the ground and shot and killed Charlie Kirk. I would say that there are various things that we're trying to establish, one being a motive. And since I don't believe that Tyler Robinson and his transferee is a convincing motive because he was fired up about politics, which Lance testified that he never spoke about with him, nor do I believe that he was so into LGBTQ issues, since Lance testified they never spoke about LGBTQ issues.
Oh, that's a whole lord of horseshit. I'm sorry. If you are if you are a man, like, in a relationship with whatever trans that Lance was, you talked about fucking politics. I'm sorry. That is a whole load of horseshit. And the thing is, at least ideologically speaking, especially with recent days in the last year or two, all the mass shootings based on left-wing liberal ideology, especially the trans community, I'm sorry, what the fuck are you talking about? Okay. I mean, I don't know the evidence. I haven't seen the evidence. From inference, since that's a famous word here during this debate. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Like, there's at least a hint of just common sense that it's plausible that it was for ideological reasons. I mean, we saw that with the President Trump assassinations.
That he stopped and ate at Chick-fil-A, which, if you are into LGBTQ issues, wouldn't be your lunch before you go kill Charlie Kirk for LGBTQ issues, because,
Yeah, but do you have positive evidence?
I'm answering the question as I feel like I want to answer it. Like I said, you don't get to for an hour and a half.
I don't know. After you assassinate someone, I don't think anyone really cares where you... I think the person really doesn't care where they eat.
But the question I'm asking is about positive evidence.
And it was about changing clothes more so, apparently. So, like, I don't know. But I don't know. I'm asking reasonable questions here.
Telling you that in any case, establishing a motive and and again, I already explained this at the top of the show, but the reason why people find Israel to be an interesting question is because, truthfully, Charlie's perspectives were changing on Israel.
Sure.
And he was starting to realize how much pressure was being put on not just our government to constantly fight their wars, but also being put on his organization personally.
You can criticize Israel's government while being supportive of the Israel people. You know that's possible, right? Hell, we do that in the United States. I like our laws. I like many of our laws. There's some laws I don't like. I criticize my own nation. Guess what? My Constitution actually encourages me to. What the fuck are you talking about?
If people had come out and been honest about that, rather than rabid claiming he never flinched and everybody's lying and this is not true, you would probably have people that just go, that's life. People change their opinions.
I understand.
And then there was the rabid, I mean, not even that. It's like everything was about trying to convince the public how much he liked it.
So
he
then
loved
other
Israel.
than intuition, how you feel about things, do you have any evidence Israel was involved in killing Charlie Kirk?
I have already said, and if you're watching my show in the context of what I said, this is the general sense of why people think Israel's involved. Nobody has made the claim that Israelis, there were also, obviously Joe
Carroll
Kent.
made the claim.
Well, Joe Kent, who I think would have the right to assert it, noted that there were 12 Israeli cell phones on the ground that day. I think most people would like to probe that. Now, it could be maybe they were students, and they were Israeli students in Utah that day. But we'd like to probe that narrative because what we've seen after coming from the Israeli government, the Israeli prime minister, kind of denying that he did it, which wasn't really necessary, he was quite busy. The phone call that happened, which no one wants to discuss in the Hamptons the week prior, or not the week prior.
I also guarantee that there was, Chinese students there. I also would agree that there was probably Japanese foreign exchange students there. Like, what are we talking about? Almost every single university in the United States has some sort of foreign exchange program. I think we need to end it for like 5 to 10 years and just have, citizens actually just go to our colleges for a certain amount of time so that there isn't any outside influence into our political discussion, but for at least a certain amount of time. But the thing is, it's reasonable to understand that, those are just students. Sure, I agree with her. Let's look into it. But to jump to that conclusion, that to even just suggest that Israel is involved with the assassination of Charlie Kirk, based on conjecture, because I'm asking just reasonable questions here. It's like, okay, like I'm even not agreeing with her, but I understand her perspective. Like, hey, there was 12 cell phones, from that were registered to Israel. Yeah, and there were also a bunch of other ones from several different countries, probably. That doesn't mean you jump to that connection. That means you wait for the evidence. Now, if the evidence, doesn't get into trial, then yeah, maybe question that a little bit. But you're already making this inference of judgment towards the Israel government before you actually even know.
I think it was around August 5th or 6th that took place. Mm-hmm. And again, the almost desperate lies about Charlie shifting opinion on Israel lead us to believe that there could be an Israeli angle in this. But we cannot say for certainty that Israel called the shots and this is how it happened. But it is definitively, I think, a thread that a lot of us would like to see.
There's no positive evidence.
Whatever you want to say, however, positive, negative, however you want to say it.
Well, positive evidence would
have
be
a conversation.
Material evidence and other evidences which would
what
point
we've said
you to
is on our show is what we've said, which is this feels like a conspiracy building. There's no reason to lie about these things, and yet people are lying. BB ain't acting right. The Hamptons thing was weird, and the way they tried to shove the Israel narrative down our throat immediately. I mean, the day he died, posting a picture of him with an American and Israeli AI photo on the president's feed doesn't feel right. So,
do you have any evidence that Erica Kirk or TPUSA participated in the murder of Charlie Kirk?
I've never said they participated in the murder of Charlie Kirk, so how could I say that I have evidence they participated in the murder of Charlie Kirk?
Okay, so then you don't believe that they did?
I never have said that statement, so I'm not going to get you to ask me personal questions about things that I've never said on record.
Okay,
personal questions.
Your team is sending messages in the back saying they have a video they want to play.
Okay, go ahead.
I don't know what the video is. Yes, you said that there's a video you want to play that Candace said she has full confidence Israel was involved.
Yep.
Yeah, he said evidence that they killed him. I said this is why people think they're involvement.
So if they have the clip, they can play the clip.
Yeah.
They're referring to a clip.
Yeah.
Via whom? My guess is Pierre. Erica. I think that there's a reason Pierre knew that Charlie was dead first. I think there's a reason he was a priority. How? Why? I think France and Israel are involved in Charlie Kirk's assassination. And I'm going to put that out there with full confidence. Okay. I also involvement.
I understand. Yeah. So you think you with full confidence, you think that
I think
that France
involved.
and Israel
Yeah, I mean, the person that gave me that thing that I reported said that French Foreign Legion were on the ground that day. Again, this would be at a professional limitation for me to then go and probe that information that I handed over. I can't do that. I'm not.
But
the
you don't
United
have
States
any
government.
positive evidence of that.
Okay,
right?
Liz, I don't. Can you just stop? It's actually just like annoying to hear you keep saying positive evidence. I've just asked me what I think, and I just tell you, yes, I think they are
that's
involved.
That's a claim.
No, I said here's what I think.
I have every right to ask you about your claim.
Yeah, but
and if there's positive evidence
in
for
this
your
statement,
claim.
I literally just said I think. And I am allowed to think. And
yeah,
you
you're
keep
allowed
saying,
to think,
you have
but you're
positive
making a
evidence.
claim.
I have tons of positive evidence that I'm allowed to think.
I agree. You're allowed to think.
Okay. So,
nobody's disputing whether or not Candace Owens is allowed to think. What I'm asking is
but
you have
what's your issue then? What is your issue with the statement?
evidence.
I think
what is your
that
issue?
Israel is involved.
That's not just what you said. You said that it's with full confidence.
Yes.
You would think that if you had full confidence
to think when you think
that you would have evidence.
If I said, for instance, I think I'm going to be late to work, right, with full confidence, I would say my evidence for that is that I'm 20 minutes away and I need to be there in 5.
Andrew,
that's how you would know whether or not you had full confidence.
I'm going to tell you something.
Let me finish.
Sure.
Let me finish. If it was the case that I said I have full confidence I'm going to be late to work, I would say my evidence that I'm going to be is that work is 20 minutes away, right, and I have to be there in 5. So I have full confidence. That's why I would think that. So I'm asking, if you think that Israel and France were involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk, and you say with full confidence, I'm just asking for the evidence, or at least walk me through the mindset of why it is that you could think that with
I actually
evidence.
don't have to walk you through why I think.
Yes.
I can give you something that I think.
Yes, you do.
With full confidence. I think with full confidence that you love the substance of this debate, and now you're moving toward things that I have said that I think, which I can do. I'm
They're
allowed
pertinent
to think
to this debate.
It's not exactly pertinent to this
It's
debate.
100% pertinent.
It's not pertinent because our
These
debate
are claims made about Charlie Kirk's assassination. That's the complete substance of the debate.
No, actually, would you like to remind him of what our debate claims actually were?
And would you like to remind you said I could ask you about any of these things to my heart's content?
Feel free, but you do not get to structure how I'm allowed to reply or ask me
I'm
why
not
are you allowed
structuring
to
how
do
you're
it.
allowed to reply. I'm just asking you direct questions.
I have full confidence that you do not feel that you represented your claim well. And so now what you came prepared to do is to present yourself like a professor of fallacy.
I just want to know.
And to say, you're not allowed to say that. You can't.
You can say whatever you want.
Well,
nobody's disputing that.
I'm asking. It seems like you are disputing it. I think that when this is all said and done, I've already explained to you. I explained at the beginning of this why I think Israel is ultimately going to be proven to have involvement in this. I just explained to you in the middle, and now you're wanting me to structure the sentence or provide evidence. You don't have to. You're just allowed to think. And I've explained to you my thought process. I don't need.
By the way, guys, I'm just going to put Candace Owens' chat from YouTube right here. Like,
to structure it in a sentence. If you feel like a professor today, you picked the wrong day.
Don't you think that like tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of people would want to know what Candace Owens' positive evidence for why it is that Israel and France were involved in the most traumatic public assassination of Gen Z's lifetime is?
That's why they watch my podcast.
So you're just going to drip to them? Like, here's why I think that?
Every time we come across any of these discussions, they're watching this in context and they know why I'm saying it. So, for example, when you're bringing up, well, Candace, where's your evidence for France doing this? I just told you someone who was high ranking in the French government, right?
Who's nameless?
Of course.
Of course.
Of course.
Of course.
But
so there's good reason to
it's
doubt
not a conspiracy, though, if I then took it to the federal government. Like, you can't just go out there making a claim to the federal government. You get in trouble for making false statements and things of that nature. So, and then you go, well, I'm going to probe that. Well, how can you probe that? This happened to me.
Ask you, well,
this
that's
is my
not what I'm probing
podcast.
specifically.
This is my podcast. I'm sharing my life and my experiences and what has happened to me. And you're basically coming in like you're going to, regulate how I'm allowed to say it? If
I'm not trying to regulate anything. I'm asking very pertinent questions.
You're sounding a bit like a professor trying to regulate and say, Candace,
you sound very defensive.
224,000 are watching
I did answer your question
on
2
her
times. I just didn't say it in the way that you wanted me to say it.
You just kind of obfuscate and you run away from it. But I would like for you to actually focus on it.
Let's just go through every clip that you guys have prepared because it's pretty. I think with full confidence, people will recognize the strategy that you're trying to employ. So let's get to the next clip you have prepared.
Sure. They can pull up whatever clips
whatever
they want.
It is that you guys have prepared. So
but I would still, on this point, I just want to make sure that you have full confidence that France and Israel were involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk. And you have no evidence for it at all that you'll give us.
Well, I already did tell you where it came from. Like I said, I can explain it to you. I can't understand it for you.
Did that same higher up tell you that he was going to kill, or that France killed Charlie Kirk, or just that you were in danger?
They said that the French Foreign Legion was involved and on the ground that day. I've already said that. You just don't like hearing it.
No, Candace, just out of curiosity, when you pass down that message to Tulsi or Trump,
Tulsi's office, yes,
Tulsi's office, are you giving them who told you that, or you're just saying, "Here's what I heard from somebody"?
And I have this information,
Sure.
And of course, if they wanted to open a file on it, which I thought was quite mysterious, that Trump's office never got back to us. It was kind of weird about maybe they're not the correct office to. I did receive a response from Tulsi Gabbard's office, but I don't think there was ever any investigation into what I said.
So the call was, hey, I've been told the email.
Yes.
Email was, I've been told
I have information, that the French Foreign Legion was on the ground during Charlie's assassination. And that, I mean.
Yeah, what does the French Foreign Legion, what does France have anything to do with Charlie Kirk?
it was a lot of information, but
you didn't give specifics who it was from.
Not in the first email because I figured they would
Perfect.
Yeah.
So if they do contact you,
100,
are you
yes.
comfortable giving 100% who it is?
I would absolutely give them as much information
as possible. Can I ask
the
question? If whoever's the U.S. government, why are you not?
Yes, it's very strange to me.
So if that's the case, now they may respond back and say we did. That's their position.
That's why I did it in writing.
And so I'm glad that's the case because. So if they
and
do
right
ask
away in
you,
Trump's office, Margot got right back to me. She said it was on his desk, so he has that. There's no.
And if you do say that and they contact that individual, obviously you don't have to leak your sources here. Is there enough credibility where that person would be willing to talk to them and explain to them exactly what their sources are?
Yes.
Okay. I mean, it
seems reasonable. And so why he's asking me to defend that is
I'm not. Never
I think those are two different things. That's more something I'm asking different claims. Why are they not reaching out to you?
I've asked that many times on my podcast.
What do you think about that, Andrew?
What?
The fact that she emailed, she gave it, and nobody reached out to want to contact the source.
They probably didn't think it was actionable, is my guess. But even if they did think it was actionable, great. Every lead should be followed up on within the confines of what's rational and reasonable.
Is it fair to say that this is maybe a different individual because this is a person that was involved with TPUSA and had a relationship with Charlie?
Who?
No, her relationship.
Yeah, but they're already suing her.
If an average person sends it, yes.
Yeah, but I mean, we don't know who the source is. We don't know anything.
So then why go after Charlie? If they have a bone to pick with her, why would they go after Charlie?
There's no guarantee they didn't look into it. How do we know? We don't know.
How could they if they didn't come get the information? More of the information because it was a long file.
Yeah. This is a separate. This has got nothing to do with the debate. This is more on.
Well, I sent the email, assuming that you kept saying you go and you make a report. You think they're going to come back to you and say, "Hey, what's more information? We're investigating this," and that didn't happen, which is what I raised.
No, I'm asking, did you send
especially
the
because this was at a time where they were saying that they wanted to explore every possible lead. I even texted Dan Bongino.
But did you?
So actually, it was three offices.
Let me ask one question.
The executive office, Dan Bongino, and Tulsi Gabbard's office.
Okay, so a follow up to that is the following: if they contact you to say, is that specifically to the French government or Israel's involvement in the killing of Charlie Kirk?
That wasn't about
Those
Israel.
Those are two separate things.
That wasn't about Israel.
Okay,
They were saying the French foreign, that person as a part of it was saying that it was the French Foreign Legion that was on the ground that day.
So I'm surprised they haven't called you.
Then I find that to be very strange too.
I do as well.
Because who would want to make a report? I've never made a report with the federal government.
Let me just ask one question and I'm going to bring it to you.
Sure.
The question is in regards to, I've not seen that clip, so I'm seeing it now. I'm full confidence. I believe that Israel and French was involved. Is that also based on a source that somebody told you that Israel was involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk, or is that a gut feeling?
So in terms of Israel, what I've said is what I publicly have said here. I do think that at the end of this, we are going to find that Israel was involved. I do. Now, in terms of any of the hard evidence that's been presented, I think this has been a huge problem that a lot of us have had is that they won't even explore anything else that was going on in Charlie's life personally. So if we're not satisfied that Tyler Robinson did this in any way, then every alternative theory should be explored. Other evidence should be brought forward. We've done that in our capacity. Like when people keep saying she has no evidence, it's kind of crazy. I think we've broken more stories than any news source in the world. Down to pictures, details, police officers, what the dog's name was, because we're not the only people that
Good morning, everybody.
Here.
Happy
police
Wednesday.
Officers that were involved, the many police, sheriff's offices, that were departments that were involved that day, all believe there was a conspiracy. Down to the U.S. Marshals believe there was a conspiracy. They were my sources at the U.S. Marshals were saying they were basically sent on a wild goose chase that day.
But do you see how you say my sources?
You're not allowed to have sources.
Well, the thing is funny.
So is CNN allowed to have sources?
Hang on. I have sources. If I said I have sources that claim none of that's true. In fact, my sources claim that her sources are lying. My sources claim that none of them believe that there's a conspiracy. My sources claim all of them really think that Tyler Robinson was a lone gunman. If I just said that as hypothetical, wouldn't you say, what?
Yeah, I think what probably adds weight is then when I drop photos of the car that no one was supposed to see, people go, okay, her sources are legit. So, and then when what I say is then proven in court and nobody knew those things, people are recognizing that my sources are legit. When I say Charlie was scared in the last days, and then I dropped the text message.
Yeah, you dropped another blurry video that didn't prove shit either.
Which you've just learned about a couple of weeks ago of him saying he was leaving.
Yeah, like Steven Crowder slammed her for this.
Leaving the pro-Israel cause when everyone was lying about that, then they say, I think Candace's sources are legit. So I think what's happened is I've actually built up a rapport with my audience that it's not vibes and dreams, and that's why they keep watching my content, because for example, when I just the other day released the content of the shooter on the roof doing the lateral crawl, then they're going, I don't think these are just vibes. It seems like Candace's sources are legit. So I've proven myself in the market.
Yeah, I'm not sure that would legitimize.
Proving yourself. What do you mean proving yourself in the market? Just because you're entertaining and people watch you doesn't prove any evidence. That just means people are interested in what you say. Because I can say the same exact thing as all the other content creators that I know. I mean, some of us, we have different opinions on things and we'll say the same things, but let's just say I repeated the same exact thing as Asmongold. That doesn't mean that I'm going to be getting hundreds of thousands of viewers a day. That's just as I've been proven in the market. So what does that even mean? That just means more people watch you. That means jack shit.
As your sources as being legitimate when it comes to the idea that, oh, they all believe that there's a conspiracy going on, which is actually what your claim is now. How would that actually, hang on, I'm almost done.
How would that, talking to PVD
how would that legitimize, well, it's not his debate. How would it legitimize these sources that even if it's the case that you get some court footage or some things like this, why would it legitimize that your sources are telling you all the marshals believe it's a conspiracy, the police believe it's a conspiracy, everybody believes it? How would that legitimize
Well,
any
what
of
I
that?
am saying to you, and you are not forced to believe it. So let me just explain what I was answering here, and I think that you understood what I was saying. Is I have, because people trust me, compiled a lot of information and presented it to the public, and this information has been proven true. We've presented photos, we have presented videos, never before seen stuff. The public has never seen it. And so what that does is your audience goes, okay, when she says that she has these sources, clearly she's telling the truth. Now, whether you would then go, well, I'm going to believe her.
Well, the thing is, they have to come to fruition. You have to, if you say you have sources, then there has to be a string of times where your sources were correct and it came to fruition. I don't know, guys. Have you guys heard anything that Candace Owens has said where she said sources? Anything outside of the whole Charlie Kirk assassination? Is there any time in the last few years when she wasn't talking about Charlie Kirk, she was addressing something else that her sources say so-and-so and so-and-so, and it actually happened? No, that means just because they believe you doesn't mean you have a track record. What are we doing here?
When she says they don't believe, they think that there's a conspiracy, that's up to you. You cannot watch my content. I'm not here to tell you that you have to watch my content or believe everything I'm saying.
Well, don't you think questioners should get questioned as well?
By who? I'm not committing a crime, am I? By just like
well,
saying what I think and collecting
it's like, shouldn't questioners be questioned? It's like, I'm not being committed of a crime. He didn't say that.
Most of the people you ask questions of not actually committing crimes.
But what do you mean they should answer questions? Where? Like at a police station? Like,
no,
what are you
just
saying?
like if you want people to come in and answer questions for you. I have questions about this in the investigation. I have questions about this. I have questions about that. You want them to answer your questions. Doesn't it seem totally fair that you answer back the questions people have for you?
Well, they're not answering our questions. So it's also fair that they don't answer them.
So
they're not answering our questions. So I'm not going to answer anyone else's. What the? No. What kind of circular logic is that? Well, they're not doing it, so I won't. No, if the point of your podcast, your brand, your show is to tell the truth or to get to the bottom of the truth, and you need to support your claims with your evidence. That means it's natural for people to ask questions on how you led to your conclusions. I'm beside myself.
That's why I said Andrew Colvett should be in this chair. He's not.
But isn't that a double standard?
No, it's not, because he's not doing it.
Yeah, but that would still be a double standard. If you're requesting that he does do it, then that seems to infer that you think he owes you answers.
Oh, so inferences are allowed again?
And they never weren't. So that seems to infer that you think that he owes you answers. If that's the case, then don't you owe answers?
Yeah, well, I feel like I'm answering your questions and his questions about, I mean, I'm talking about Andrew Colvett. His position is he's a spokesperson for Turning Point USA. So when the crowd turns against Turning Point USA on the basis of a lack of information or because there has been, I don't know, seeds sown of distrust, I would imagine, and forget answering my questions because it doesn't need to be me.
Aren't you sowing a lot of those seeds of distrust?
Well, I think they're doing a pretty good job themselves, if I'm being honest. You can blame it on Candace all you want.
Well,
people love to do that.
The thing's funny is
people act like I'm ground zero.
I'll be fair with you.
Ground zero of people not trusting Turning Point USA.
I think that there was some PR there. I think there was some PR there. Sure, they could have done better. Absolutely. I'm not disputing any of that. One thing, though, that I want to just directly ask you is, do you actually believe that anybody in TPUSA or Erica Kirk or Erica actually participated, had foreknowledge of, or facilitated the murder of Charlie Kirk?
I'm not going to get myself into a legal pickle here. Everything I've said is on my...
Well, yeah. You're the one who caused the legal pickle in the first place, Candace. Well, the thing is, and if everything that you are saying is true, and that you have reasonable belief, then why aren't you just saying yes?
My podcast, I think firmly that if I was the investigating officers, I would seat them all and I would ask questions. I would at this phase. I would.
Okay,
so
what does that
hypothetical.
Does that mean that you do think so?
I think it was not a sufficient investigation into what we know to be true of 80% of homicides. It's usually conducted by someone you know, right? And the fact that that was never even considered, that like I said earlier, the backpack was returned.
How do you know that was never considered?
Because they gave back the backpack, as just one example. They gave back the backpack. They gave back the...
that doesn't show a conspiracy.
Well, I mean, it shows that the police trusted everybody and didn't just hold things up for a second.
They ruled them out as suspects.
That quickly, I'm not comfortable with that investigation. It's a pretty big organization. There's a $100 million incentive.
What, they don't follow up? And if they did follow up, then that means that, and nothing came of it, then one can reasonably believe, as long as procedure was being followed to the best of their ability, that there was no there.
People, this is...
What $100 million incentive?
What I'm saying is his organization, like it had grown to, I think it was 100
plus per year.
Yeah, per year, if that's something you want to factor.
Yeah, but what was
your team wants to play a video, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
There's a video they want to play of Candace said it's impossible to not believe Erica's complicit. If you guys want to play that video.
Yeah. That's also just ask.
I don't want to say it, but here's me actually saying it.
So right now, their guys are going out and they're going to look for evidence. And then by May, which is fortunately around the corner, then she'll see what they found. So what the F is that performance? How could you sit up there and say, yes, I 100% believe Tyler Robinson did it. That right there is why it is impossible for me to think that Erica Kirk is not complicit somehow. Because what?
Those two thoughts actually don't even follow. How would it be the case that even if Erica Kirk did believe that Tyler Robinson was 100% responsible for the death of Charlie Kirk, let's say she believed it with every fiber of her being, believed all the evidence, because she did. She just actually did. Would it then follow that somehow she's complicit in his death?
I didn't say complicit in death. You added those two words.
Okay, so what's she complicit in?
Yes, so sowing this narrative that Tyler Robinson is guilty. So you're chopping up clips. Like I said, you didn't have the confidence coming into being, so now you're chopping it up.
What does that mean? Like, she can believe, based on information that she has, that Tyler Robinson killed her husband. It's like, what are we talking about?
We are showing a clip of her on Barry Weiss, which I can't remember the date that she did that interview. And Erica, when she is asked, do you feel with 100% certainty that Tyler Robinson did this? And she says, I do. Then, again, context matters. I sit down with Erica for 4 hours under the assumption that she had some evidence, right? This is why I did not engage in any Erica, everyone's questioning what she's wearing and all this stuff. I was like, I'm going to wait here because, I don't know, just it feels weird to think that, did I think that some of her mannerisms were weird and stuff like that? Yeah, but that's not, you can't convict somebody on weird mannerisms. And then when I sat down with her and I was expecting for her to say, well, I'm obviously the victim on the case and we got to see the shot, taken or this or that, whatever it is. Great. That's why she has that much confidence 2 months ago. And when I sat down with her, it was nothing. Okay. So this is a conversation.
How would that make her complicit?
Yeah, that
complicit. And again, you said complicit in the death of Charlie Kirk.
Complicit in what? Yeah.
Well, if you let me finish my sentence, I could tell you that. But my point being is that then you take a look at this and you go, okay, well, this is weird. Why would you have this confidence? And then when you sit across from somebody and you say, okay, great, I want to go out there and defend you now. I want people to know that you can't say this stuff publicly, but you know more things. And she just blanks. And then she says, well, I'm going to call the lawyer. And she called the lawyer. Again, all this is on my show. So out of context clips is not going to work because I know what I say on my show. Okay. So we call her lawyer and her lawyer says to us, she calls him on the phone, pardon me. And it's me, her, and Justin Strife. And I'm like, okay, great. What do you guys have? He goes, well, we don't have anything yet. We're not at that phase yet. And I'm like, well, what do you mean you don't have anything? And he says, well, don't you know how it works? It's a probable cause hearing. So basically the state says that they're going to bring this forward. And now our people go out and they look for the evidence.
Okay, hold on. So I've been doing some research behind the scenes here. So she said that she gave stuff to Dan Bongino, who at the time was the assistant director of the FBI. Here is what Dan Bongino said, and this would be 4 months ago.
But take a look at this compilation from Milk Bar TV here of Candace Owens on the Charlie Kirk investigation, whereas we had to produce facts. Her producing tomorrow's episode. Check this out.
Getting close to something, keep going, and we are definitively getting closer to what took place on
October
that day.
2025.
And we are getting closer. I think we're close. We
October
are definitively getting closer.
October 10th.
We're getting close. We're getting low. Very
October
close.
30th.
We're inching ever closer. We are now, I believe, extremely close
November.
to solving this thing. I've got a feeling about that. We're close. We're getting closer to something, and that something is pretty big. I just sense that we're getting close. I sense that we are getting very close, and we are getting closer, getting very close to something. We're getting closer because we are getting close. We are definitely getting closer, very close. We are very close. We are close. We are dangerously close to something. We are dead close to something. And I think every day we are inching closer to who killed Charlie Kirk. You know we're getting close. We're inching ever closer. We are inching closer, a little closer to solving the Charlie Kirk murder. And I'm getting very close. And we are getting very close. But I'm getting closer. I'm getting real close. My prayers are with you, Candace. You are close. We are close. And we're getting closer to the truth. We get closer. We are getting close.
Getting close. You see it? You see the hidden knowledge, Grift, how it works?
Yeah, so she's like, yeah, I contacted Dan Bongino. Well, Dan Bongino doesn't fucking believe you. And apparently, if you gave him the evidence, he probably at least wouldn't be saying this, would he? Unless I have the dates wrong of when your, threat actually occurred.
To assert that Tyler Robinson is guilty. And so I asked her directly, her lawyer directly, the phone's in between us. I'm like, wait, so just so I'm clear, you haven't seen anything that the public hasn't seen? And he says no. So I'm going back in my head and I'm going, okay, so why is Erica saying with such a degree of certainty, like she was sent out to convince the public and people bit, by the way. I remember even Megyn Kelly was like, let's wait. She's going to have access to things. I did think she had access to things that we didn't have. Why express that confidence to the public as opposed to just being like, we don't know yet. I feel confident he's involved. They made an arrest.
I don't understand. How would any of this make her complicit? And in what?
Well, I've already told you. She's complicit in trying to fool the public into thinking this is some open and shut case.
How's she trying to fool the public into this? If she believes
don't look
if she
anywhere
believes
else.
that Tyler Robinson killed Kirk, if she believes that, how would that be complicit in anything?
I do.
Are you saying that you think she doesn't believe it?
I don't believe that at that stage she sat down with Barry Weiss that's what she believes. No, but that's my opinion.
Right, but so when you just say complicit, you just mean she believes that Tyler Robinson killed Kirk? That's it?
That's what we were talking about. That's why I said if your strategy was to dice up.
What world, what planet do you live in? Someone says, I believe that Tyler Robinson killed my husband based on the evidence and what the police told me and based on reporting. She must be complicit. What the fuck are you talking about? What are you talking about? How is that evidence? How is there even a logical process of thought to get there?
Up clips and take it out of context and make it seem like I said she was complicit.
Everything.
Yeah, but then why not just play the full thing? Like why?
Because we don't have like infinite amounts of time. I'm guessing you probably don't want to watch.
Well, I'm going to go back to my theory that you didn't feel confident that you could defend your claim that it's overwhelming evidence. So now you're trying to move towards doctored clips and getting me to respond to it.
There's no doctored anything. I'm just making sure that we got this right.
Yes,
that what you're actually saying is that Erica is just complicit in believing it.
When I re-examined her actions backward, because I did not have this perspective of her at the beginning, which is why it's so funny to me that you guys make it seem like I'm ground zero. People thought
your perspective of her? You're just saying what she said. And then you're making a conclusion based on, yes, I believe that Tyler Robinson killed my husband. And then you make a conspiracy out of that she's complicit? Those are strong words.
Erica was sus from day I forgive him. And I was not a part of that. I did not lean into that. I did not contribute to that. I was getting actually terrible messages from my fans being like, Candace, you and Charlie always say to go with your intuition. You won't address this, how we all feel about her. Things changed for me when I saw that Zoom call. I will tell you that for sure. And the fact that she lied to me. So I sat across from her and
lied about what? Lied about what?
Publicly, but they're probably grateful they didn't do it publicly. She told me some lies. And so the next thing that happens naturally when somebody lies to you, you go, when any person lies to you, whether it's a toddler, people only lie when they're trying to obscure something else.
Have you addressed what that lie was?
Yeah, I've talked about, we have a list of lies that we've been told about you. We can find that,
in the meeting with her.
Well, no, I didn't want her to cage up. I didn't want to do this, and because I didn't know what to expect. Like I didn't know she was going to be like, I'm so overwhelmed with everything, and I don't know who to trust in the organization.
Oh, now the word overwhelmed. Okay, we're doing the overwhelmed buzzword again. Okay, cool.
And I don't know what I'm doing. I didn't want to.
Just out of curiosity, before anything happened with Charlie, how close were you and Erica?
Not very close.
So there's not a relationship.
No, I would say it's totally normal. Like it's not like there was any issues at all. We were always nice to each other. It just is our life went to a different phase, right? So Charlie and I. Hitting the ground, running around, traveling 4 days a week. Now I get married. I find love of my life. I get married and I get pregnant. I haven't stopped being pregnant. And what you want out of life changes. You don't want to be running around for 4 days a week and traveling on a plane nonstop. You suddenly want to start building at home and live. I was desiring that suburban life.
Did you guys ever do the double dates? You, George, her, and Charlie? Was there ever double dates between the four of you?
I was engaged to George quickly. We were planning our wedding. I was kind of in my bubble with George. George traveled with me and Charlie, but Erica and him were just starting to date at the beginning of 2019. George and I were planning our marriage. So George really got to know Charlie. I wouldn't say that I really got to know Erica. I was just rooting for them because I knew how much Charlie wanted to, find love. And so I was kind of his wing woman throughout that phase. And I was just happy. And I never was under the impression, obviously, that they were going to get married when they were dating. So it wasn't like I was conscious, I really need to get to know this person. And so it was just kind of normal that by that time, because of where I was in my life, that I wasn't spending any time getting to know Erica per se.
So the complicit part about Erica to you, is that a gut feeling? You think
it transformed when she lied?
You can take the lead. I'm just asking questions.
Yeah, go for it. I actually don't. I still don't understand.
By the way, I will say that in Candace Owens' chat, the mods are basically banning anyone who is thinking that Andrew Wilson's right here. I just want to point that out.
Do you think she's complicit in?
Yeah, so when I say Erica's complicit, that's my opinion. When you tweeted Erica's too retarded to kill her husband, would you like to explain how you developed your evidence, your positive evidence for the fact that Erica was retarded?
Yeah, sure. So I just think all women are retarded.
Oh, so you're allowed to just say stuff. Who knew? So, and by the way, what dramatically transformed your opinion of Erica after going to the headquarters? Because you were pretty hostile about.
I wasn't hostile towards them.
You don't think calling somebody too retarded?
No, come on. That's like normal tongue-in-cheek stuff for me online.
Oh, you're being tongue-in-cheek?
Usually when I call someone retarded, I'm being tongue-in-cheek, yeah. Like, for instance, you got supporters. I mean, if you want to use the same exact argument, you would take a supporter like Owen Benjamin. He called you bad names and called your husband bad names. You're just like, well, that's no biggie?
I've never answered him on anything that he said. I'm saying that you now are her biggest defender. So do you still think she's
not her biggest defender?
Do you still think she's too retarded?
No. I didn't know Erica Kirk. I'd never met her before.
Okay, but you had an issue with Turning Point being led by a bunch of fembots talking about the feminist angle. And then suddenly you go to the headquarters.
It's a terrible idea.
You could also make change the wording. He doesn't think that Erica Kirk is competent enough to do something like this. That's what he means by that, in the sense of tongue-in-cheek.
You go into the headquarters, now all of a sudden you've got text messages that you're sharing with them. You say that you and your wife are getting involved with management.
No. I'm not involved in any management at Turning Point USA.
Well, I'm pretty sure there was a clip of you where you say that your wife went to their recent conference and sat down, and then when you were on Joe Rogan...
No. Hang on. I'll explain what happened, just so that you understand.
Yeah.
So I was invited there to do some debate training. That's literally what I was invited there to do, on recommendation. So I went down and did some debate. That's the first time I ever met anybody at TPUSA.
Okay, and then you said you sat down with Erica.
Well, I didn't sit down to her. I talked to her in a hallway.
So you didn't sit down and speak with Erica?
No, I didn't have like some sit down long conversation. We talked in the hallway.
Okay. Is that when you gave her the hug?
Yeah, gave her the hug right there. My wife did too. We were both very sorry for what happened.
Okay, so at what point did you start receiving text messages from that you cited in your opening statement?
Well, I just reached out to TPUSA and said, I'm prepping for a debate. Is there anything that's pertinent that I can use here?
Do you find it interesting that people have been asking for basic answers to questions, and you're saying that you walked into their headquarters and reached out and they
instantly... It's amazing, isn't it? If you reach out in good faith and you're not demonizing them and saying that they're complicit in the murder of people's deaths, that perhaps they're actually willing to release things to you that are pertinent, other than thinking that, perhaps you're diabolical.
Well, I feel like if I was going to release that information, I didn't demand that it be released to me. I actually never demanded that it be released. I just simply said that this is what was going on in the last...
What are the chances that there's going to be a clip?
48 hours. Maybe to the media they could release it. They could release it to PBD. They decided to release it to a guy that called Erica too retarded in June.
So what?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, she was made the CEO, president of Turning Point USA. I don't think that was the best thing to do after Charlie's assassination. I don't know what involvement she had in Turning Point USA, or if she has any qualifications in order to do so. So I don't know, but that is one thing that she did gain from that. So I'm just putting that out there.
I just think it kind of shows that Turning Point is sending you as their horse.
Well, I don't
they
know
just don't have the courage to have the conversation. If they were just releasing something in good faith to answer questions, I've never demanded. It's not evidence. You're sharing your opinion that she's too retarded. I can't share my opinion. That I think it's going to register as really obvious to the public. That rather than presenting that throughout the course of everybody wanting to know what Charlie was going through his last days, they decided to give it to you to come to my house as some sort of a surprise. Do you think the public's not smart enough to see through that?
Do you think that if you know
about terrible PR,
if you know that there's a huge debate that's coming up that's going to be probably one of the most viewed that year, and one of the debaters calls you and says, "I'm taking this position.
No, apparently it wasn't.
That I feel like there's the most evidence for." And Candace also agreed to answer many of my questions in regards to this. So if you got pertinent evidence here that I can use, I'd definitely like to take a look. It was actually amazing to me. It really was actually amazing to me how if you approach people in good faith and just say, "Hey, I'd actually like to know what the facts and details are around this," they actually do talk to you. It's amazing.
Yeah, I just do not believe that they are doing this in good faith. I don't believe that anything you have done has demonstrated that's in good faith. It demonstrates that you walked into Turning Point USA headquarters and came out a different man because you were critical of the organization. You were critical of Erica, and now you're sitting here going, "Candace, I want to interrogate you for an hour and a half about everything you've ever said about Erica."
Have you ever been critical of somebody that you hadn't met and then you meet them and you're less critical of them?
And the inverse has happened too. I was less critical about Erica, and now I'm more critical about her.
But I'm asking you, isn't it the case that there's people you've been critical of and then you've met them and you're less critical after you meet them?
Too retarded. I feel like if you think that she's dumb and let's just talk about your record. I mean, you're a person that has spent time in what most people would
term to be the manosphere, talking about
feminists.
Well, yeah.
I debate against the
against feminists
and red pillars.
Okay.
And a lot of the actual, so I'm a Christian ethicist.
And then you go on to Joe Rogan and you're like soft explaining away why Erica had to take over Charlie's company when they don't have a parent at home. So now you're a feminist icon. Like you just go into the headquarters and you just shift all of your perspectives.
That's a bizarre criticism. Like
I don't know what he said on Joe Rogan's podcast. I was listening to it the other day. I just didn't finish it. I didn't get to that part.
Nobody's in the bigger girl boss position than you.
I'm actually no.
You're in the biggest of the girl boss positions. Like you don't have to do this. You just do this. You could definitely not do it at all and be fine, right? But you still do.
I would say that you are making a comparison that cannot be compared because Erica's husband was just assassinated in front of the world.
Which makes sense. Why should we take the organization over?
No, it makes sense why you would go home to your kids, just so you know.
Wait a second. That's bizarre.
They don't have a parent. They don't have a parent and they just suffered a trauma. You don't go into the office.
You want to protect your husband's legacy, right?
No.
And you're trying to find some new normal.
The legacy is his children, not the organization.
It's both.
No,
yes, it is both. It's totally rational and reasonable to believe that it would be both Turning Point USA, that is part of Charlie Kirk's legacy. He worked his whole life for it.
This is why people think she's sus.
And his children. Now, for you, though, to say that anybody's a girl boss, right? That's like the pot calling the kettle black.
That came out of your mouth.
No, that was you. You brought up girl boss.
Girl boss came out of your mouth.
Yeah, I'm telling you that you brought up this idea that I'm defending some feminist nonsense. I'm not. I'm pointing out that they're by the way,
she's not qualified to take over his company.
There's always objective outliers to each situation. In fact, it's the exception that proves the rule. And the interesting thing here is like, I'm still just as critical of feminism inside TPUSA as I've always been. And I'm just as critical of any pro-Zionist position as I've ever been. None of that's ever changed. By the way, I would think it's the most rational, reasonable thing on planet Earth to do if you wanted to actually see an organization change, to try to work with leadership or reach out to leadership to try to do so. Doesn't that make the most amount of sense?
I would like to state for the record that I think Erica is underqualified to run the organization. Sure. And on
I think the point that Andrew's trying to make, because now that I'm thinking about it, like the thing is, like either way, you need a face for the company, and I don't think anybody else would have been a strong enough face and voice to replace Charlie Kirk. So at least as a figurehead, I could see why they chose Erica. Now, the thing is, like, some of the things that she's saying is actually reasonable. I don't know if she's qualified. The thing is, she's also saying that she knows nothing about her, that she barely knew her. So how does she know? Right? So, I mean, you can go both ways on this, but the thing is, what is a reasonable explanation why someone would be put into a position of power? Say what's reasonable, then work backwards from that. And then find what's unreasonable about it. But the thing is, she's just saying it's unreasonable because. You can say that she's unqualified, fine. But the thing is, you have to, in this case, I think you have to work backwards, and I don't think she's doing that. And the things, you can still criticize the TPUSA for putting her as president CEO, at least just for the concern for the company, right? That's reasonable. But the thing is, she's saying, like, yes, I destroyed. The Christian conservative mother of two decided to conspire against her husband, and so that her children would live childless. I mean, hey, I'm not saying that women aren't, that they can't, organize assassinations. But thing is, what's a woman's usual choice of weapon in regards to, killing their husband? Poison. I think like, you're not making any rational sense of how this would actually go down.
The more emotional aspects, I agree with what seems to be a majority opinion, I'm not gonna say it's scientific, that any woman that would leave her kids and go right into the office after their husband was publicly assassinated does not have their priorities straight. Okay, well, I understand that you can have those criticisms,
yeah,
but I'm not understanding still how that would make her complicit.
I don't have to keep answering the same question.
Okay,
so
let's
feel
like you got an answer to how it's complicit?
Your team is asking to play a clip, so if we want to play this clip to just finish this segment on the Erica Kirk topic, we can spend some time on that as well. Okay. So if you guys are ready in the back, we're ready.
And causing that 30-6 diameter, as would happen with a patent explosives, as we've demonstrated to you in the past, it accidentally, because of how Charlie was crouched, went up and hit his neck. And that ruined everything. That ruined everything. It was problematic. It's the reason why Terrell then had to scramble to get the cameras down, because they were never supposed to see it. They could have said reasonably that a 30-6 got eaten by Charlie, much more reasonably, obviously, than saying that the chicken bones in his neck stopped it because he ate vegetables.
What?
They panicked. That's why Terrell's nervous on the phone with me. Again, this is my theory, and I am now very much sticking to it. Okay? They panicked. It's the reason Erica had to step out. That's why she would have gotten on the phone with Terrell so quickly, because I was going, why is Terrell saying, well, I didn't want Erica to relive, that's why I did it. He didn't have an answer. He was nervous. It was crazy. But he acknowledged it. He spoke to Erica immediately. Why did you speak to Erica immediately?
So do you believe that?
Yeah, you have to. I don't have to keep answering the same questions. Well, the thing is, you never answered the fucking question.
There was a shape charge that killed Charlie?
Hey, can I ask you why you keep starting clips mid-sentence?
Probably to get to where the clip is.
No, it doesn't seem that way because you can always start a clip at the beginning of a sentence. Like you're just it's completely out of context.
Wait,
but
I didn't prepare.
Hey! Why did you get to the point of the to the point of the clip, the point of the argument? Why would you do such a thing? Why don't you give me time to prepare?
Clips, but I didn't. But it's fine to ask it to back it up.
Like I said, I don't need to say what's happening here because the internet will clock it. But in this episode, we are now going, and that's why I said we're now going to look at some alternative theories. I made it very clear that this was a theory that I didn't want to look at. This is, I believe, because I don't have every episode in my head, but I'm pretty sure this is an episode where we presented the evidence that was in the car, the photos of what was in the car, right? And so we are now inferring off of what we see in the car that this very much does look like that we see a bunch of shattered Rode microphone, which was an early theory that I was actually interested in, but couldn't really wrap my head around what was the shape charge explosive. As I say at the beginning of the episode, it was just not my expertise, and I was concerning myself with timelines and stories and statements that didn't make sense. Without question, Terrell Farnsworth is someone who made me think that we were missing a big part of the story. So I'm walking them through John Bray's theory. If we started to insert what we are actually observing with the evidence that we're taking a look at and what took place that day. So we're completely in the hypothetical right here. And you're now introducing this.
If that's the case, if you're just hypothetically exploring it, that's why I'm just asking directly.
Yes, but that's obvious when you watch this episode. So that's why it feels like I'm in the middle of an interview with CNN when they like pull up random clips and they're like, what's this? What's this? You watch the episode, you know what it is. I'm just trying to make sure.
Do you think that your alternative theory?
I think John Bray's theory should be explored. Yes.
Okay. Do you think that Charlie Kirk was killed with an explosive?
I think that is a possibility. Yes.
Okay.
And it should be explored. He's done a lot of work on it. John Bray has done good work, and I think that's why that theory is now starting to gain steam since we released the second set of the photos of what was in the car. I think it's viable.
So this was the big thing I wanted to get into.
I don't think she's that smart, Daryl.
What is it about that theory that's actually compelling to you? So I looked into the explosive mic theory multiple times, and the biggest thing that stood out to me is there's no explosion. There's literally no explosion. In fact, there's videos when the shot rings out.
There's no soot.
Kills Charlie. At least it sounds like a shot to me. People are actually like looking up towards where the gun is being fired. They're looking away for where the sound is. Like, where's the actual explosion?
Well, for every person that you say looks away, there's going to be a person that was looking forward. We have former Marines that have gotten on and said, it looks to me like there's an explosion under his shirt, right? You obviously saw Rob O'Neill go on to, I'm forgetting which platform it was, where he said, it's the first thing I thought was
Rob O'Neill is the man that killed Osama bin Laden.
Yeah, and I think he's qualified to say what he believes he saw. We should actually, since they're pulling clips, we should run that clip of Rob O'Neill and what he said and what he observed in his experience. Yeah. So I'm going to take that. And also there were people who immediately spoke to the media that day who said the same thing, that they thought that something happened under his shirt. That was actually, if you go back to my first episode, when I was just observing what I saw with my eyes, I was asking the serious question. I was seriously saying, why is it like somebody shot him from underneath? Why is his shirt moving first? It doesn't make sense to me. And
that's because of air dispersal from the bullet.
Yeah.
So whenever a bullet is shot, a projectile shot, you can actually run this experiment yourself if you have a rifle. Take like an empty box of ammunition and put it on the table and then fire it near the muzzle. And that box will actually blow off the table.
Okay, so question for you. Does that box go sideways off the table?
It can.
It can.
Yeah, it can. It depends on the dispersal.
3,000 pounds of energy or 2,000 pounds of energy coming at you. That's how much it carries.
Well, it's 2,000 pounds of energy.
We can fact check that. How many pounds of energy is it? A 30-6 being shot 150 yards away? That's a great question for Grok. I'm going to say when we looked at it, it was between 1,500 and 2,000. I'm pretty sure pounds of energy coming at you, and you just go upward and to the side. I don't really buy that. And I'm going to just say I just think that that's not possible. It doesn't go through on top of that. So
there's so many variables on that though. So wait, you ask Grok. And there's so many variables when firing a bullet. The thing that's certain is that something did hit him. And there's air dispersal when someone is shot. But there is some randomness towards it. Like, you're not going to get the same result every single time you fire a weapon into something.
Get blown backward. It didn't go through. But I also want to say that you're saying this can happen, and Rob O'Neill is infinitely more qualified, I think, to speak on that.
Why?
And because he's actually shot and killed people.
Why would that have anything to do with anything?
Because
did he slow down all the videos of the people he shot to see if their clothes moved?
Well, why are you able to assert your position as a fact?
Because I'm gonna tell you how projectiles work. He's not even gonna I guarantee you this guy's not even gonna disagree with what I'm about to say. If it is the case that you have energy and you have mass, and the mass is moving in the air has to go somewhere. It doesn't have a choice.
I think you're totally BSing right now, man.
Not only am I not BSing, I'm telling you the truth.
Candace Owens doesn't understand physics.
Bullet is moving in air. Air has to move out of way of bullet.
But maybe not at the bottom of a shirt here. I don't know. I disagree with that. I'd like to say for the record, I've watched some of you do these sorts of things where you assert something with a lot of confidence, and it's,
you can fact check it. Fact check if bullets displace air.
Not about whether it displaces air. It's where it disperses the air. Underneath his shirt here.
It's not underneath the shirt.
A bullet's this big, and you're telling me it's going to hit his neck.
Candace,
and then
it's not underneath
beneath
the shirt.
The shirt
starts
puffs.
up here, and the collar's moving, and then you see the wave here as he's moving backwards.
No.
Yeah.
That's not true.
It's not.
And we obviously can't show that clip. I disagree with you.
Okay, I understand you can't show it for TOS purposes.
Exactly. I disagree with you. People can go watch and make up their own minds. We don't need to debate it. Whether or not that was the first thing I said was, why is his shirt moving first? That didn't make sense to me. It almost looks just like this. It goes across. His necklace breaks first before Charlie even reacts. If you watch it in slow, his necklace breaks first, which I thought was very odd. And then you see a puff here, and then the next thing you know, there's the entry wound on his neck. I would not confidently assert that I see smoke. I've never said it on my platform.
She said that his necklace breaks. Why would a necklace break, Candace? Maybe because something shot it.
Think that an explosion generally has smoke?
I don't think that there's any quality version of video that would get us to be able to answer that question other than Terrell's 4K footage that he has from the front. So
there's a lot of, if you look at the Israeli pagers, it's assumed that it's a similar, if not the same type of explosive that was used inside the pagers that would have been used inside of this road mic.
I think that you should, since you love debating, you should debate someone like John Bray, who's worked on that theory for 11 months, and ask those sorts of questions of how shaped charge would work. I presented the evidence of what was in the car, and I also, at that episode that you're clipping, said John Bray has done an unbelievable amount of work on this, and I think he has debated a ton of people, actually, regarding this topic.
He used to be an NRA instructor.
So that's the route that I would send you on. For the purpose of my show, I do believe, to answer your question, that it is a hypothetical. I mean, that it is a theory that should be thoroughly explored.
There's two clips your team wants to show. One of them is the Rob O'Neill clip, since we're on it. So if you guys are ready in the back before we go to ad break, if you want to pull it up, this is a good time to do so.
And good to see you, General Holt. A lot of things bothers me about this. Nothing in particular. It's not like I'm out there saying big lie or conspiracy or someone did it. I'm just saying I've been in a lot of shootings. I've killed more than a handful of people, and this thing looked shady off the bat. I mean, I've killed people closer than I saw the camera, and I've never seen a shirt move like that. That looks like an explosion to me. Just the fact that no one started doing first aid to Charlie Kirk, they were more concerned about getting SIM cards out of cameras, removing cameras, and then getting him off the X somehow. There didn't seem a lot of concern for his life. It seemed like just clean it up, and then, I mean, I've been told they paved it over a couple days later, and then you get Erica Kirk behind all the razzle-dazzle, and she's really quick to forgive the alleged shooter, which technically says that was him because I forgive him, but that you can't forgive Candace Owens for having an opinion or asking questions. And they mock people by saying, "Oh, I'm just asking questions." Yeah, I'm a
But she's not just asking
I'm
questions.
asking a lot of questions. No one wants to answer them.
And you're able to ask.
He's actually said very little about the explosive there. So
I'm saying he said he's shot people up close, and he's never seen a shirt move like that, and it looked to him like an explosive. That's what he just said.
But when I play that video at full speed, I can't see a shirt moving. I can only see a shirt moving when we slow it way down. So if I'm in real time, I'm just assuming this, right? I mean, if I was in real time and I was in like a close quarters combat, you kill somebody situation, and I shot them, would you even see the shirt move?
Well, I just feel like 5 minutes ago you were arguing that it was because the bullet carried air. Now you're saying you don't see the shirt move at all.
Yeah, but that's, if you slow it down, the disbursement of air, that's where you're going to see it, right? It's going to be very quick, very, 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 very fast.
Yeah,
and then
that's not what I saw, and clearly it's not what he saw, and he thinks that there could be an explosive. So I'm just saying to you, people disagree with you. Your opinion's not a fact. That's all.
I understand.
I think that's a good place for us to, if we have another break, and then we can keep answering your questions.
Yeah, I mean, I think, yeah, sounds good.
Perfect. We'll do a quick 3.5-minute ad break. We'll be back for the last segment.
Cool.
All right, thank you.
When we set out to create a shoe that blends comfort, function,
Okay, I'm gonna
and luxury,
get another.
we had the choice to make it fast. We had the choice to make
refill
it
my
cheap.
drink real quick.
We chose neither. Instead, we chose Tuscany, Italy. We chose true Italian craftsmanship, each pair touched by 50 skilled hands. We chose patience, spending 2 years perfecting every detail, and we chose the finest quality at every step. Introducing the Future Looks Bright collection. Not rushed, not disposable, not ordinary. Rather, intentional, luxurious, timeless.
The beautiful thing about these events, you know how quickly it goes? Like this. Is everybody ready to get started?
I've helped over 10,000 business owners grow and scale their companies. I'm just passionate about watching entrepreneurs create great business.
When you got guys like Jerry Rice, that was his work ethic.
We were able to do some great things on the football field.
The single most important trait I had was a healthy dose of delusion. And that delusion is sometimes also referred to as self-belief.
When I can do something that I love, that is good for business, and I can make content out of, that's my trifecta.
It's time!
Hey guys and gals, Vincent Oshana here. My Faith Over Fear line is taking off, and it's all thanks to you. We've got hats, shirts, hoodies, you name it. We also got brand new designs and new apparel dropping all the time. So if you want to rock some Faith Over Fear gear, hit the QR code on the screen or click on the link in the description. And remember, guys, if you have true faith in God, you have absolutely nothing to fear. God bless, and the future looks bright.
Many times when people think about valuetainment, all they think about is a podcast, but it's a lot more than that. It's 9 companies working together on an 11-acre campus. If I was to give you a virtual tour here, you'll see the HR department hiring, talent acquisition. We have full stack developers that are working on Manek and Higher Metrics. We have a full-fledged events team that puts together events with thousands of people. We have a merch department designing the latest product. We just launched EFLB shoes made in Italy. We have a marketing department. Then if you go to the complete opposite side of the building, 50, 60 people making calls, working for David Consulting, sales, setters. And then on the complete opposite side of the campus, there's a full-on production company with editors, shooters, creating content, doing podcasts. Then you can drive down a couple miles and go to our private boardroom, cigar lounge with members only. Regardless of what it is, working at Valuetainment every day is a surprise. You walk in
See you later,
work, and right
Spellbinder.
next to
Sorry,
you
I missed
is
you.
a governor, is a billionaire, is an athlete. We are hiring aggressively, but Valuetainment isn't for everybody. For the right person,
Is the mod
this
really
could be
bringing down
last
the banhammer
company
on
you ever
Candace
work
Owens'
for.
stream?
So,
I know
if you're watching
that.
this and you want to learn more,
Or at least there's people calling for it.
/careers and apply now.
I kept seeing mod. I hope this bed is in a plastic bag and not cardboard. Did I miss something? Thank you for the follow over there on Kick. Queen Chill Pep. Let's see here. I'm also thinking about how I'm going to post this outside of the on the second clip channel. I'll probably just do a silence detection like I usually do, and so it's just going and going and going. Let's see, we've been at it for 3.5 hours now. Well, 3 hours if you, about 3 hours if you count the 20-30 minutes where we were all just waiting. What pan? What are we talking about? What conversations did you guys have while I was gone? Oh, okay. Fair enough. Oh, God. Well, anyway, since we're waiting around, let's see here. Here is my Chrome extension, Stream Tabs. It actually does something really cool. Now it has a tool for live streamers. So if you want to put, it'll block phone numbers and email addresses so you don't accidentally dox someone. If you actually see, if I, let's see. Okay, maybe not in this. I have too many tabs open on other shit. So youtube.com. Let's see here. Oh, it's not going to do it on that one because there's not enough numbers. Okay. Well, essentially, it blocks any email addresses. Let me see. Is there another way I can do this? Save that for later. How about I do this? Let's see. What was this guy's name again? KJ Creator 23. Okay. Okay. So here's a good example. So you see how the email is blocked? So this is a public email, so I'm not, doxing anybody, but the thing is, like, this is to prevent kind of that accidentally happening. So if I turn this off, it goes to normal. Turn the safe mode on, then it blocks it. And with all this, you can, hold on, let's make sure I'm not, okay, there's still, okay, I got the volume up. Okay, we're good. So yeah, that's that's one of the new features. But this entire thing organizes your tabs. So if I undid it, it also switches workspaces. So if I wanted this one, it would switch everything out on this window and put whatever's here. It holds, as far as I can tell, as many tabs you could do. And what it does is that you can have a group up, and then all the other groups will be inactive, so you'll save on memory space. So just look up story tabs on the Chrome web browser, and you should see it. Oh, yeah. There's 120,000 people there last time I checked. Hey, thank you for the jewels, Daryl. I'm not used to the jewels thing, so I have no idea how much that is. So we'll give you a little dance here. Thank you very much, man.
Racist, fascist, nationalist, grifter, bootlicking theocrat, literally Hitler, colonizer, Nazi, incel, bigot, white supremacist, privileged, idiot, snowflake, pick me, toxic, homophobe, hood troll, sexist, deplorable, xenophobe, shill, dog, whistling, transphobe, simp stan, alt-right, neocon, tyrant, yeah, and...
There you go. Yeah, I don't understand the jewels thing. I'm actually surprised, especially since you're on the horizontal video. Because when, I don't know, maybe it's because you have donated on shorts before, and so it gives you that option. I don't know. Maybe there's a part of me that needs to just turn that thing off, because I don't understand what jewels are. How much is... Mm-hmm.
All right, fantastic. So, Andrew, if you want to go with your last couple thoughts.
Yeah, so I just have two more clips to play.
Okay.
Right, and then we can do final thoughts. I'm guessing. I feel like
I don't think it's a phone thing, Daryl.
We were trying to go, or at least for the most part. So
I think it's a YouTube thing.
Clips. I do want to play the Twigs clip. That one is important to me. The Twigs DNA clip.
Yeah.
And they're going to pull it up just to have you respond to it.
Well, you don't have to play it, because like if you're saying that when I initially watched it, I thought that
you don't
Lance
have to
Twiggs'
play
DNA,
it.
Like he was directly responding to that, because the testimony was a bit confusing.
Well, we're
going to
play it anyway.
Saying that they were going
so
to,
the audience sees it.
Like explaining how they got the samples, and they said Lance, Matt, and Amber Robinson, how they got their DNA samples, and then they started speaking about the gun and said, multiple prints were found on them, and then they moved and they said Lance Twiggs's DNA was found on the screwdriver. When I went back and rewatched it, I realized, well, they haven't officially said that Lance or Amber are on the gun, so I think I've already conceded that we don't know that. So I think but if you want to play the clip,
this is directly you saying it is on the gun. Twigs' DNA
I'm saying
is
that
on
I
the
feel
gun.
like I've already said to you, like I've made that concession. But just to be clear, whenever I make a mistake, I just correct it. So that's why when you were asking me 3 times, I've already said we don't know yet, and I've corrected that mistake. So if the purpose of you showing this is to demonstrate that Candace makes mistakes sometimes when she's taking in a lot of information and she's reading through legal documents and she's trying to remember 9-hour testimony.
It's to demonstrate something else. It is, in fact, the case. We're all going to make mistakes.
Yeah.
I'm going to make mistakes.
And I've already
You're going to make mistakes on the case.
Yeah.
But in this case, you were very adamant that his DNA was on the gun itself.
It's about the confidence that
so
she
I'm
had.
just saying that it's not ruled out. We know that there's 5+ prints. I've said this so many times. I had to rewatch the testimony again. It's like 9 hours a day. It got very scientific when they were speaking about this. And I think I wrongly extrapolated that they meant all 3 of them were on the prints when the only person they officially named was Matt Robinson. So we don't know yet if Lance Twiggs has his DNA on the prints, DNA on the gun officially just yet.
Okay.
I've already conceded that.
Sure.
So
that's fine. And then the last one is one with Erica Kirk.
Sure. This is like the Erica Kirk.
What do you mean?
All right,
Well,
Erica. You could just sit down with me, Erica, but we can do it this way.
This goes back to a previous claim that you made.
Yeah,
by
sure.
bringing it up.
Straight to jail, straight to jail. For questioning at least, Erica. I don't care who's mad. I really do not care who wants to be upset after this episode. Really, you will be wasting your breath. You can spend $1 billion on influencers because this is all becoming increasingly inexplicable. You are asking me to be an idiot, actually, and I cannot do that for you. Someone once commented beneath this show that if the situations were reversed and there were this many verifiable lies.
So straight to jail?
Yeah, so that's the show intro, and straight to jail is a monopoly term.
Okay. So do not pass go.
Yeah.
Do not collect $200.
Yes, it's
You're going straight to
obviously
jail.
tongue in cheek, and then we explain that actually I think that she should be.
Oh,
brought
but
into
him saying
questioning because of
retarded isn't
inconsistencies.
tongue in
So this
cheek.
is the
Got
exact
it.
episode
Got
when
it.
I started to think that she should be sat down and questioned.
Guys, look at the poll. We
And
had some
I
people
still believe that. I still hold the
disagree.
perspective that Erica should
That
be
can't-
sat down and she should be
46%.
properly questioned.
Do you know that she hasn't been?
No, actually, that would be a great thing for the spokesperson of Turning Point USA to say that she's already
but why-
sat through.
why do they-
I mean, my guess would be she hasn't because they returned everything to her.
Yeah.
But
Why do they owe you that, though? Why
they don't owe me
Yeah.
anything. That's my show you're watching. Just, the clips that you're pulling are
Yeah.
from my show. So if I want
Yeah.
to say something on my show, I can say that. I
You
didn't say
can.
they owe me something. I don't think that's ever,
You
unless
can,
you have
but
another
if you
clip.
say, like, you need to be sat down for questioning
Yeah.
and you don't even know if they haven't been, that's strange, right?
Do you know if they have been?
No, I have no idea.
So you're just saying, what if they haven't been?
Yeah, if your
But he's smart enough not to
if your
make
entire
these
thing
claims.
is
Junk.
if you're no, it's not junk. If the query is why is it that Erica Kirk's not being sat down for questioning, but you have absolutely no knowledge whether or not she's been sat down for questioning or not, what that does is it creates an innuendo, it creates an inference, it creates out to the ethos that this should be happening because something's wrong here, when you actually don't have the knowledge that anything's wrong at all.
I just think that my opinion is that she should be sat down and questioned.
But you're not sure if she hasn't been.
Yeah, and you're not sure if she has been either. So, like I said, I feel like now you're just kind of filling the
Well,
air
to
with
my
nonsense
knowledge,
because
this
Turning
is
Point's
to-
like, we want
But
to
why
make
knowledge,
sure that you go in
nobody-
there and you defend Erica. And I have to say, I don't think you've done an extraordinary job
Great,
at that.
but I'm not here to defend Erica. The thing is, though, is like
that since 4 out of 5 of the clips that you
Yeah.
had on the ready when we asked you guys ahead of
Mhm.
time. I mean, I want to just assert how professionally we have dealt with this debate. As you can see, we have not planned any gotcha clips for Andrew. I expressed to him that what we were going to do was just to use people for fact checks and because I might not remember something.
Yes, because it's about your claims. That's what this whole entire thing is about. Are you retarded?
Or I do remember something and you're saying no, and that is what I think will register to people as very
Well, wait,
fair.
I expressly
we did not take out of
wait, what?
context clips of Andrew.
No, it was still it was still a very professional debate either way. I will say that. This is a matter of, opinion on opinions, on facts, on gut feelings, inferences, a ton of other shit. But I would say that this was still a professional debate.
But I expressly said
please
that
don't
I
cut
was
me
going to
off.
bring claims,
We did not.
right?
No, when you said you were going to bring claims
Your
that you want me to
claims.
speak to, you didn't say I intend on sitting you down with out of contexted clips to which we said to you before in an email. Any clips that you want to share with us, send it over. Let's assert a debate claim so that we can both be ready to respond to it. This just
That's not really what happened.
Well, what didn't
Yeah,
happen?
this the way that you're framing the exchange.
What
That's
do you
not
mean?
that's not actually what happened. We were negotiating. It is true. We negotiated out the claim itself, right? Which one's going to take which position? I wanted to make sure that I had at least an hour and a half on mine, and you got the time for yours to question me. We did. We got through your hour and a half on mine, roughly an hour and a half now on mine. That's basically how this went.
But in the beginning, I did not take an hour and a half to just pull out of context this with
Okay,
Andrew. I actually
PBD,
debated the substance of what's
this is
going on
when
in
you-
this trial. and
this
this
is when you
hearing,
jump
and I
in.
do think that you fell. I think you fell short of that.
There's nothing
And you-
out of. Hang on.
And
There's
I did
nothing
not
here
say,
except
I'm
holding you
just
to
going to
account
get
for
you
your
to say
claims.
yes or no. Well, we were supposed to be debating the case
Dating. This
and
is
whether
part
or
of the
not
case.
there was overwhelming evidence.
These are your claims about the case.
No, you then admitted that now you're getting into another sphere and you want to talk about the transcendentals and things that I've
And we
said.
got through-
and like 4
yeah.
out of 5 of your clips are about Erica Kirk. So the general
I don't
perception
think 4 out of 5 even
is
were.
your turning points horse.
Oh,
I
so
think
you just-
quite
there
a
was
few of
just
them
one.
were.
You
Was there
just-
3
just make
Ericas
it
or
up.
4?
So you're just making stuff
Can
up?
we get a count of how many were about Erica? I feel like
I think it was 3.
3. Okay,
Yeah,
3. I
3.
said 4.
But those are
I'm
extraordinary
sorry.
claims.
You said
That's
4 or
which why
5.
you're asking
Okay,
about them,
well,
right?
okay, but the point being is now you're veering into trying to get me to defend my opinions, and then you completely shirk responsibility
They're
when I point
claims.
out yours. No, they're not claims. When
No,
you
they're
tweet
claims.
Erica is too retarded, you go, that's just whatever, and then you move on.
That's a claim, and I'm responsible for the claim.
Well, earlier when I brought it up, you said that it was tongue in cheek.
Yes, sure. That's me responding to your criticism of the claim. That's all I'm doing here.
I was interested, and
I'm happy to get into also the Patsy stuff now, if you would like to.
well,
Your
that
team
was
has one more
supposed to
clip they
be
want
the
to play
whole
for
One more,
7 days
okay,
ago.
sorry.
They got one
They
more
had
clip.
to.
they
We
want
were
to
getting
go
into
to
the Patsy stuff, and you stopped it, and I was explaining to you.
No,
They have
you're
one
the
more
one
clip.
who
Okay,
moved.
let's go.
Who wanted?
They want to hit the
Move on.
minimum of 4 clips you were saying with Erica. So
100%.
This is absurd.
okay, and this is the one you were saying from 7 days ago. Okay, while they're looking for that, do you want to continue?
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
can I
yeah.
ask a question? I know it's been, or like, can I ask a question? Or are we
Not
just in
really.
the-
You think that it would
I'm
be
just gonna-
prepared
Okay.
before they
we're gonna
said
hold to
anything,
the
but
actual
okay.
contract itself.
The contract does not say that you are allowed to just question me without me being able to respond to you
I've never said you
or
can't
have
respond.
a conversation.
You've been able to respond to every question I've asked you. And by the way, the other thing is like
Let's have it your way. I want it to look like
still happy
we've
to have
done
the
everything
debate.
Andrew wanted to, so that people can fairly assess
What
the
the
situation.
fuck is she
So you have it
debating?
your way. I
Totally
will not
fine.
ask a question.
Totally fair with me.
So are you good with her asking a question or
He
no?
said no.
Waiting for the clip.
Okay, so you want to wait for the clip first. Okay. You guys have it in the back? Okay, beautiful.
In Andrew's mind, he's just like, can we just
You need to
answer?
Your
Jeopardy
team
thing.
told me they had it, so
That's what I heard. Okay, there we
come
go.
on, guys.
Did this crime. Okay? Because Lance
I can't
Twiggs
hear this. My
has
thing
his
went out. Just tell me
DNA
what
on
it
the
says on
towel.
here. It's fine.
Lance Twiggs has his DNA on the rifle.
Lance Twiggs
And to
has
be
his
clear,
DNA on the
Lance
rifle.
Twiggs'
Proceeded this
DNA
4 times,
was
but I don't
not
know why they feel
as
like they need
degraded
to-
as Tyler Robinson's DNA was on Tyler's rifle. It's Tyler's rifle.
Oh, you
but
also
Lance's
said, yeah, it's
DNA
not as degraded on the rifle.
Yeah, because I thought he was one of the things, but I've already that's what I mean when I say that. Like, it just seems like you're not actually here trying to engage, because even before you got to this, and I knew that you had some secret clip planned, I said to you when I rewatched the testimony, I realized that they didn't explicitly say Lance Twiggs. They said 5 other profiles were on it, and that his was the most degraded. So I hope your team feels fulfilled in playing that. Is there any more? I'm happy to play every clip that he has on the ready. Anybody?
You said you had some new evidence at the beginning of the
Oh yeah,
debate
we should
you had
show that
something
text
new.
message that you
Did
read, just
wanna
because
share
I
that?
think that's important for the public. You shared it out of context.
I'll do it on my show. I'll share the text
So you're going to
message.
read it on my show, but not show it.
Correct. I'll show it on my show. But
Okay, I'm
that's
not
what
a
I'll
fan
do.
of
I'll
that,
show it on
but
my
Can I
show.
ask why?
Well, because I want to drip out the evidence. You know, that's got to drip out that evidence, keep people coming back for the show, right?
I don't know if snark serves you so well.
I'm
It
just
does.
saying, like,
It serves
yeah,
Andrew
I'll-
very
I'll-
well.
I'll release it there. Yeah, that's my intention. But yeah, I'm fine with closings if you want to do closings.
Well, I also would just, if I may ask a question, is that permitted?
Go ahead.
Just so I also have clarity, since your basis has been evidentiary, you keep saying that you have evidence or like you are following evidence. Which one of the charges against, or all of them, do you think Tyler Robinson is guilty of?
So I'm going to pause here just for a second. And I'm not saying whether I disagree or not, but I'm just saying what I think Andrew's strategy is here. Because this debate has been a little different for him, at least from what I've seen in his debates. A little bit way more brash. But I mean, obviously they have a moderator there. But I'm wondering if his strategy was to get one text in, and I bet you there are several more texts that she doesn't know about. So I'm thinking that she has said things in this debate that are, I don't know if provably false, but it definitely calls her into question. And I would imagine it would be incredibly presentable in a live stream or a video going bit by bit on her claims here. So I do wonder. It just does make me wonder if that's kind of the game that he's playing. I'm more so disagreeing with that. I'd rather him establish it right here and now. I'm just saying what his strategy most likely is. Because I think that if he mentioned it here, I'm wondering if he's thinking if he mentioned it here, he's unsure of what her response would be.
The specific charge?
Yeah.
Yeah. So what I think is that Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, but of the 7 charges that he's being charged.
Yeah. Can we list them real quick? I'll tell you exactly which ones. We'll pull them up.
Well, do you know any of the charges he's up for right now?
Yeah, of course. But I want to make sure that we have them listed.
Yeah, but like can you name one? Because my general perspective is that you don't actually care about this case. You're not following the case.
That's the question. You're just not following it enough.
It seems pretty like if you're going to engage, and you're going to say the evidence is overwhelming that Tyler Robinson is guilty. I just think that you should. Can you tell me one?
Then let's do the
charge
counter.
that he's...
You can really. Yeah, no. This is a great gotcha.
No. You just got to ask me, play clips out of context, put me in the hot seat. So please just answer the question.
This is fair. Name all 7 since you've been following the case.
Okay, sure. You name one.
Yeah, you named all 7.
I'm happy to do that, but can you name one?
I think he's been charged with murder.
That's actually incorrect.
Okay, great. Now name all 7.
He doesn't even. This is like
name all 7.
And I
can you name all 7?
I can.
Then do it.
Sure. You don't have to
do it. No, do it. I'll count them. Go ahead.
You don't have to put your fingers up.
Okay, name them.
Yeah, sure.
Name them.
The first charge is aggravated murder because that's what carries the death sentence.
So
in the state of Utah. No, that's not. That is literally not murder.
Okay.
And so just for people, I don't have to do it in a time limit. There's nothing going on. And just to explain to people the difference of why that really matters and shows that he doesn't actually care about this at all is because aggravated murder, it's narrowly defined and because it carries a death sentence. I'm going to answer the question.
Okay,
you're just going to recognize that your strategy of thinking that people are intimidated when you try to put a time constraint doesn't work, and you'll be better than that.
I got it.
Then
she
pivots.
The more you cut me off, the longer I'll take. Do you want to just wait for me to finish of why that's a big difference so that
people
don't walk away?
I just want you to list the charges.
Yeah, I'm going to do that. You just don't get to pretend there's a time constraint for me to do that.
How long does it take you to list 7 charges?
Because I'm speaking. You just got to.
It sounds like you're just delaying it because you don't know.
I know all 7 of them.
Then
and I'm going to say again because you're going to get embarrassed. You don't have to rush this. I'm also showing an example of a very flawed debate strategy. I actually am under no time constraint.
I got one.
Great. The second charge is the felony discharge of a weapon. The next 2 charges are for obstruction of justice.
Okay.
The next 2 charges are for witness tampering. And the
what's
final
the specific charges though?
That is them. Obstruction of justice, witness tampering.
Okay, and there's no other specifics to them.
Well, I can tell you why he's being charged.
No, just the charges and then 7.
Yeah, see, the bad thing is when you try to be an a-hole and it doesn't work.
What's the 7th?
The last charge is violence in front of a minor.
Okay, got it. So then he's being charged with murder. You just say aggravated murder. That's the distinction. You just want to.
It's a massive. It's like you cannot say murder versus aggravated murder.
Distinction.
This gets to the entire crux of why him being up for the death sentence. And I actually find the defense's filing about why this is not aggravated to be very compelling of why it's not aggravated murder. I actually think that the state was going to even try to pull this off. They should have charged him with just murder. And then I do also, again, want to stress to audiences that debate strategy of thinking that you have to speak faster or somebody puts your hand up and they try to.
The main difference between murder and aggravated murder is the presence of specific aggravating factors or a high level of planning, which makes aggravated murder the more severe crime. While standard murder involves the intentional killing or a death caused during a violent act, aggravated murder includes extreme circumstances like premeditation, multiple victims, or killing protected individuals. So it's murder. Jesus Christ. Blowing smoke up your ass, Candace.
Pretend like it's some sport. I think he thinks it's a blood sport. It's not. It's about being right and being principled when you're engaging. And you can make mistakes. I make mistakes all the time. But at least be genuine in pretending that you care about this case enough to know one of the 7 charges that are up against Tyler Robinson.
Yeah, be genuine in pretending. If there is anything that is legit about this debate, she definitely, genuinely pretends to be caring.
When you say the evidence is overwhelming that he's guilty. If you would like to move to final statements, I'm fine. I want to make sure Andrew has had the time that he has requested.
I think your team would like to pull up the 7 charges that he just asked you about. If you guys want to pull that up, just to confirm the 7 you went through. Can you guys zoom in a little bit?
Aggravated murder, felony discharge of a firearm, obstruction of justice, which is counts 3 and 4, 5 and 6, tampering with a witness, and count 7
violent
offense in the presence of a minor.
Yeah. So 5-6, tampering witness, third-degree felony. Now, I did notice something I just was curious about. I'm just wondering. When you pulled out your phone just before you asked that question, did somebody by chance text you that question?
You can check my phone.
I'm just curious.
No, you can absolutely not. I have not had one communication with a single person, not even my producers who are in there this whole time we were here. You want to check my phone? I'm happy to do it because you're just going to get double embarrassed. Where's my phone?
You want to see it?
I'm just curious. Yeah.
You can literally do that. Here you go. PBD, you're the moderator. Take it.
Let's see
See
it.
if anyone was texted at all during this debate
All right.
about the violent charges or anything.
I'm looking through this. You give me permission.
You
so I'm
have
looking
full
up- I'm not
permission to
gonna
go
give
through my
names.
phone. I don't need to cheat.
So the last one has nothing to do with it. It's just a compliment.
I haven't even read my text messages.
That's
so
a compliment.
He's reading them.
You're okay. You'll give me permission. I'm
Yes.
just going to read 3
Yes.
1132 because after
A
that,
little
I don't need
bit.
to read it.
Any other text?
But the thing is, it's a fair
I have a signal.
question,
You can check
though.
that too.
It's a fair
I
question.
only have Signal. Telegram I used in Russia. And that was it. I downloaded
I'll
it for
take
Russia.
your word for it.
Yeah.
Then-
I don't need to, like, I
Okay.
deeply care about this case. I don't need to
I
pretend
get
to
it.
know
If you
stuff
deeply
that I
care
don't
about the
know.
case, I
Yeah.
just, I have, my other question is about the steakhouse receipt.
You just said that you were not asking all your
Nothing, so
questions.
you know, nothing there.
I don't
Yeah, do you have the
that.
steakhouse receipt is my question.
I have said several times that I have never said I have the receipt for the steakhouse. I have said the person who's working on that story is going to be forthcoming with the receipt, and that was what I was responding to. And he then drops the receipt. He redacted elements of it, and I said, "Stay tuned. He's the one working on that story."
Why would you?
So
I never.
Why would you redact elements of a receipt? Maybe like the waitress's name. Okay, that makes sense. If it's like a waitress's name or someone who in someone else's name, okay, that's actually understandable. But either way, where's the receipt?
Confirmed that Robinson was at that steakhouse.
All I did as I
And why don't do the police have it? Like that'd be interesting.
said earlier in this conversation was I spoke to the owner when I broke that story. I think it was back in January. I spoke to the owner, understood what had happened, and that there was a receipt. That's it. That's the extent of what I shared is what happened.
Okay, so to be clear, there's no receipt.
No, I just said the opposite. I said there's
well,
a
you
receipt.
don't have a copy of the receipt.
The receipt was published online.
Yeah, right, with blurred
The
out.
person working on this story that blurred that out
Mhm.
is what I was referring to when I said stay tuned and keep following his stuff because he went to go do what I hadn't done, which was he interviewed the actual server.
So there's no evidence that Tyler was at that steakhouse?
I would say the receipt with his debit card number, it would be some hard evidence if that
I agree with that.
Yeah,
but,
so that's it. But you're questioning me.
But is there, as of right now...
He paid, if you're asking me, did he pay with a credit or debit card? The answer is yes.
No. Is there proof that that was actually his debit card that he paid with?
I think you should follow the person that is behind that story.
Well, the reason I'm asking you is because you always include it in your timeline that he traveled to the steakhouse.
Yeah, we've been building a timeline with things that we feel are
But is there any actual
Utah 1102
evidence?
approved. I think speaking to the owner, knowing that there's a receipt, seeing the receipt is good enough to put on our timeline.
But the receipt itself, the question I always had about it is, couldn't you just call the merchant? Like if I've ever had a merchant account, I just call the merchant account processor and say, what's the name on this?
Yeah, I would stay tuned. I feel that having spoken to the owner, that the evidence is compelling enough to put onto my personal timeline of what took place on that day. That's where it's going to stay. And if it gets debunked, I'm happy to take it off. If that's what you mean, that's how an investigation works.
I'm not seeing any receipt,
like I said,
or at least legitimate.
More than enough. It would definitely pass the test by the Utah 1102 rule, for sure, for certain.
To be submitted as hearsay.
Well, yeah, beyond that, because they didn't even have receipts. They were like, Bob told me this.
But the question is, the receipt itself, it has not been verified to have been Tyler
Yeah, I just want to
Robinson's,
say you're
right?
holding me to a higher standard than you are.
I'm not even holding.
in
I'm
the
just
prosecution.
asking specifically.
Yeah, I've been very forthcoming. I told exactly what happened. I spoke to the owner. I got the tip, and
So should that be
chased
added
it down.
in an official timeline that
It's
you
in
give?
my timeline. It's my show, and we can add and subtract what we want, and we do. If
You
we
can
get
do what
something
you
wrong,
want, sure. But
well,
I'm
I just wanted to
asking,
make sure.
should you include a thing that you know hasn't actually been verified to be Tyler Robinson's?
Yes, you should. If we're trying to build a timeline, you should. Yeah.
You don't think that falls
And then
under...
you should remove it if someone somehow debunks it. But I think that there is very strong evidence that is where he was, and that
What's
is,
the strong evidence? Just the two people who said that they saw him?
You know, I'm actually all good with being. I feel like I've sufficiently answered your question about how I got
All
the
right, fair enough.
information, what happened.
What the fuck? We have the receipts, but we don't have the receipts. And I'm looking online for this receipt. I'm not fucking seeing it, dude.
Happened next? Would the next stage of this investigation being somebody accessing knowing what his debit card was and confirming it? Yes, and I do believe that will happen. If it does not happen and it gets debunked, I'll remove it from my personal timeline that I share on my show.
That officer, the first officer that was up on the roof, do you remember his name?
Officer Bagley.
Yeah, what was his first name?
Christopher.
When Christopher got up on the roof, you talk a lot about how his camera died.
Well, he talked a lot about that during the
about
preliminary
his camera
hearing.
died.
Yeah.
Do you think that he planted that screwdriver up there?
No.
No. Who do you think planted it?
I
see. This is why I think that he's saving receipts, like that he's gotten from TP USA, because this is kind of a random question because they were about to close out. So I'm wondering if he's trying to get a little bit more. I'm interested to see the Crucible after this. I'm very interested. I don't necessarily agree. I might later after his live stream or video in regards after this debate and what TPUSA sent him, but we will see.
If we're just going on am I allowed to have an opinion?
Of course.
At this stage,
she keeps saying that. When is he? It's like, no, don't have an opinion. That hasn't happened once.
I would say that I
now he's questioned her opinion, but it's like, oh man, this is all sorts of ridiculousness.
don't buy his assertion on the stand that he didn't check to see.
Well, see that I said this earlier, DeWitt, that the good thing and the bad thing about this debate is that unfortunately they have to get super technical and super specific on this, because on Andrew's side, she has said a lot of crap. So there's a reason why he's asking the questions that he is, and he has to be super specific, and she has to respond to that specificity, because we want to get down to it. We need to get down to the nitty-gritty, and sometimes it's gonna be a little petty, unfortunately.
If anybody went onto the rooftop before he got up there, I do think that it's possible, it's at least plausible that the screwdriver was planted. I don't believe him. What I can say strongly is that his cam died at just the right time. His body cam died at just the right time. I think that, as you were just grilling me about whether or not I had got the merchant receipt for a debit card, that kind of makes it difficult that we just have to sort of trust that a screwdriver was found and we don't have any should-be evidence of a police body cam. But like I said, you accept that stuff. And
now, I'm neither defending nor agreeing with her, but remember, let's go with plausibility here. We do have a circumstance where, a random town and university town in Utah wasn't expecting a, political assassination in their town. Could be that, it was all hands on deck. They all went in, grabbed a body cam, nearest one he could find, wasn't fully charged by the time they're okay. Like, that is possible. That is possible. And it's also possible they turned it off. Reasonably speaking, I don't know why a random cop would turn it off. I think it's a jump to say a conspiracy. But it is us, in her defense a little bit, it is a little sus if that is the case.
And then are like, did you call the merchant and get, like, it just seems like you
I'm not adding,
hold,
I'm
like
not
I said,
adding
you
this
hold the
to
prosecution to
well,
a state to a bit higher standard
I'm
than
not
you do to
adding
people.
unconfirmed evidence to an official timeline that I'm putting out either.
What do you mean official timeline? This is my
Wait, this is unconfirmed evidence? Sorry, I have not seen I haven't seen a Candace Owens show in forever, and I don't know anything about the screwdriver thing. I'll take a look into it as they finish this off.
I made it at home.
So then it would be official to your show?
Sure.
Yeah. Okay, great. So then your official timeline, Candace Owens' official timeline, includes a steakhouse stop that has not actually been confirmed at all.
Well, yeah, it hasn't even been discussed by the prosecution, so it's not like you're debunking that it happened.
Well, there's no evidence for it. There's no good evidence for it at all. There's no camera there. And the steakhouse receipt itself has never been confirmed to be Tyler Robinson's.
I'm assuming this is just like a talking point they gave you and you got to like keep pushing this, or like...
I've been following it very closely on X.
The receipt, you weren't even following the charges of Tyler Robinson, but you really wanted to know. I've been following it very closely on X.
Wait, you think
I'm calling owners of steakhouses and having a conversation. You're following Congo on X.
I literally followed the entire trial, or the preliminary, live. I was live with an attorney. We covered all of it. You think because I have a momentary where it lapsed, where I'm like, oh, it's murder? No, it's aggravated murder. Come on.
You didn't know any of the charges.
That's splitting hairs.
No, that's not splitting. It means you didn't follow the preliminary hearing at all.
No, it doesn't mean that at all.
You don't know any of the charges that are
ridiculous.
against him, when this is like this is like getting literally to the crux, aggravated murder versus murder.
It's
a death
ridiculous.
sentence.
And not only that, let's point this out.
A reminder of what she's debating here, which is basically nothing. Standard murder involves intentional of killing or death. Aggravated murder includes extreme circumstances like premeditation, multiple victims, or killing protected individuals. So yeah, she's splitting hairs here. Aggravated murder is just a more defined version of murder. Like, seriously.
One of the major things here is that this is your official timeline.
It's mine.
Yes. Who else could it be? Who else? There would be Candace Owens' timeline.
I just don't know what his issues with my timeline.
What's your issue with that?
Well, so the issue is that the entirety of the evidence revolves around two people who claim that he was there and supposedly a receipt. There's supposedly a receipt where Tyler Robinson paid for his steak and his soft drink. No alcohol, right? No alcohol, right? You know nothing about the case. But anyway, this particular receipt, they could have called the merchant account, confirmed it, this type of thing. To date, this receipt has only the blurred information on it that would actually give you the information to confirm whose receipt it is. We have to date, nobody has confirmed that this was actually Tyler Robinson's receipt. And yet inside of Candace Owens' timeline, which she states over and over again, when she says, this is the longest 13 hours, this is 13 and a half hours. The requirement for about what, roughly 5.5 or 6 hours of that is that he went to the steakhouse. And that's not been confirmed at all. Not even a little bit.
I feel like saying that I spoke to the owner of the steakhouse is me, like, not just being on X looking at opinions, but actually doing the legwork.
Okay, well, does the steakhouse have cameras? Do it have cameras with evidence that he was there? Maybe better ones than the ones at the university? Like, what are we talking about? A subpoena for this restaurant would have happened the next day, if not within that hour. What are you talking about?
And that's why, like I said, if you think this builds up a rapport with your audience and makes you seem like a serious person, we don't have to keep belaboring the point here. I feel like I've demonstrated that I did as much as I could to confirm this.
You've demonstrated nothing. It's like, no. This is my timeline. I personally spoke to the owner. He blurred out the receipt. But no one's been able to claim whether that was Tyler Robinson or not. Now, look, if it was, great. We have more information. Maybe your conspiracy theory is true. But you haven't... Why put in this evidence if there's no claim to it? You're pulling strings out of thin air, hun.
Came in, I spoke to the owner of the restaurant, obviously took down everything he said, noted that.
Well, yeah, this goes back to a point I made earlier. She could just be a really hurt person just still processing grief from a friend that died. This could clearly be the case. But what makes me question that is that in order to do this whole entire debate, she required $300,000 to defend her talking points that have no merit whatsoever. Now, look, if there was some things to back it up, then yeah, I would probably be a little bit conspiratorial with her. I don't think I'd completely believe her. I'm like, okay, well, we got some stuff. Let's see where this goes now. I'll be in this camp and this camp at the same time. I want to see how this plays out. But no, she's got fucking nothing.
There was, in fact, a receipt that he pulled. That receipt that was published is real.
She's hurt. She's not hurt. She doesn't.
And a credit card was used.
Well, you know what they say, hurt people hurt people.
Used. If for some reason somebody misidentified something down the line, or we find out.
Yeah. Andrew had to pay her $300K in order to do this debate.
It's a different Tyler Robinson. I'm happy to remove it from my timeline. But for right now, I think that there's enough under the Utah 1102 rule for me to keep it there. I don't really think we need to keep going into circles about this receipt. It's my timeline.
I don't know why the 1102 rule would apply here for your
because
timeline.
You will constantly cite things that are said in that courtroom that have less evidentiary support than me contacting and speaking with the owner of the restaurant. It's not like I dreamed it, as to use your expression. So it's in my timeline.
It's in your timeline. You talked to the owner. The owner claims that Tyler Robinson was there. The owner supposedly has this receipt that he sent you that blurred out a name. You say that's online. I haven't found it online. Like, I saw one Instagram post, like random Instagram post. I didn't see anything else that could verify this. And even if the receipt was there, at no point the federal government, the state government, the local government, the judge, the magistrate judge, the police, no one's looking into this claim. Like, look, everybody's under a gag order to an extent here, so that might be part of it, and maybe they have investigated this, and they just can't say it. But the thing is, at this point in time, you don't fucking know. And it's one thing to report on him, like, hey, I did get a tip here from the restaurant owner from this. This is what they claim. I'm not claiming that it's true. I would say it's very interesting, and I hope that officials investigate it further. Done. That's all you have to say. You don't have to do this since September 11th. September 10th, sorry. So September, October, November, December, January, February, March, April, May, June, July, August. 11 months. And you still have nothing. And you've been reporting this for almost a year.
And I'm going to keep it there if that's
Sure,
cool.
you can keep whatever
Great.
you want there. I'm
Okay.
just saying that there's no evidence he was ever there.
Okay, thank you. I think
No
we
hard
can make a
evidence
good point.
anyway. Yeah, I'm fine with closing.
Okay, so the last thing we're going to do before we go into ad break, right after this will be final thoughts. I'll be asking both of you if anything on your opinion, thoughts changed on the case, and then we'll finish it up from there. So with that being said, a 3.5 minute break, and then we'll come back for final thoughts.
No one changed their mind on anything here.
We set out to create a shoe that blends comfort, function, and luxury. We had the choice.
No one's changed shit. No one's changed their mind anywhere. I haven't changed my mind, to be honest. Like I came in here biased, but open to listening to what Candace has said. From what I do know, I will say the last thing that I watched her, and I said this during the show, I watched her during the Sean Ryan show, and I was just incredibly upset that he didn't push back on anything that she said. He just full on believed it, so I couldn't really take the interview seriously. Snuggle Struggle coming in saying, honestly, I believe Candace's disingenuous nature makes her so weaselly that she cannot be held accountable to anything she says because she freely lies and obfuscates by default. Spellbinder coming in, Candace can't change her mind, and Andrew's got no evidence to change his from all I managed to see. Why, I'm hoping that Andrew's next live stream, because he said, okay, I'm not going to show my receipts on this live show here. I'm going to do it on my show. I think it's to make her look, stupid. I mean, whether she will or won't be, I think she's been looking stupid this entire fucking time. But it just depends on the result on this. We still don't know what kind of text message he has. We know that he has text messages from Charlie Kirk's phone. And that does say something, that they're willing to give it to him and not Candace Owens. Now, you can make the argument that, okay, let's go conspiracy theory for a second here. TPUSA doesn't want to just hand out Charlie's text messages to just anyone, especially detractors like Candace Owens. Or, conspiracy theory time, they are in on everything and they do know something and they're just hiding the evidence. Now, look, I think what's more reasonable is that Candace Owens has put out enough bad faith claims and has been dishonest in her reporting for so long that they wouldn't give that to her. Another thing that it's kind of, so I think they would be giving it to Andrew because he actually is a neutral party. And he just thinks also that Candace's claims are ridiculous. But he is a neutral party. He is critical of TPUSA. Now, a question that I do have, it was entertaining. A question that I do have is if the police are allowing these text messages to go through. And I don't know, maybe I don't know. I'm not a lawyer. I don't know what laws, obtained to this situation in regards to Charlie's text messages before his assassination. So maybe TPUSA or Erica Kirk are free and clear to share this to whomever they want. Because this is more so about Candace and less about Charlie Kirk. And the thing, hey, that is fair. I never heard of authorities literally paying over crime scene. Great question to ask. It's a great question to ask. But I also don't think the government is so organized that they could cover that up and that up between local authorities, state authorities, and within itself. Especially with, all the technology that we have here in the modern day. To the best of my knowledge, I looked into this a little bit. The gag order is just not speaking about this publicly, about the internal investigations and what's going on. what internal strategies are, or even boasting about the case of how good your evidence is. Like, even the prosecution got slammed by the judge for doing so a little bit. So as far as I can tell, that's the only gag order. Anyone can go up to the defense, to the prosecution, to the judge, to the police. They just can't talk about it in public. So any of these claims that she's making, or these sources that she has, they could go to the authorities right now and clear Tommy Robinson's name, but that hasn't fucking happened yet.
Watching it, maybe a good commentary for you would be the following on, if you're a Andrew fan and you are still saying, you know what, Andrew's arguments were solid, great. Candace, great. But did anything change your mind? Did you watch and say, you know what, I had this position over here. This would be an interesting commentary to hear. And of course, for all the people that are watching, I was just whispering to them here before we wrap it up. I think whether you're a fan...
And also, for Fion's question here. Now, here's the thing that also gets to me. On Sean Ryan's show, she said that she believes that, demonic symbols were put underneath the pavement of where Charlie Kirk stood. So, like, when you go to that extreme, like, look, maybe it was something that was already planned ahead of time. Like, there's a lot of questions there. I'm not gonna lie about that. And I want to get to the bottom of it. Sure, legitimate question. But there's so much that she says that is just making shit up.
Of Andrew or not.
Yeah, exactly. How do you prove that?
Nobody can dispute the fact that
any random civilian who's willing to get into a little bit of legal trouble can, with a few tools, go to where Charlie Kirk was assassinated and rip that open right now. No one's done it.
These guys agreed to sit down and talk live. Others were thinking this was pre-recorded. This is not pre-recorded, just so everybody knows. This is purely live. This is a little bit scarier than pre-recorded, because pre-recorded you can do edits, so whether you agree with them or not.
But hey, Fion, I will say this, though. I do appreciate the... I don't know if your intention was to push back or just to, ask what I think, but I do appreciate it either way. I really do. Because those are still good questions. I want answers to that.
Make sure we respect both of them for having to sit down. And before the final thoughts, I want to make sure you guys hear that from me as well, for inviting me here as well.
Of course.
I do know one day, I think it was last week, you sent a message on one of our accounts. You said, can I talk to Patrick? We got on the call. You said, Patrick, can you moderate this? And I said, great, let's do this. And so before we wrap up, final thoughts, I'll come to you first.
Yeah, she had nothing. Just nothing. For all of her claims of Patsy, nothing. She didn't have a single claim. She didn't have a single solid piece of evidence. She had no positive evidence Israel's involved in anything. No positive evidence that France is involved in anything. No positive evidence TPUSA is involved in anything. No positive evidence that Erica Kirk is involved in anything. When I ask her about her claims about Erica Kirk, yeah, it's just funning. It's just funning, Or, yeah, I do think that she needs to sit down and ask some questions, or answer some questions. But you know what? I don't even know if she has. Like, maybe she has. I have no idea. Yes, I'm going to have an official timeline with unconfirmed evidence. That's just fine. Hey, it's hearsay. If that's good enough for the state, it's good enough for me. But my biggest problem with the state is that they're admitting all this hearsay. It's like she's a contradiction machine. On top of all of this, the thing that I wanted to get out of this more than anything else was to just demonstrate one thing. Yes, it's true. I'm not perfect on the case. I'm not going to ever pretend that I am, and never did. But what has been made very clear to me is that there's nobody with an alternative theory that has any evidence for it at all. None. Zero. And the continuous kind of expression, we're running an investigation. What kind of investigation builds a timeline out on a receipt that they don't even confirm? What kind of investigation tries to make these bold claims that Israel's involved and France is involved and all these different players are involved and never shows any evidence? We're just asking questions.
Yeah, and, not to feed to the conspiracy theory too much, but it's still a crime scene, right? Like, you would assume that any sort of construction would have been halted. But, again, it could have been human error, or you can go the conspiracy theory route. Either way, I'd like to know the answer.
It's again, like I said in my opening, it's always intuition, my feelings, how I feel about things, how I think about things. Andrew, how many times did you hear this today? Andrew, you can't tell me how I'm supposed to think. Yeah, nobody's trying to tell you how to think. But you should rationally come to your conclusions based on evidence and facts. And the truth is that 90% of what you're saying is simply intuition based. It came to me in a dream. It's intuition. Almost none of it has any evidence at all. Just, I'm skeptical because these people over here said things, and that makes me skeptical. And it's like, but no evidence. Note this to the audience, to everybody watching. You might hate my guts. That's fair enough. I get that. I'm not the most likable man. I understand that too. But there was nothing. I mean, no evidence at all that Tyler Robinson was a patsy that was ever put forward by Candace this entire debate. Now, maybe you could say that we stalemated when it came to whether or not Robinson did it. She says, I found the evidence convincing, or unconvincing. Andrew says he found the evidence convincing. Okay, fair enough. Maybe you can't do too much about that, but there was nothing. She had nothing for Robinson being a patsy, nothing for any of her conspiracies, not a zero, zilch. And she backed away on a bunch of them. This is the first time I think she's ever really backed away from the Twigs thing. First time I've heard her back away from the Erica thing, back away from TPUSA, being very cautious about making any of those claims now. Whereas on her show, much more likely to be making those claims. So she just had nothing the entire debate, zero.
Candace.
Well, I think that is quite a conclusion. Admitting somewhere, maybe we stalemated.
It is an accurate conclusion.
Probably signifies what I've been saying from the beginning, that you didn't feel that you were strong on the actual facts and the evidence, which I was willing to engage with you. I wanted to go over.
Like ones, what facts, what evidence? You mean the ones that you made up?
The screwdriver, I wanted to go over the towel and the things that you've mentioned, and you wanted to then move the conversation into.
Oh yeah, it's still an interesting debate, and it's entertaining as hell. I will say that. But and yes, again, you had really good question there, Fionn. But at the same time, like, hey, great question, but hey, there's no claim on the receipt. There's no positive evidence of, of the receipt. God, what else was there? There's no evidence of. She presented no evidence of Tommy Robinson being a patsy. Like, there was nothing. Nothing. And by the way, go to Steven Crowder's coverage of her revealing the car footage. Completely ridiculous. Completely ridiculous.
To a defense of Erica Kirk and her character, and what I've said about Erica, which is my opinion, and I have not edited that opinion after discussing with you. I would like to extend a compliment to you for being willing to sit down and to have the conversation.
See, this entire debate on her side is just plausible deniability. That's all it is. That's all this has been. So, yep, I sent something to the White House. I sent it to Dan Bongino. Dan Bongino scorched her like 4 months ago. I'm not, well, okay, hold on. I'm not sure when her threat actually came into play here, so I'm not going to make that claim. But at least on her Charlie Kirk coverage, scorched her. Like, he's not a fan. It behooves me why the White House hasn't responded, and maybe they should. I'll say that. But the thing is, because she said so much just bullshit, how am I supposed to believe any of her other claims?
And I still walk away.
Or even ponder the thought. Why should I do that when she's got nothing?
Feeling that the people who are jumping on the bandwagon about this case don't care about this case. They don't care about Erica Kirk. It tends to be follow that they take a meeting with Turning Point USA and they come out and suddenly have a lot of junk to say about Candace Owens. And I do want to also stress that Turning Point USA tried to pepper him with something as a surprise. He showed clips that were meant to be a surprise. I did no such thing. I stressed to PBD from the beginning that I was grateful he was taking this on and that I wanted this to be a clean debate because I believe I can win this on the merits, and I believe that I did win this.
You did no such thing. Nothing. What, are you high?
Fully on the merits by engaging the evidence of what has happened. I do still believe that there's more evidence which supports that there are more people involved and that Tyler Robinson has been set up, and that none of the evidence that was presented was in any way overwhelming, which is why I think you wanted to move to end that discussion quickly.
Well, one of her points was, well, the parents didn't make a written statement. Her parents didn't make a... They don't have to. They were interviewed. They don't have to make a written statement. They're not criminals. They weren't charged with a crime. Do witnesses have to make a written statement? Witnesses usually do not have to write a formal statement right away, but the police can ask for one, and the judge can order you to testify in court later if you receive an official subpoena. Yeah, they don't fucking have to. Oh my God, Candace, use Google. Not that hard.
And to speak to me about France and to talk about this Panguitch receipt and my time.
Well, the thing is, you can't, they weren't a witness to the crime, but they were involved in the sense of confronting Tyler Robinson. But so, okay, witnesses, okay, that's a little wishy-washy, but they were interviewed, right? It can be as a, but they don't have to. They don't have to make a written statement. That's my point. And just like we just saw on Google, judge can do a subpoena later, and it can be forced upon them to do a written statement. But no one has asked for that because it's not necessary.
I want to remind people that a lot of the at-home investigators, which you were open to, as you called them, internet sleuths. I think it was on a show that you did right after Charlie was assassinated. The internet.
See, I don't know as much as either of these people about the Tyler Robinson case, but just on this conversation, just with a few Google searches, anyone could figure out what she's talking about is bullshit. And look, if it leads to something, great. But the thing is, she has none, zilch, just like Andrew said, zero evidentiary claim on almost everything on this. 90% of what she said is bullshit. Okay, well, that's a different case. Go on to Grok, go on to ChatGPT, go on to every single search engine, go to legal documents here. Go to your local police department. I bet you they're going to say the same thing because reasonably we can infer that. Especially with the American experience today. I've been asked about a crime. I didn't have to do a written statement. I witnessed a crime once. Didn't have to do a written statement. I forgot all about it. Guess what happened? A detective was right in front of me and wrote shit down. Didn't have to follow up with me later.
Would solve this. This is the reason why Charlie, a year on, is still a conversation every single day trending on Twitter. I knew Charlie. I cared about Charlie. I care about finding out what the truth is here. My heart is in the right place. I think anybody who watches my show or even just watch this debate knows that if I get something wrong, I'll instantly correct it and own it. I'm not arrogant. I don't need to sit here and pretend that I didn't misspeak on the Lance thing. It hasn't been ruled out. But you saw that he just really wanted to hammer that point. Part of being a well-meaning person is to concede when you are wrong, to take something off a timeline when you know it's not right. And I would like to think that is why I have earned the audience that continues to follow me, because they know my heart's in the right place, that I deeply care about.
You earned an audience for being entertaining. One thing that no one can debate is that you're entertaining as fuck, Candace. Right or wrong, you're entertaining as fuck. And guess what? People love a true crime podcast, especially women. But that doesn't mean that you earn credibility. That means you just earned, like your own words, a market. You earned a market for how you present your thoughts, feelings, and evidence. But there is no claim here. You're inferring so much. It's fine to ask questions. Like, hey, why isn't this being looked into? Maybe they already have. Maybe that you have been such a detriment to their to everyone's case, maybe even also the defense's, that they don't want to share shit with you or even to the public. You may have hurt transparency in this case because you won't shut the fuck up and wait and listen. See, that's not a claim, but it is a reasonable conclusion.
Charlie and I deeply care about the answers. I want to thank Andrew's team who are providing the fact checks. It's a very small room that they're in. I want to, as always, thank my team who worked really hard to make this happen and flip this at. And to you, PBD, just for being a great moderator. I think very fair, letting us both speak and making sure that Andrew got out of this what he wanted, which is a little more than what I wanted. But I'm very content with how I dealt with this. And I trust I don't need to convince the audiences with the magic trick of what they need to think about this debate. They can watch it and draw their own conclusions.
Beautiful. Fair from both of you. I think the audience won. And again, from the beginning, all of this is because of how much love and respect we have for Charlie Kirk, a great man that's no longer here with us. His 1 year anniversary is coming up here. I can't believe it's that quick that is here. The audience, I think you also
it feels like yesterday.
Support the Crucible, support the Candace Show, support the PBD podcast, subscribe to the channel. This is how you help these voices get out even more, especially going into future when this happens. You want a lot of independent creators to have these types of discussions. And last but not least, the two of you, I respect you guys.
Yeah, it just cost $300,000 fucking dollars.
Again, for having this conversation. It is not easy to do so. Hopefully this will lead to more discussions. A lot of different things we talked about. I'm sure there will be a lot of follow-up. But that being said, thank you, everybody. God bless. Have a great weekend.
Bye.
How long was this? Oh my. Okay, well, we've been doing this for 4 hours and 28 minutes. I've been live. And I went live about 10 minutes, 5 to 10 minutes before the debate. And then we waited like 20, 25 minutes for the show to even start. Grok is blocked to you right now. Okay, let me do Chat GPT just to close this out. Just to close this out. Let's see what I say on Glock. Okay, do witnesses of a crime have to make a written statement? Because we know that Google kind of has this thing, but Grok not perfect. I think it does its best to. Okay. Generally, no. So let's zoom in here. Generally, no. In the U.S., simply witnessing. Let's do that. Witnessing a crime does not ordinarily create a legal duty to write and sign a witness statement for police. Police can ask a witness to explain what they saw, and the officer may take notes or prepare a report based on that interview. The DOJ even defines a statement as a description witness gives police that police may write down. But that is different from a rule requiring every witness to personally prepare or sign a written statement. There are some important discussions. The thing is, we just learned during the debate that Candace Owens, she uses Grok, right? Voluntary police investigation. A witness generally can decline to give a written statement or decline an interview, subject to some state-specific exceptions. So in this case, we already know that the parents did talk to police officers for the investigation. Now, Google already answered this. If a court or grand jury subpoenas a witness, they generally must appear and testify or produce specified evidence. A subpoena is a legal order, unlike an officer simply asking for a statement. So, as far as we know, there's been no subpoenas, or at least not publicly they've been said. I think that would be saved for trial if it was necessary, and that could be ordered by the judge. Self-incrimination. A witness may have have a Fifth Amendment protections of answering questions. But the thing is, as far as we know, as far as the report says, the parents willingly talked to officers after the assassination. Lying is different from refusing. Depending on the circumstances and jurisdiction, deliberately giving false information to investigators can itself cause legal problems. So, for example, if 5 people witnessed an assault and police officers obtained written statements from 2 of them, that doesn't automatically mean that the other 3 violated any law or that their observations can later be used. They could potentially be interviewed or subpoenaed. So, I don't know what the fuck she's talking about. She's like, only the experienced 20-year senior retired sheriff who's also a Boy Scout leader wrote up a statement. I don't know, maybe it's because he's filled out hundreds of thousands of them so that like what are we doing here? Never mind, it's not about the Charlie topic. Oh, okay. Sorry about that. If everyone does have a gag orders, ain't no way in hell they would tell her anything because it would be public within the hour. Exactly. Now, if we do see things during the trial, great. Awesome. If that receipt is real, great. Maybe the restaurateur, if that person is real, did already go to the police department or the investigators or the prosecution or the defense or the judge or whoever, handles evidence and went, hey, I think I saw Tyler Robinson here after the assassination. Here's a receipt. Will you please look into this? Maybe the government or the courts or even the prosecutor, everyone's under a gag order, be like, hey, not to the public, not yet. We need to get all this jurisdictional and procedure stuff done first, and then we'll have the trial, and then everyone will know. But right now, the public is interfering with our investigation on both sides of this case, so please stop doing shit. And they did. Well, the prosecutor apparently mouthed off a little bit of boasting about the evidence, and apparently the judge, slapped him on the wrist for that. And then they haven't said anything since. But I don't know why she's mentioning, like, a gag order where it's like, oh, no, they're stifling freedom of speech. Like, no. They want to do this in-house investigation on both sides so everything is as fair as possible. And because of probably people like her, they've had to have this less public. That makes sense to me. I'm not saying always trust the government, but we do have a process for a reason. We can question it as much as we have, but we at least do have a process. And in this case, I agree with the gag order. Because it's such a high-profile case, I want both sides to have their fair share in an argument about this. Now, right now, do I believe that Tyler Robinson murdered Charlie Kirk? Sorry, aggravated murdered Charlie Kirk? Yes, I do. Just like Andrew, everything leads up to that, as far as I can tell. Let's use the word overwhelmingly. Even 75 to 85% of the time, which is what Andrew said. Now, if the trial goes down completely differently, I am open to that. But I'm not going to sit here and listen to this woman be like, this batshit crazy woman just saying, hey, everybody, look at this. Okay, what is it? It's a receipt from a restaurateur who says that Tyler was there. Okay, can you confirm that? No. Okay. So why are we making a big deal out of it? It's one thing to mention it. Why are you making a big deal out of something that you haven't confirmed yet? Because. Was she the one that said cops put texts on the killer's phone? I don't remember, man. I don't remember. See ya, do it, man. But with that being said, I've been screaming at a microphone for 4.5 hours. I'm gonna take a break. Let's see who's live right now. We're just gonna see who's live right now. Okay, DJ Cobra's live. And he's talking about this, so you guys will probably get more information. I know he knows more about it than I do. So I'm just gonna send you his way. And then over on Rumble. Hold on, let me see who's on Rumble right now. If DJ Cobra's on there, I think he is on okay. Oh, actually, Steven Crowder's talking to Andrew Wilson right now.
Always been an.
So maybe I'll send you guys over to Rumble. Okay. All right. Sending you over to Steven Crowder over on Rumble, and the rest of you over to DJ Cobra, who's also talking about this. Remember that you are somebody, I am nobody, and I hope you have a fantastic day.